A frantic, unintelligible message, where creatist, developer MANHWA flickered across some unseen display, a desperate plea lost in the chaos of the Gigaton's assault. Javier Azarhan's anguished cry, "I'm going to die," pierced the air, a testament to the monster's terrifying power. Baron Lloyd Frontera, however, met the impending doom with a defiant, strained roar, "And so are you." With a sharp, urgent command, he propelled Podong to safety, a silent acknowledgement of his own likely demise. The narrative abruptly concluded, leaving the fate of Lloyd and Javier hanging precariously in the balance, a stark, unresolved cliffhanger. Following a harrowing ordeal, Baron Lloyd Frontera, astride his mount Podong, rode onward. He offered praise, "Nice one, Podong," to which the creature responded with excited, characteristic vocalizations, "Podong. Podong. Pio Diodong." Lloyd, though appreciative, confessed, "Forgive me, Master Podong. I do not understand what you are saying." He mused that Podong's enthusiastic calls might have been a reprimand for his reckless actions, surmising, perhaps, "You were scolding me for my reckless behavior." A steely resolve settled upon him as he silently vowed, "I will try to stay alive until I have defeated it," referring to the Gigaton. His confidence in his own strategy was unshaken, a quiet affirmation echoing in his thoughts, "I will trust Master Lloyd's plans." Baron Lloyd Frontera, having meticulously surveyed the Gigaton and, despite initial success with a prior strategy, found its unforeseen velocity a crippling obstacle, steeled his resolve. The beast's unexpected speed had rendered Plan B ineffective, yet the Baron, recognizing the gravity of the situation, internally acknowledged the daunting challenge ahead. Plan D, he concluded, remained the sole viable path to the Gigaton's permanent subjugation. His decision declared, Lloyd issued a crisp command to Podong, directing the loyal companion to transport him to the previously designated location. The stage was set, as Podong presumably initiated the preparations for the Baron's swift relocation. Baron Lloyd Frontera, communicating with Count Cremo, received confirmation that the crucial Gigaton countermeasure preparations were complete, purchased with the Count's timely intervention. His earlier reliance on the Count's efforts was validated by a report of 15 minutes ahead of schedule. However, this swift success was immediately shattered by an unforeseen complication, provoking Lloyd's disbelief and distress. The Count offered his apologies for failing to identify the issue earlier. Accepting full responsibility, Lloyd reflected on his own underestimation of the situation, admitting his complacency and his naive belief that he could single-handedly resolve the threat posed by the beast. Baron Lloyd Frontera confirmed the success of his strategy. The colossal statue, he declared, would indeed divert the Gigaton. Javier's reassuring shout, confirming Lloyd's safety, followed. Lloyd watched as the monstrous creature lumbered ashore, intent on destroying the statue. He would exploit the beast's single-minded focus. Working with Javier and Podong, he intended to use this distraction to their advantage, buying time for the next phase of his operation. While the Gigaton raged against the statue, Javier provided covering fire, allowing Lloyd to escape and prepare for what lay ahead. Sweat beaded on Javier Azarhan's brow, his ragged breaths, barely audible, spoke of utter exhaustion. A torrent of internally voiced complaints, barely coherent, hinted at his breaking point. Yet, even as his body screamed in protest, Javier resolved to continue. His resolve hardened, his current task, luring the monstrous Gigaton far from the city, became his sole focus. He pushed onward, his every strained movement fueled by a potent determination, to protect the city, no, to protect its people. Baron Lloyd Frontera received a fragmented transmission, a scrambled message likely from Count Cremo, signifying the successful completion of a critical preparatory phase in their Gigaton countermeasure. He felt a wave of relief and quiet satisfaction wash over him. Immediately, he swung himself onto the back of Podong. A sharp command, Arte, spurred the creature into motion, its powerful strides carrying Lloyd at breakneck speed toward the monstrous Gigaton's looming presence. Atop Podong, Baron Lloyd Frontera arrived at the Gigaton's lair. With practiced care, Padong deposited Javier before the colossal beast. Javier, initiating the confrontation, bellowed a furious insult, calling the creature a stinking lobster. A battle cry to provoke the monstrous opponent. Lloyd, observing from his mount, declared, "I brought you your real enemy," confirming Javier's engagement as a calculated distraction in service of a larger, overarching strategy. The clash between Javier and the Gigatoton commenced, the ensuing battle providing the Baron with the crucial time he needed. Baron Lloyd Frontera witnessed the desired outcome, a successful reaction, confirming a crucial step in his Gigatoton countermeasure. He silently acknowledged Count Crimo's reliability, recalling a previously established plan that depended on the Count's competence. Loudly praising his team's diligent work in reassembling a vital component, he then summoned Javier. Seizing the opportune moment created by their collective efforts, Lloyd instructed Javier to launch an immediate attack. Javier, however, voiced his desire for more comprehensive future briefings. Lloyd responded with a confident, almost jovial assertion that there would be no need for future explanations of this kind. The ensuing moments, following the attack, are left unshown. High above the ravaged battlefield, Baron Lloyd Frontera, astride his trusty Padong, surveyed the chaos wrought by the Gigatoton's onslaught. The sheer scale of the disaster weighed heavily on him as he silently assessed the progress of his audacious countermeasure. A brief, crackling communication, a flurry of coded symbols that confirmed the successful completion of a critical preparatory step, crackled through his device. Count Crimo's terse acknowledgement brought a measure of relief. With his plan proceeding as intended, Lloyd continued his aerial observation, his gaze settling on Javier Azrahan, locked in desperate combat with the monstrous beast. The Baron acknowledged the invaluable time Javier was buying, a crucial window of opportunity for his strategy to bear fruit. Wounded and spent from his mana blast, Baron Lloyd Frontera leaned heavily, Padong at his side, a testament to their recent struggle against the Gigatoton. A tiny fracture marred the behemoth's formidable outer shell, a meager result of his considerable effort. He confessed to overextending his magical reserves, the exertion leaving him drained. Yet, he dismissed this as mere justification, confessing to himself, in fractured phrasing born of exhaustion and self-reproach, his inadequacy. He was not strong enough to safeguard his people. Having likely received word from Count Crimo to proceed, Baron Lloyd Frontera made a swift decision. A silent exchange with Padong, the beast awaiting his command, followed. Mounting the creature, Lloyd left the rest to their tasks, the unspoken urgency hanging heavy in the air. Man and beast then vanished in a blur of speed, rushing to oversee the final preparations against the approaching Gigatoton. Gravely wounded, Baron Lloyd Frontera unleashed a final, devastating mana blast, his every fiber screaming in protest at the expenditure of his remaining strength. The effort sapped him completely, plunging him into unconsciousness. Witnessing the attack, Javier Azrahan, awestruck by the Baron's unwavering resolve even in the face of such debilitating injury, voiced his profound admiration and unshakable loyalty. Baron Lloyd Frontera, gravely wounded, offered Javier a reassurance, a defiant "Rest easy, Javier. I'll protect this city, no matter what." Yet, the bravado masked a profound inner doubt. He admitted to himself, the words spoken as he charged towards the monstrous beast, a mere bluff. He privately questioned his ability to achieve victory. A plan to lure the creature far from the city flickered in his mind, a fragile hope immediately dashed against the harsh reality of Gigatoton's established habitat in the Crimo waters and the beast's probable return. Lloyd recognized the creature's intelligence, understanding the inherent risk of further provocation, aware that their summoning of the merman statue could trigger a furious reprisal. His gaze fell upon Padong, his summoned creature, visibly exhausted, the weight of the battle etched upon its form. The Baron hesitated, reluctant to impose further strain. Despite this, a critical juncture demanded action, and a sharp Padong now cut through the air. Critically wounded, Baron Lloyd Frontera wrestled with his dwindling strength, his thoughts a desperate search for a remaining contribution to his city's defense. He reviewed his earlier, more aggressive strategies, a grim reminder of the desperate choices considered before the current crisis. A mana blast attack was his only option, he concluded. Yet, the realization struck him. The necessary triple heart and circle for a successful blast meant his technique was insufficient. An upgrade was imperative. Wounded but resolute, Baron Lloyd Frontera, recognizing his limited options, found himself capable only of employing the double heart circle Azrahan core technique. A notification flashed, revealing the possibility of an upgrade. He chose to elevate his technique to a triple heart circle, despite the steep price of 190 resource points. The cost, however, proved to be only the beginning. Each subsequent level demanded an additional 30 points. Undeterred by the escalating expense, the Baron relentlessly pursued the upgrade, pushing his technique to level 8, his resolve unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. Azrahan's core technique, double heart circle, level 10, a feat demanding 370 resource points, flashed before Lloyd Frontera, the Baron. His own reserves, a meager 311 points, fell short. He hung precariously, a baffling predicament following his earlier, perfectly logical decision to remain out of the fray. The jumbled sounds, Mayesaniani, faded into the background, a mere echo of his disorientation. Yet, despite his wounds and self-reproach, a grim determination hardened his gaze. He considered summoning his mana, a risky gamble given his injuries, but one with potential. A small, calculated injury, he mused, might offer the perfect means of escape. Gravely wounded, Baron Lloyd Frontera drew upon his Azrahan core technique, the double heart circle, already honed to level 10. His mastery was evident. Javier Azrahan's assessment of him rose by 4 points, a clear indication of his approval. Possessing 391 RP, Lloyd then pushed past his limits, upgrading his technique to the formidable triple heart circle. The advancement was visually confirmed, a testament to his perseverance and newfound strength. Severely wounded, Baron Lloyd Frontera fought to stand, his inner turmoil a stark contrast to the unwavering resolve etched on his face. The weight of his failing abilities and the responsibility for his city's safety pressed heavily upon him. Witnessing his struggle, Javier unleashed the Azrahan core technique, triple heart circle level 1, a surge of power bolstering Lloyd's mana by 500%. Exhausted but steadfast, Podong remained at his side, providing unwavering support. Meanwhile, Hamong's safety was assured. Fueled by Javier's aid, Lloyd's expression shifted, mirroring the visible change in the energy surrounding him as he successfully upgraded his mana blast technique. Mortally wounded, Baron Lloyd Frontera, his body ravaged, fiercely concentrated on maintaining 5 heart-shaped mana circles, a whispered to protect the escaping his lips. His gaze, however, flickered to the weakening glow of his other circles, a silent question forming in his mind regarding their failing internal structure. He understood their vital role, the circles, he thought, their power the very essence of his strength. The heart circles, those 5 burning embers, commanded his absolute focus, their dwindling power underscored his dire situation and the necessity of a crucial, upcoming decision. This concentration, this intense channeling of his waning strength, foreshadowed a decisive, desperate act to come. Grievously wounded and spent, Baron Lloyd Frontera wrestled with his own failing strength, a chilling doubt twisting within him regarding his capacity to safeguard the city. His companion, Podong, visibly strained, confessed his inability to continue the fight. Yet, Hamong remained steadfast, his unwavering presence a stark contrast to the despair threatening to engulf Lloyd. Ignoring the searing pain and his internal turmoil, Lloyd roared a defiant pledge, a vow to defend his city at any cost, even if it meant exceeding his physical and magical limits. With a final surge of will, he channeled his dwindling mana, refining his mana blast technique with a furious effort. The resultant blast, immeasurably more powerful, struck the unseen menace with decisive force, securing victory. Javier, witnessing this display of indomitable spirit and raw power, openly registered his growing admiration and approval. Severely wounded and spent, Baron Lloyd Frontera battled exhaustion, his inner voice a desperate whisper of resolve. Padang, equally weary, offered silent encouragement. A flurry of cryptic symbols, perhaps a communication relaying vital information concerning mana levels and the looming danger, flashed across the frame. Ignoring the searing pain, Lloyd delved deep, his concentration absolute, reaching for a previously untapped wellspring of mana. With a surge of newfound power, he perfected his mana blast technique, his slumped posture straightening as he achieved his goal. Javier Azrahan watched, his respect and loyalty swelling. The scene concluded with the reassuring knowledge that Hamong was safe. Severely wounded, Baron Lloyd Frontera crumpled to the ground, a doubt gnawing at his resolve. Could he truly safeguard his city from this devastating assault? Yet, the unwavering encouragement of his exhausted but steadfast companion, Padang, ignited a spark within him. Javier's words, bolstering Lloyd's faltering spirit, further fueled his determination. News of Hamong's safety, though possibly injured, provided a measure of reassurance. Driven by the unwavering faith of his companions and his unyielding commitment to his people, Lloyd channeled the last of his mana. His mind raced, visualizing and refining his mana blast technique. With a surge of willpower, he unleashed the enhanced attack, a testament to his indomitable spirit and a decisive victory against the encroaching peril. Baron Lloyd Frontera, though wounded, had achieved his objective. Padang and Hamong voiced their relief, confirming the well-being of all. Javier Azrahan, however, watched with a mixture of awe and bewilderment, questioning the seemingly impossible feat. Lloyd then summoned Padang, his voice calling out across the aftermath, prompting the faithful creature to inquire about its master's next command. With the task completed, Lloyd and Padang moved onward. Gravely wounded, Baron Lloyd Frontera lay amidst the aftermath of a ferocious battle. His pained breaths, barely audible, filled the silence following the clash. Javier, eyes wide with alarm, cried out, "My lord! Master Lloyd!" The stark emptiness that followed only served to underscore the severity of the Baron's injuries and his unwavering commitment to his city, even in the face of such critical peril. Arcos Frontera, his brow furrowed in worry, meticulously reviewed travel arrangements, perhaps a map or itinerary spread before him. A hushed conversation followed, the gravity of the situation evident in his serious demeanor, possibly with his wife, Marbella, or perhaps Sir Byron. Then, a messenger pigeon, a surprising arrival, descended, bearing a vital message. Upon reading it, a hint of relief softened Arcos's features. The messenger, commenting on the unexpected nature of the feathered courier, confirmed the unusual circumstances of the delivery. A message arrived, bearing the inscription from Count Cremo, sparking a question in Arcos Frontera's mind. His internal reflection, "I wonder what," hinted at the anticipation building within him. The missive, though its contents remained unseen, was clearly formal in presentation, its importance was evident. The arrival of the news brought forth a powerful exclamation, "Lloyd!" Lloyd, revealing a mixture of relief and apprehension. Arcos's worry for his son's well-being was palpable, as he lamented, "I told him so many times not to get himself into dangerous situations." Count Cremo's letter, however, partially disclosed its contents, praise for Lloyd, declaring, "Your eldest son, Lloyd Frontera, has admirably completed all the construction work that we need in Cremo." Arcos Frontera, flanked by his wife, Marbella, and Sir Byron, prepared for a journey. Marbella's anxious declaration, "Arcos, I am coming with you," underscored her worry over Lloyd's abrupt departure from Cremo. Arcos echoed her concern, questioning, "How could you depart so suddenly, without any preparations?" He acknowledged their presence, addressing them both with a terse, "Marbella." "Sir Byron." The impending journey loomed large, he declared, "It will be a long journey, even without any breaks," ultimately deciding to travel alone with Sir Byron. Marbella's protest, "Are you talking about? Have you forgotten?" hinted at crucial information, possibly concerning Lloyd's heroic deeds. News of Lloyd and Sir Javier Azraharan's courageous acts in Cremo, where they valiantly saved many lives through sacrifice and bravery, soon reached Arcos. This news led to a profound reflection. Lloyd, he used to be such a despicable boy, and now he's the most diligent and trustworthy son. Arcos's surprise and pride in his son's remarkable transformation were palpable. A messenger pigeon, wings beating a tireless rhythm, delivered a missive from Count Cremo to the Frontera household. The Count's letter conveyed his obligation to update the Frontera family on the urgent matters in Cremo and his fervent desire to make the acquaintance of Lloyd's parents. Shortly after, an unseen individual sought Arcos Frontera's approval for a matter left unstated. Later, a voice, its source unknown, voiced heartfelt thanks for Arcos's sagacious decision-making. Taking a shortcut home, Baron Lloyd Frontera and Javier rode their horses along a less traveled path. Suddenly, a large, swift creature emerged, its speed clearly surpassing that of their mounts. Recognizing the immediate danger, retreat was impossible, a fatal mistake. Lloyd quickly formulated a plan. He directed Javier to circle the beast, creating a diversion while he himself would draw its attention, buying them precious moments. Lloyd intended to face the creature head-on, while Javier was to proceed alone to Cremo. A messenger pigeon brought news from Count Cremo, praising Lloyd Frontera, Baron, for his work and character. His father, Arcos, voiced relief and pride, though concern etched his features at the thought of his son's homeward journey. A heartfelt farewell ensued, the Baron's family surrounding him. Lloyd himself felt a profound shift within, acknowledging a part of him remained in Cremo. Javier Azrahan, ever vigilant, stood guard, his worry palpable. A final apology to Sir Byron for the abrupt leave-taking preceded Lloyd's departure, his promise of a stronger return echoing his resolve. With Javier at his side, the Baron rode away, leaving his family behind, his gaze fixed on Cremo, a renewed strength burning within him. A messenger pigeon, bearing a missive from Count Cremo, arrived at the Frontera family estate. Lord Arcos, Lloyd's father, read aloud the letter, its words praising Lloyd's diligence and dependability in completing the Cremo construction project, a feat that had saved countless lives. Relief washed over Arcos, his pride evident as he contrasted this success with his earlier anxieties surrounding Lloyd's impetuous departure. Javier Azrahan, Lloyd's loyal guard, added his voice, remarking upon Lloyd's remarkable growth and the transformation of his character, voicing his unwavering faith in the Baron's abilities. Lloyd himself fell into quiet contemplation, his mind revisiting his former, less than admirable self. The memory of his past errors stood in stark contrast to the pride he now felt for his accomplishments in Cremo. A quiet acceptance of this positive change settled upon him, and newfound self-awareness blossoming within. A messenger pigeon delivered a missive from Count Cremo, showering Lloyd Frontera, Baron, with praise for his unwavering loyalty and crucial role in averting disaster. The letter detailed the successful completion of Cremo's fortifications, a testament to Lloyd's diligence. A profound shift in his perception dawned on him. The city's gratitude extended beyond his mere accomplishments, acknowledging him as a valuable individual. He contrasted this newfound respect with his past, acknowledging his former deplorable behavior. Javier, his ever-watchful guard, approached, voicing apprehension over Lloyd's abrupt departure and the lack of preparedness for his journey home, noting his father's worry. Lloyd acknowledged Javier's concerns and his father's anxieties, mentioning his mother's shared feelings as well. Despite this, he resolved to return, and need to confront his family's apprehension directly driving his decision. A fleeting memory surfaced, his father, Arcos Frontera, expressing his disquiet at Lloyd's hasty return and lack of provisions to Sir Byron. With this firmly in mind, Lloyd continued his homeward journey. A messenger pigeon, bearing a commendation from Count Cremo, arrived, praising Lloyd Frontera, the Baron, for his accomplishments and character. His father, Arcos Frontera, voiced his relief and pride. Yet, Javier Azrahan, Lloyd's guard, despite demonstrably improved skills, felt shame and inadequacy, questioning his ability to protect the Baron. Lloyd, however, countered Javier's self-doubt, stating firmly that Javier was not merely his protector, but also one of his subjects, thus equally deserving of his protection. The exchange concluded with a visible restoration of Javier's resolve, solidified by the Baron's reassurance. A messenger pigeon arrived, bearing a hastily scrawled message from Count Cremo. Though the text, WYSHTTIPZIT, was somewhat indecipherable, its overall tone clearly conveyed good tidings. Arcos Frontera, Lloyd's father, unfolded the note, his initial worry giving way to a look of profound relief and perhaps astonishment as he deciphered the cryptic message, likely summarizing his son's successful completion of the Cremo construction project. The family erupted in joyous celebration. The sheer relief and happiness were palpable in their excited expressions and unrestrained jubilation, a testament to the weight of their anxiety and the significance of Lloyd's safe return and achievement. The impact of his actions in Cremo resonated deeply, bringing immeasurable joy to those closest to him. A messenger pigeon delivered a letter from Count Cremo to Baron Lloyd Frontera, praising his work and unwavering loyalty. Lloyd read the missive, his mind drifting to the stark contrast between his former, deplorable life and his current standing. The weight of his newfound responsibilities pressed heavily upon him. Javier, his ever-vigilant guard, voiced apprehension about the perilous journey home, outlining the potential threats they might encounter. Lloyd acknowledged Javier's worry, his confidence unshaken in his own abilities and the unwavering dedication of his protector. Meanwhile, a memory surfaced, a vision of his father, Arcos, fretting over Lloyd's imminent return, his lack of preparation painfully evident. Arcos confessed his anxieties to Sir Byron, his concern extending to his wife, Marbella, and the family's overall unpreparedness. The family's shared apprehension hung heavy in the air, yet Lloyd remained resolute, acknowledging the dangers but unwavering in his self-assurance and trust in Javier. A messenger pigeon, bearing a commendation from Count Cremo, arrived, praising Lloyd Frontera, Baron, for his diligence and reliability. Arcos Frontera, his father, read the missive, his worry palpable. He confided his anxieties to Sir Byron, revealing his unpreparedness for the dangers Lloyd had faced in Cremo. Father and knight immediately set out on the arduous journey. Meanwhile, Lloyd, in a secure location, was already under the watchful protection of Javier Azrahan, who had arrived to ensure his safe return. Javier explained his precautionary escort to a relieved Lloyd. Upon arrival, Arcos's relief was evident. His first words to his son were an inquiry about any injuries sustained. Arcos Frontera reviewed a report documenting Javier Azrahan's remarkable progress. The report detailed significant advancements in both Javier's swordsmanship and his control of mana. A wave of astonishment washed over Arcos. He was profoundly surprised by the sheer extent of Javier's improvement, exclaiming internally, "How could Javier have improved this much?" The report itself provided a stark contrast, highlighting that Javier's current abilities far surpassed those he possessed before his departure for Cremo. Amidst a backdrop of illegible text, Sir Javier, his face etched with worry, urgently addressed an unseen companion. His voice, tight with anxiety, carried a desperate plea, Is our Lloyd okay?" The question hung heavy in the air, mirroring his own internal turmoil. He confessed his inability to determine the Baron's fate, the uncertainty stark against the backdrop of Lloyd Frontera's lifeless form. Javier's earlier attempts to assess the Baron's vital signs, hampered by the complex interplay of Lloyd's mana, had left him utterly unsure if the man was still among the living. Critically wounded but clinging to life after his brutal clash with the Gigataton, Baron Lloyd Frontera lay in a bed within the Count's manor, receiving urgent medical care. His loyal guard, Javier, stood vigil, silently monitoring his vital signs, a barely audible word, perhaps a whispered assessment of Lloyd's precarious state, escaping his lips. Outside, the aftermath of the titanic struggle was starkly evident. Scattered debris and ravaged surroundings testified to the Gigataton's destructive power, painting a grim picture of the manor's recent ordeal. Amidst the wreckage and the ministrations of his attendant, Lloyd's mind drifted. Weak and fragmented thoughts, barely clinging to consciousness, echoed his newfound peace. He mused on his newly found home, a sentiment of hope and a potential for a fresh start emerging from the devastation. The surrounding landscape, visible in the final view, offered visual confirmation of this newly adopted haven. Sir Javier Azrahan knelt beside Baron Lloyd Frontera, initially concluding the man was deceased. A careful examination, however, revealed a faint pulse, a barely perceptible rhythm against his fingers. He observed Frontera's chest, noting the subtle rise and fall of his breath. Relief washed over the knight as he confirmed, despite the weakness of the Baron's pulse, that Lloyd Frontera lived, a testament to an improbable survival. Sir Javier leaned close, his gaze intense as he examined Baron Lloyd. The Baron's internal organs whirled at an alarming rate, a dizzying, rapid spin. The physician frowned, his words tight with frustration. "I cannot determine the state of his heart," he admitted, attributing the difficulty to the interfering magnetic field generated by Lloyd's potent mana. This incredible mana rotation, however, was undeniably sustaining the Baron's life. A sharp exclamation of frustration escaped Sir Javier's lips, a burst of emotion accompanying his inability to properly diagnose the problem. Yet, amidst the challenge, a flicker of understanding dawned in his eyes. "I understand now how the Gigatitan came to be," he murmured, finally piecing together a critical element of the colossal beast's creation. He paused, gazing at the critically injured Baron with a mixture of awe and admiration, his voice trailing off as he whispered, "Master Lloyd, you are truly..." Within the Count's manor, Baron Lloyd Frontera lay under the physician's care, his condition stubbornly unchanged. Javier Azrahan, his worry palpable, voiced his grave concerns over Lloyd's precarious state, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation despite his survival. A nearby figure, likely Javier himself, praised Lloyd and his companions' incredible bravery in facing the Gigatitan alone, their triumph a testament to their combined might. The speaker then paused, their gaze drawn to the sword, a fragment of a sentence escaping them as they admired the weapon that had brought down the beast. Ultimately, the feat was attributed to Lloyd's extraordinary strength. It was his might that had vanquished the Gigatitan. At Count Cremo's manor, Lloyd Frontera, the Baron, received medical attention, the least they could do, one attendant remarked. Javier Azrahan considered the Baron's heroism, acknowledging that without Lloyd's intervention, he himself would have perished from the cold. The gratitude extended to many others. Lloyd's bravery had saved countless lives during the Gigatitan's assault, even as he charged headlong into danger. A survivor recounted a personal debt, having been spared from burial beneath the fallen debris. Count Cremo, meanwhile, directed Bangul, his summoned creature, to meticulously clear the wreckage, ensuring the safety of all involved. The embers that flickered across the landscape, observed an eyewitness, originated from the scattered fireplace remnants, a clear indication of Lloyd's actions preventing a widespread conflagration. Indeed, without the Baron's decisive intervention, the entire district would have been consumed by flames. His courage had averted a catastrophe of immense proportions. The Gigatitan battle concluded, leaving in its wake a spectacle of awe and relief. A hippopotamus-like beast, summoned by Baron Lloyd Frontera during the chaos, had miraculously extinguished a raging fire with a powerful spray of water. A witness later confirmed the creature's allegiance to the Baron. While the immediate aftermath of the conflict remained partially obscured, the scene shifted to Lloyd's grievous wounds, his body ravaged by the encounter. Javier, his voice choked with both urgency and hope, implored the injured Baron to open his eyes, proclaiming him the savior of all and praying for his recovery. Baron Lloyd Frontera, still nursing his wounds, brooded over the recent Gigatitan conflict. His thoughts lingered on the man who had unwittingly provided the colossal statue a launching point. Had that platform not existed, Lloyd reasoned, neither the battle nor his injuries would have occurred. He felt the weight of the man's unwitting culpability heavily upon him. Suddenly, a meddlesome busybody intruded, voicing displeasure at being excluded from some post-battle matter. Their outburst, however, was abruptly and decisively curtailed. Critically injured but miraculously alive after his triumph over the Gigatitan, Baron Lloyd Frontera awoke to a message promising a substantial reward, directing him to a specific location for details. His consciousness flickered, a hazy recollection of the battle flooding back. "Ah, I remember using the triple core mana blast like an idiot," he mused, questioning his survival. "But how? shouldn't my heart have exploded? The bewilderment was broken by a voice, likely Javier's, a reassuring yet urgent, "You will find that out soon enough. Isn't there something much more important to check on right now?" "Oh. That's right." The focus shifted from internal questioning to the pressing reality of his physical state. Within the Count's manor, Baron Lloyd Frontera, though bearing the marks of a brutal encounter with the Gigataton, lay recovering. He summoned Javier, exclaiming his eagerness for a conversation. Javier arrived, his mind seemingly elsewhere, preoccupied by the pressing matter of construction payments. He briefly examined Lloyd, commenting on his surprisingly robust appearance, a stark contrast to the grievous wounds he surely sustained. Their discussion continued, the details left unspoken but implied in the quiet aftermath. Baron Lloyd Frontera, miraculously alive, was met by a relieved Javier. His friend's outpouring of concern, a torrent of relief masking barely contained scolding, was a testament to the worry he'd endured. Javier's silent gratitude for Lloyd's survival echoed in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Count Cremo penned a dispatch to the royal capital Magenta, formally announcing the complete annihilation of the Gigataton. The Count's official report served as a counterpoint to Javier's private jubilation. The Queen, Alicia Termina Magentano, perused a letter, the elegant script revealing news of Lloyd Frontera's survival. Her expression shifted from regal composure to intrigued surprise as she learned of his astonishing victory against the Gigataton. A declaration followed, sharp and decisive: she would personally meet this extraordinary man. Swiftly, she commanded a messenger to fetch both Lloyd and his guard, Javier, from the Frontera barony. A court official immediately acknowledged her decree. The final frame presented the Empress, Alicia Termina Magentano, in all her majestic authority. Awakening from a coma, Baron Lloyd Frontera found himself the subject of widespread acclaim in Cremo. Tales of his bravery, sagacity, and selflessness during the Gigataton crisis spread far and wide. Lost in contemplation, he delved into a newly acquired skill. Accessing its data, Lloyd discovered the Mana Heart skill, a reservoir capable of storing immense mana. This revelation explained his surprisingly robust energy levels despite his recent, prolonged unconsciousness, a fact that elicited a gasp of wonder from him. Baron Lloyd Frontera discovered his newfound Mana Heart, a revelation that filled him with surprise and sparked contemplation. His first thought was the simplification of tasks like shoveling. However, Javier challenged this limited perspective, questioning the Baron's initial assessment. Lloyd, in a defensive retort, implied a far broader application, suggesting Javier was underestimating the implications for laborers everywhere. Javier quickly apologized for his seemingly disrespectful query. The unique genesis of Lloyd's Mana Heart was then explained, born not from rigorous training, but from a mana blast, granting it exceptional capabilities. Among these capabilities, the ability to neutralize shock from mana blasts without supplementary safeguards was prominently showcased. Baron Lloyd Frontera, upon discovering the limitless potential of his Mana Heart's triple-core blast, felt a surge of exhilaration. The revelation instantly illuminated a path to dramatically accelerate the quarry's operations. However, Javier's subsequent suggestion that he find a more impressive application was met with a thoughtful resistance, a quiet defense of the inherent value of honest toil. Javier quickly amended his comment, assuring Lloyd he hadn't intended any disrespect. Lloyd, in turn, revealed the delicate nature of his Mana Heart, explaining its vulnerability to the very power it unleashed. The internal workings, he realized, were akin to a volatile munitions store. Unleashing a mana blast too close risked a catastrophic chain reaction, like detonating explosives next to powder kegs. Baron Lloyd Frontera, amidst the clamor of Cremo's citizens, privately grappled with the implications of his near-death experience. The Gigataton's attack, he now understood, had been a catalyst. Before the cataclysmic blast, a Mana Heart had been absent from his being. Yet, the intense shock, he reasoned, had somehow coalesced within his chest, forming this vital organ as a desperate measure to preserve his life. A lifetime spent prioritizing grueling physical toil over manna-heart cultivation, a testament to his own indolence, had, ironically, saved him. Offering an apology for the unanticipated delay, he then instructed his attendant, using a term of respect despite his own noble standing, to prepare for their departure, leaving the audience to ponder the unfolding consequences of this extraordinary turn of events. The aftermath of the Gigatitans' rampage unfolded across Cremo, a vista of devastation stretching before the Baron Lloyd Frontera. He observed the widespread ruin, a silent calculation forming in his mind. The cost of repair, he mused, would surely exceed a month's city budget, a staggering sum. Had the colossal beast not been subdued, however, the damage would have been far more extensive, easily prolonging the recovery by another 6 months, he concluded, subtly acknowledging the immeasurable value of his expertise and his mana-heart-enhanced methods in preventing further catastrophe. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing a concerned citizen, subtly shifted the conversation's focus. The citizen's pointed question regarding his apparent unconcern about the Gigatitan incident was met with a dismissive reply. The compensation, Lloyd claimed, paled in comparison to the astronomical profits from his ongoing construction project. The irony of the tragedy, a statue designed to repel the Gigatitan causing the very disaster it was meant to prevent, wasn't lost on the citizen, but Lloyd easily deflected blame, attributing the incident to the unpredictable forces of Mother Nature. He acknowledged the risks some citizens had taken, yet framed the ultimate outcome as overwhelmingly positive, his laughter echoing. A second citizen then mentioned the Baron's policy of financial compensation for those serving the public good, prompting Lloyd to express a calculated curiosity about the precise level of public benefit that would justify a particular compensation amount, revealing a shrewd strategy to manipulate the perceived generosity of his payments. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing a citizen's questioning gaze, smoothly deflected the implied accusation of greed. He offered a profuse apology, a carefully constructed denial masking his true intentions. His words, however, revealed a carefully calculated compensation plan. The lives saved, he claimed, were worth 1.5 times his initial construction costs. The townsfolk appeared appeased, their expressions reflecting acceptance, even as a carriage, likely carrying the Count of Cremo, approached, signifying a further advantageous development for the Baron. Baron Lloyd Frontera, utilizing his newly discovered mana-heart abilities, addressed the citizens of Cremo. His words, outlining the compensation policy for the Gigatitan incident, were crafted to convey both fairness and generosity, a calculated move designed to maximize the sales of his Ondal flooring. Javier Azrahan watched, his silent admiration evident as he noted Lloyd's remarkable composure. The citizens of Cremo responded favorably to the Baron's speech, their relief palpable, many expressing immediate interest in the newly showcased Ondal flooring. Lloyd expertly presented the flooring, emphasizing its superior quality, a demonstration that reinforced his subtle plan to capitalize on their need for repairs. Attendants confirmed the accurate dissemination of the compensation information. With a quiet adjustment to the initially proposed compensation amounts, Lloyd discreetly increased his profits, a small alteration unseen by the grateful populace. Finally, the Count of Cremo arrived, his carriage heralded by excited murmurs. The finalization of compensation and the Ondal flooring deal seemed imminent. Baron Lloyd Frontera, awakening from a coma, found himself at the heart of Cremo's gratitude. His generous, though subtly manipulated, compensation offer for the Gigatitan disaster elicited awe and praise from the townsfolk, though at least one resident harbored unspoken resentment. A wave of disquiet washed over Lloyd. He marveled at his own actions, perplexed by the absence of self-loathing. The Count's carriage then rolled into view, heralding Lloyd's grand entrance. The citizens erupted in fervent cheers, their adoration a tidal wave threatening to overwhelm him. The weight of his newfound power, a stark contrast to his former life in Korea, pressed heavily upon him. He then learned, via Javier's arrangement, that a podium, adorned with a magical crystal ball, awaited him to address the ecstatic throng. Awakening from a coma, Baron Lloyd Frontera addressed the grateful citizens of Cremo, proclaiming them the true heroes who vanquished the Gigatitan. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind regarding the speech's efficacy, quickly replaced by a self-deprecating thought about his lack of personal profit, a stark contrast to his actual intentions. The crowd roared its approval, chanting his name, and Lloyd, inwardly calculating the sheer number of people present, began to formulate his financial strategy. His mind raced with potential profit margins, envisioning the monetary windfall this relief effort could generate. Seizing the opportune moment, he subtly introduced Ondal flooring as a solution to Cremo's reconstruction needs, skillfully launching a new business venture veiled within the guise of selfless heroism. A biting wind whipped through Cremo, its icy fingers numbing the townsfolk huddled in their thin coats. Lloyd Frontera, Baron, observed their shivering forms, a calculating glint in his eye. He stepped forward, his voice resonating with practiced ease, addressing their struggles with the inefficient fireplaces that stole their time and warmth. A triumphant thought, a silent aha, echoed in his mind as he expertly identified their plight. His confident posture radiated as he subtly steered the conversation towards a solution, the implication of Ondal flooring hanging heavy in the frigid air, a proposition laden with unspoken financial advantages for himself. Baron Lloyd Frontera, aghast, bellowed, 2 hours? The implication hung heavy in the air, 2 hours lost to the inefficient drudgery of conventional heating. He then extrapolated, a calculating glint in his eye, 50 years lived means 15 years wasted before a fire. This blatant demonstration of lost time served as a cunning segue into his pitch. If that seems excessive, he declared, his voice now smooth, persuasive, remember Ondal flooring. The introduction of his superior heating system served not merely as a product demonstration but as a subtle justification for the substantial compensation he sought for the Gigatitan incident. His explanation of Ondal's life-enhancing qualities began, but was cut short by an enthusiastic and visible outpouring of approval from the Cremo citizens. The Baron, however, continued his internal calculations, confident in both his product's reception and the profitability of his demand. A sign pointed the way to Baron Lloyd Frontera's manor, promising further details. A flurry of indistinct words, suggestive of excited chatter, hinted at the townspeople's enthusiastic response to Lloyd's proposed compensation for the Gigatitan incident, likely concerning the Ondal flooring. Javier Azrahan, observing from a distance, witnessed the shrewd negotiations firsthand. His inner voice revealed a shift in perspective. Now I understand why I don't despise him. Javier mused upon Lloyd's business methods, noting his relentless pursuit of every possible profit margin, his persistent yet fair approach, and his remarkable effectiveness. He concluded his silent assessment with a newfound respect, declaring, far from harboring dislike, I desire this man as an ally. Baron Lloyd Frontera, gazing upon a rendering of his nearly completed Frontera estate, internally mused on its chief knight, Sir Byron. His initial assessment, a fleeting thought of honesty, integrity, and sincerity, a good guy, he'd almost concluded, was quickly revised downward. He deemed Byron slightly less than average, a judgment lingering until an unforeseen event altered his perspective. Sir Byron approached Baron Lloyd Frontera with an update on the Ondal project. He announced the completion of the interior work, ready for inspection. Lloyd, taken aback by the swift turnaround, voiced his astonishment at the speed of progress. Byron calmly explained his adherence to Lloyd's instructions, simply fulfilling the assigned tasks. Lloyd, accepting the report, scheduled an inspection for 30 minutes hence. The conversation then shifted to water pipe insulation and repairs, before Lloyd paused, his attention clearly drawn back to Byron's unexpectedly efficient handling of the Ondal project. Baron Lloyd Frontera meticulously examined the finished Ondal heating system, noting its flawless construction. A satisfied murmur escaped him, this was truly exceptional work. Turning to Sir Byron and his crew, he acknowledged past harsh words, framing them as necessary steps leading to this moment of triumph. He declared them the most vital members of his traveling construction team, their skill surpassing even his highest expectations. He exclaimed that their talent was wasted on this era. In Korea, they would undoubtedly command top positions within major corporations. Overwhelmed with their success, Lloyd determined to bestow upon Sir Byron and his team a substantial bonus, a testament to their outstanding achievement. The completion of the Ondal flooring installation at the Frontera estate was announced, a monumental achievement in continental history, christening the system the Frontera heating system and awarding a substantial sum of Rp. A further bonus of 400 Rp materialized on screen. The Baron and Baroness Frontera's instrumental role in securing this massive contract was then revealed, showcasing their abilities far surpassing typical aristocratic influence. The narrative turned to a contemplation of fortune and its capricious hand in shaping lives, underscoring the importance of both timing and circumstance. Finally, the considerable coal requirements of the sprawling Ondal system necessitated discussion of a large storage building, a need readily acknowledged by Lloyd. The sheer scale and lasting impact of the project became strikingly evident. Baron Lloyd Frontera, basking in the glow of his financial triumph, silently celebrated. The Ondal project had yielded a fortune, erasing over half his crippling debt. A smug satisfaction warmed him as he considered the exorbitant water fees extracted from a neighboring fool, a shrewd maneuver that further swelled his coffers. Retirement beckoned, a future brimming with joyous revelry. Yet, a simmering rage ignited within him. The sight of a certain someone's expression triggered an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift, powerful blow. Meanwhile, another's puzzled reaction to a distant horn was quickly followed by recognition. A royal messenger heralded their arrival. Baron Lloyd Frontera's eyes widened in astonishment, a sharp "hoo" escaping his lips, as a royal messenger unexpectedly appeared before him. He immediately questioned the messenger's presence with a terse, "What is the royal messenger doing?" The messenger's arrival, a formal and significant event unfolding silently, hinted at important news concerning either the Frontera estate or the progress of the Ondal project. A brief, indecipherable message, possibly from Queen Alicia herself, S/SN6. WAK ad, was exchanged, signaling a formal communication of considerable weight. Queen Alicia launched into a protracted address, extolling the virtues of peace and prosperity, a performance that drew Lloyd Frontera, Baron's considerable ire. His internal monologue raged at the theatrics, a silent plea for brevity. He suspected the Queen's words hinted at the recent turmoil in Cremo, a suspicion fueled by a growing sense of foreboding. Finally, her pronouncements culminated in the declaration of a personal commendation for the Gigadatons' vanquishers. This royal gesture, despite Lloyd's initial annoyance, resulted in a significant 9-point boost to his standing with the Baron, accompanied by a reward of 90 Rp. Baron Lloyd Frontera received accolades for a recent triumph, his voice echoing with practiced humility. He then commended a subordinate for their satisfactory work, subtly implying the achievement fell neatly within expectations. The Baron, recalling a hard-learned lesson from his army days, to accomplish tasks efficiently, avoiding unnecessary exertion, turned his attention to Corporal Kim. Identifying Kim's civil engineering background, Lloyd directly ordered the construction of a sauna in a designated location. Corporal Kim attempted to object, citing the incongruence between his expertise and the assigned task. Lloyd's response, though seemingly a question, carried the weight of an order, prompting Kim's reluctant agreement. A past error flashed through Lloyd's mind, a past instance of meticulous overpreparation that yielded a result far exceeding requirements. The memory reinforced his current minimalist approach, emphasizing the pitfalls of unnecessary effort. The Baron Lloyd Frontera's tranquil country life was shattered. Complaints regarding unfinished cottages and barracks, even the impertinent demand to relocate a mountain, rained down upon Corporal Kim's ears. While a frantic search for the corporal ensued, a royal summons arrived, plunging Lloyd into a maelstrom of panic. The Queen, Alicia herself, was involved, a chilling revelation that ripped away the idyllic facade of his noble existence. A silent scream tore through him, the easy life of a country lord dissolving into a nightmare. The official order, sharp and uncompromising, demanded his immediate presence, along with his guard, Javier Azrahan, in the royal capital. Regret gnawed at him, a bitter taste of past follies, a reckless sea platform project, perhaps, or some ill-fated lobster escapade, now returning to haunt him. The queen's attention cast a long shadow, heavy with the promise of future burdens and the looming threat of lost freedom, fueling his mounting apprehension. Baron Lloyd Frontera wrestled with a deceptive strategy, ultimately discarding the notion of feigning foolishness before his audience with Queen Alicia. The risk of incurring her wrath was too great. A poorly executed charade could cost him dearly. Javier, ever observant, noted the apprehension etched across Lloyd's features, commenting on his deathly pallor. Lloyd, acknowledging the keen observation, then silently revealed his true objective, a cunning and opportunistic meeting, driven by a desire to extract as much advantage as possible from the Queen. Baron Lloyd Frontera, lost in thought, considered Queen Alicia's character, her uncertain future, and the volatile state of the capital. His contemplation was mirrored by Javier's silent assent to a proposal, a plan, subtly yet surely formed in the following moments of intense, focused deliberation. Lloyd then declared, "Let's take this opportunity." The ensuing moments were filled with swift, decisive actions as the pair meticulously crafted their strategy. Finally, the Queen's commanding voice broke through their concentration, drawing their gaze upward. Their plotting concluded, they stood awaiting her next command. Baron Lloyd Frontera, witnessing Queen Alicia Magentano, felt a profound shock. Her charisma was utterly breathtaking. He internally marveled at her presence, nearly overwhelmed. Formally, he then addressed the Queen, his voice ringing with respect and unwavering loyalty, declaring his allegiance to her as the rightful ruler. The Queen, in turn, acknowledged both Lloyd and Javier, her gaze lingering on Javier, noting something particular about his demeanor. Queen Alicia, her gaze fixed on Javier Azarhan, declared that she sensed a unique mana signature unlike any she had encountered. She deemed him a worthy opponent, proposing a sparring match. Javier, with characteristic humility, responded that he was but a nameless knight. Meanwhile, a silent observer, Lloyd, recognized the Queen's discerning eye, understanding her immediate recognition of Javier's exceptional abilities. Lloyd also inwardly acknowledged her mastery of the sword, a skill possessed by only two in the entire kingdom. He realized that any attempt at casual flattery would be ineffective against such a formidable individual. Lloyd Frontera, the developer, stood before Queen Alicia. The Queen, having heard accounts of his work from Count Cremo, expressed her admiration for his bravery and altruism. However, she made it clear that her assessment would be based solely on her own judgment, not hearsay. She then tasked Lloyd with a crucial challenge, a test designed to gauge his abilities, to identify Magenta's most urgent construction project. Lloyd Frontera, brimming with excitement at the prospect of royal patronage, found himself the subject of Queen Alicia's shrewd assessment. The Queen posed a direct challenge: identify Magenta's most pressing construction need. He recognized the weight of her words, the implied test of his competence. Lloyd, already aware of the city's infrastructure challenges, understood the underlying context of her question. Alicia then subtly guided his attention, suggesting that a truly capable contractor would have instantly recognized the perilous state of the bridge adjacent to the royal palace upon his arrival, warning him that failure to do so would prove his inadequacy. The severely damaged bridge, a testament to urgent need, stood as silent witness to the Queen's evaluation. The Magena River, a ribbon of water carving through the heart of Magenta, filled the view. Lloyd Frontera, addressing Queen Alicia, declared his conviction: a new bridge across this vital waterway was Magenta's most urgent need. He sensed her unspoken displeasure, understanding his proposal wasn't what she'd anticipated. Alicia, a ruler known for her fairness, tolerance, and impartiality, regardless of social standing, inquired as to his reasoning. Anticipating the inevitable objections, that perhaps the royal palace's repairs should take precedence, Lloyd stood ready to defend his bold strategy. The memory of a furious dragon, twice pilfering the palace tower, flickered in Lloyd Frontera's mind. He recalled the subsequent, hasty expansion of the palace, a flattened, widened structure, a testament to the beast's ill temper. Now, the sheer weight of that hastily constructed edifice pressed down, its foundations slowly crumbling. Yet, the damage, he knew, wasn't critical, not yet. A wry smile touched his lips as he considered his exchange with Queen Alicia. He had deliberately sidestepped her unspoken question, offering a less urgent assessment of the palace's state, a calculated deviation from the truth meant to subtly test her understanding, to reveal the sharp edge of his own intellect. The realization that his strategy wasn't lost on the Queen confirmed his assessment. She had seen through his clever deception. The narrative unfolded as a silent duel of intellect between Lloyd Frontera and Queen Alicia. A subtle power play, a game of I know that you know that I know, filled the air, each unspoken thought a calculated move. The Queen, however, abruptly broke the tense silence, accusing Lloyd of playing games. He vehemently refuted the accusation, his desire for the construction contract genuine, he insisted. With calculated precision, Lloyd then laid bare the persistent issue of Magenta River's bridge, its chronic collapses, the resulting hardship for the populace, and the endless drain on public coffers, all accepted as an unavoidable fate by the citizens. His solution, a bold proposal for a modern suspension bridge capable of withstanding both spring floods and the relentless drift of ice, followed swiftly. Queen Alicia, initially furious at Lloyd Frontera's audacious criticism, privately branded him an arrogant fool. Her disbelief gave way to curiosity, however, as Lloyd passionately detailed his innovative bridge design. Intrigued, she requested further explanation, prompting Lloyd's grateful thanks. He inwardly rejoiced, understanding her aversion to sycophants and her unwavering faith in those with unshakable conviction. He began to describe the bridge's unique features, its lofty height, its cable supports, before the Queen unexpectedly, and perhaps pointedly, declared she'd lost interest. 3 years before a betrayal would steal an arm and twist the Queen's heart to darkness, Lloyd Frontera stood before Alicia, the very embodiment of honor and grace. He made a daring proposition. Failure meant exile and forfeit of his life. Success, however, secured his family's standing. With a bold declaration, he staked his all on the bridge, a gamble that brought a smile to the Queen's lips. His audacious strategy worked. Alicia, recognizing the weight of his commitment, granted him permission to proceed, promising fair payment and the preservation of his family's position. The project was greenlit. Queen Alicia, her skepticism evident in both words and posture, initially questioned Lloyd Frontera's integrity regarding the bridge construction. Lloyd vehemently denied any such lack of trustworthiness, immediately countering her doubt with a bold assertion. He then presented a brutally harsh contract, detailing the severe penalty, hanging, drawing, and quartering, for dishonest work, framing this as a self-imposed guarantee of his commitment. Further solidifying his trustworthiness, he humbly downplayed his own capabilities, portraying himself as an unworthy individual who required such extreme measures to ensure his honesty. Intrigued by this unusual approach, the Queen admitted to a surprising sense of comfort with his self-deprecating confidence. Lloyd, expressing his gratitude with an overly enthusiastic bow that unintentionally raised his rear, elicited a chuckle from the Queen, who, amused yet resolute, commanded him to straighten himself. With a smile, she acknowledged his intentions, concluding the exchange. Lloyd Frontera presented a contract to Queen Alicia, a bold move witnessed by Javier, who voiced his astonishment and alarm at the audacity of the act. Javier, clearly outmatched, cautioned Lloyd about the potentially fatal consequences of such disrespect, emphasizing his own powerlessness against a skilled warrior. Count Cremo, however, commended Lloyd's cleverness and calculating nature to the Queen. Sir Kyle corroborated this assessment, noting Lloyd's unexpected shrewdness. Queen Alicia, while admitting a flicker of displeasure at Lloyd's presumptuous approach, his assumption of victory from the outset, ultimately conceded to his brilliance, accepting both his bold strategy and astute calculations. Lloyd Frontera, departing from Javier, moved with a purposeful stride, his ascent hinting at a journey to the capital city. Javier's concern, "Will you really be all right going alone?" met with Lloyd's confident retort, "Why would I need an escort in the capital with all its security?" He then added, with a touch of pointed irritation, "Besides, it's a huge pain walking around with you." Recalling their earlier scouting expedition, Lloyd explained that Javier's presence had been distracting, hindering his concentration. With a final, clipped message for his brother, Julian, Lloyd made clear his intention to proceed solo, to which Javier offered a dismissive, yeah. Sure thing. Baroness Marbella Frontera meticulously prepared a substantial quantity of winter clothing and blankets for her younger son, Julian, before Lloyd's departure for the capital. She entrusted Lloyd with the delivery, prompting a poignant memory within him. He recalled a past where Julian, lost and wandering in the night's cold, perished from exposure, a victim of a heartless thief. A profound sense of relief washed over Lloyd. This tragedy, once inevitable, was now averted thanks to his actions. His confidence in his ability to shape events and save lives surged. Despite not even remembering his brother, a palpable excitement filled him at the prospect of their reunion. Baron Lloyd Frontera's unexpected arrival at the Royal Academy immediately drew Javier's attention. He watched, a flicker of surprise in his own gaze as he recalled their shared youth, noting the striking difference in Lloyd's current, smaller frame. Javier's scrutiny intensified as he observed Lloyd's expression during a prolonged stare at Julian, the intensity of the gaze stirring unsettling memories of Lloyd's past demeanor. Later, at the Magentano restaurant, Javier continued his surveillance, his suspicions deepening as he witnessed the Baron sharing a meal with Julian, the entire encounter fueling Javier's growing unease. Javier Azarhan watched Lloyd, noting the younger man's calculated attempt to avoid suspicion by effecting a sudden change in demeanor. A gift, presented by Lloyd on their mother's behest, arrived next. Javier reacted with disbelief, his suspicions piqued by this unexpected act of kindness. The absence of Lloyd's usual insults, the lack of his typically abrasive behavior, only deepened Javier's unease. He questioned the authenticity of this newfound gentleness, wondering what game Lloyd might be playing. Lloyd's departure, surprisingly devoid of violence, further fueled Javier's doubts. Even after Javier's own insults, Lloyd's continued humane behavior multiplied Javier's suspicions, leaving him to contemplate the best way to further probe Lloyd's true intentions. Javier Azarhan, addressing Lloyd, proposed a luncheon meeting with his brother, Julian. He emphasized Julian's solitude, explaining his suggestion stemmed from a direct request from his mother. Baron Lloyd Frontera, exhibiting an uncharacteristic serenity, entered a luxurious restaurant with Julian. He immediately suggested they indulge in the most expensive fare, a proposition that surprised Julian. The Baron's usual stream of insults failed to materialize, a noticeable change observed by Julian. Lloyd then ordered the restaurant's signature dish, followed by a second order for two of the most extravagant meals. When the waiter inquired if they were tourists and offered wine, Lloyd declined, revealing he'd given up drinking, a fact that further astonished a distant Javier, who noted the Baron's remarkable composure, a stark contrast to his former aggressive and inebriated self. Lloyd then divulged a visit from a palace messenger, who had officially credited him with defeating a Gigataton at Cremos trading port. Javier Azarhan, harboring deep skepticism, found the whispers of Lloyd Frontera's Gigataton victory unbelievable. The Lloyd he knew lacked both the prowess and strategic mind for such an accomplishment. His thoughts veered towards alternative realities, a false rumor, or perhaps a brazen theft of another's glory. The transformation in Lloyd was striking. He was a changed man, utterly unlike his former self. This metamorphosis culminated in a tense encounter at the Royal Academy. There, the Viscount Lacona's son, confronting Lloyd, sneered, questioning the fool's audacity in even being present. Lloyd, offering a simple apology and a vague explanation of pressing matters, only fueled the young nobleman's demands for a more thorough account. Baron Lloyd Frontera and his brother Julian lunched at a restaurant. Their meal was interrupted by the Viscount Lacona's son, who launched into a tirade. The young man sneered, questioning Lloyd's understanding of legal flexibility, implying the Baron acted solely on impulse and above the law. He then cruelly dismissed Lloyd as Baron's scum, unworthy of dining in plain sight, further emphasizing the importance of lineage and mocking his lack of wealth and social standing. Lloyd, reflecting on the Academy's prioritization of family over merit, felt a fresh wave of irritation at the privileged student's resentment of his academic achievements despite his background. Julian, witnessing the exchange, subtly cautioned Lloyd against any retaliation, keenly aware of the potential repercussions. Over a midday meal shared with Julian, Baron Lloyd Frontera found himself the target of Viscount Lacona's son. The young man, brimming with arrogant self-importance, loudly proclaimed his family's prestigious lineage and the restaurant's exclusivity, subtly, yet pointedly, suggesting Lloyd was an unwelcome guest. Lloyd, momentarily considering avoiding the confrontation, registered the name Viscount Lacona with a flicker of recognition. A silent calculation followed, culminating in the young man's aggressive demand to know Lloyd's father's profession, a blatant attempt to further establish his perceived social dominance. Baron Lloyd Frontera stood his ground as the Viscount Lacona's son, a brash youth, launched into a tirade. The young man blustered about his father's supposed wisdom and mercy, sneering at Julian's presence before issuing a threat. The ensuing exchange, though partially obscured, clearly indicated a continuation of the young man's aggressive posturing. This culminated in the arrogant youth's mention of a so-called man-a-bitch slap, a claim which Lloyd calmly refuted as entirely fictitious, his demeanor unimpressed by the boy's bluster. Baron Lloyd Frontera, oblivious to the machinations of Viscount Lacona's son and the infamous Black Dragon's double horns, found himself the unexpected focus of a brewing conflict within the Royal Academy's hallowed halls. A furious young man, boasting ties to the elite union, suddenly confronted him, his words laced with arrogant challenge. Identifying himself as Jespand the Mithril Fists, the youth issued a blatant death threat. Nearby, onlookers whispered amongst themselves, readily identifying the Black Dragon's double horns as Lloyd's assailants, their grim pronouncements foreshadowing his apparent defeat at the hands of their devastating combined assault. The air crackled with tension as the confrontation neared its inevitable, violent climax, leaving the Baron's fate hanging precariously in the balance. A simmering annoyance, perhaps tinged with a sense of foreboding, stirred within Lloyd. Within the hallowed halls of the Royal Academy, Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted the infamous Black Dragon's double horns, two students whose earlier boasts had clearly reached his ears. He directly accused them of their gossiping, his voice sharp and pointed as he questioned their behavior. Their denials, weakly uttered, were quickly countered by Lloyd's observation of their nervous giggling. The confrontation concluded swiftly, the implication clear that the Baron's formidable presence had effectively silenced their boisterous claims. At a bustling restaurant, the Viscount Lacona's son accosted Baron Lloyd Frontera. He bragged loudly of his considerable mana abilities, rubbing salt in the wound of a prior encounter with a taunting, "How did you like that, getting mana punched by a mana prodigy like me?" Lloyd, however, responded with a barely audible, almost dismissive suet, his placid demeanor a stark contrast to the young man's aggressive posturing. The ensuing silence, punctuated only by the restaurant's ambient noise, spoke volumes. Lloyd's unusual restraint in the face of such blatant provocation only deepened the surrounding patrons' suspicions. The narrative began with Lloyd Frontera's inner turmoil, a chaotic jumble of thoughts reflected in unintelligible words. His rage, a tempest brewing within, fueled a forceful confrontation with the tormentors of his brother, Julian. This direct action, a calculated display of strength, immediately drew the attention of the Academy's governing body. Initially reluctant to interfere due to the bully's privileged positions, the dean and guards were nonetheless compelled to witness the unfolding events. Finally, a string of fragmented words signaled the end of the altercation, a cryptic yet conclusive message hinting at Lloyd's triumphant resolution and the success of his carefully orchestrated plan. Lloyd Frontera's behavior, even by his usual unpredictable standards, appeared markedly erratic. Earlier assumptions regarding his capacity for normalcy proved wildly inaccurate. He abruptly intervened in an ongoing assault on his brother Julian, his arrival shattering the bully's aggression. A sharp rebuke followed, highlighting their foolishness and the gravity of their actions. His contempt then turned to the Viscount Lacona, whose reputation for wisdom and mercy he openly scorned in light of his son's participation in the violence. His rage, initially potent, intensified with each hateful remark directed at his father, resulting in a furious, unrestrained attack on the perpetrators. This escalation only deepened as the bullies attempted to justify their cowardly actions. Julian Frontera endured the taunts of several students, one of whom threatened him with physical violence. Lloyd Frontera, witnessing the harassment, reacted with immediate anger, forcefully intervening. He then pointed to something, rhetorically questioning its nature before hyperbolically condemning the bullies. A student protested Lloyd's actions, but Julian, expressing his fear of future repercussions, worried that the intervention would only worsen his situation, a concern echoed by another student. Lloyd, however, appeared to dismiss Julian's apprehension, suggesting a cynical solution to the problem before reassuring him with a calming statement. His initial outburst of violence, therefore, was revealed as a calculated move within a larger plan to end the bullying, leveraging his status to expose the perpetrators and ensure a lasting solution. Julian Frontera, his face etched with disbelief and hurt, silently questioned the bullies' cruel words and bright smiles. Observing the scene, Lloyd Frontera recognized the familiar type, recalling similar encounters from his past. He dismissed the academy's usual disciplinary measures as futile, declaring them ineffective against such individuals. Instead, a calculated plan formed in his mind, a plan predicated on the belief that only the fear of serious consequences would truly deter them. This conviction led to a dramatic intervention, causing a significant disturbance that quickly drew the attention of the academy's leadership. The dean or guards, visibly astonished by the commotion, confronted Lloyd, questioning his actions and the disruption he caused within the hallowed halls of the prestigious institution. Julian Frontera, Lloyd's younger brother, was subjected to harassment by fellow students at the academy. The dean and the guards remained inactive, offering no intervention. Then, Lloyd Frontera violently confronted the perpetrators, shocking onlookers who gasped, "Wait, he's not going to beat the dean and the guards as well, is he? Lose his head. That's going to be a beheading." A stunned exclamation, "Ing PMO," underscored the disbelief surrounding Lloyd's bold action. He formally identified himself, "I am the eldest son of Baron Arcos Frontera, and brother to the academy student Julian Frontera. I am Lloyd Frontera," asserting his privileged position. The witnesses voiced their astonishment at his sudden intervention, whispering, "Why is he suddenly so?" and "It's like he was waiting for this to happen," revealing the calculated nature of his response. Despite the ensuing uproar, Lloyd offered a formal apology, stating, "I'd like to apologize for causing such a commotion," before justifying his actions by claiming he was merely attempting to restore Her Majesty's honor. His declaration leveraged his status as a royal guest to ensure the gravity of his intervention was acknowledged. Enraged, Lloyd Frontera thundered, "Preposterous! Who dares to dishonor Her Majesty's?" His outrage was palpable. He then identified the Lacona family's son as the perpetrator of his brother Julian's abuse and humiliation. With biting sarcasm, Lloyd questioned the dean and guards in action, mocking their feigned ignorance. He internally recognized their complicity, deducing that their reluctance to intervene stemmed from the nobility's influence. The academy staff, handpicked by aristocrats, feared jeopardizing their relationships with powerful families. Lloyd further exposed the cyclical nature of the corruption, explaining how the students' actions today would shape the academy's future. He concluded his scathing assessment, asserting that no one on the academy staff, including the guards, could claim ignorance of Julian's suffering. Overhearing a group of students coldly dismiss Julian Frontera's suffering due to their father's humble origins, Lloyd Frontera felt a surge of anger. He confronted their callous indifference, his voice sharp as he demanded to know what bearing such apathy had on the royal family's honor. With a steely gaze, he declared that any insult directed at his brother was an insult to himself. A brief moment of contemplation followed, a silent weighing of options, before he revealed his own privileged position, a royal guest, specially invited by Her Majesty herself. This declaration served as his ultimate leverage, forcing a shift in the academy's attitude toward the bullying. The aftermath of a confrontation unfolded, finding Lloyd Frontera speaking with the dean about his brother Julian's bullying. Students nearby acknowledged Lloyd's royal status with respectful greetings. The dean, seemingly comprehending the gravity of the situation and Lloyd's implied authority, excused himself. Lloyd, however, privately considered the temporary nature of his royal guest status, vowing to deal with Julian later and ensure those mistreated received better care. A palpable shift in power was evident in the expressions on the faces of those present. Lloyd's conveyed intimidation, while Julian's betrayed a chilling fear, murmuring to himself about a threat of violence from his brother. Lloyd Frontera, acting with a calculated recklessness, intervened as several students aggressively confronted his brother, Julian. He swiftly removed Julian from the immediate vicinity, prompting a confused question regarding their destination. Lloyd, maintaining a composed exterior, stated they were headed to the administrator's office. Julian, puzzled by this announcement, inquired about the reason for their visit. Lloyd then declared his intention to request a leave of absence for Julian. This elicited a furious response from Julian, who accused Lloyd of exacerbating his bullying problem and disrupting his studies, voicing intense frustration at his brother's actions. Lloyd, however, revealed a strategic motive, anticipating an upcoming event that would render the academy an unsuitable environment for study. He used this opportunity to remove Julian for rest and physical training. A wry observation, questioning the effectiveness of brute strength, hung in the air. The setting then shifted to the royal guests' quarters, where Javier voiced unwavering faith in Lloyd Frontera's strategy, assuring others that its success was guaranteed. This confidence, however, was met with skepticism, Lloyd's methods being dismissed as those of a mere brute. Javier swiftly countered this doubt, invoking the memory of the Gigatatons' defeat in Cremo, a triumph solely attributable to Lloyd's decisive final blow. The recollection of this past victory solidified Javier's belief in Lloyd's current plan. Lloyd Frontera's past achievements, the roads and waterways he built, the quarries and mines he developed, the orcs he befriended, and the substantial reduction of his family's debt, stood as testament to his capabilities. Javier, proclaiming Lloyd the estate's savior, voiced unwavering faith in his transformation. This conviction, however, clashed sharply with the skepticism of others who, using terms like drunken hooligan, unintelligent, human trash, and dirtbag, openly expressed their lingering distrust. Aware of this pervasive doubt, Lloyd sought confirmation from Javier, questioning whether genuine change was truly possible. Consumed by internal conflict, Lloyd Frontera had almost persuaded himself of a certain truth. Confusion reigned as an unnamed voice, possibly Javier Azrahan, given subsequent events, offered a counter-narrative, the possibility of an impostor masquerading as the master himself. Lloyd, however, swiftly rejected this alternative explanation. The word greatest loomed large, hinting at a significant event yet to unfold. A partially visible word, developer, and the letters N followed, offering cryptic clues. The subsequent frames presented ambiguous visuals, their meaning currently inaccessible. Javier Azrahan, lost in thought, questioned himself, "Are you saying that someone stole Lloyd's body? Like black magic or something?" He acknowledged the possibility, before elaborating, "It was merely a theory I read in a book. But for a soul to inhabit someone else's body, it would require a powerful mana tether." His internal debate centered on the supernatural, specifically the mana necessary for such a feat. Javier Azrahan, cloaked in secrecy, probed Lloyd's being for any telltale surge of mana, a sign of a foreign soul usurping its rightful place. His internal musings confirmed the clandestine nature of his inquiry. He sought to determine if an unnatural force had overtaken Lloyd. The results, however, elicited a stunned reaction, a muttered exclamation of disbelief at the unexpected outcome. Lloyd, sensing the investigation, pressed for an answer. Was there another soul present? Javier, his voice betraying the gravity of his findings, replied that no unusual mana flow existed, the soul intrinsically linked to its body. He then urged Lloyd to dismiss his earlier, unfounded suspicions of possession, though acknowledging the inexplicable nature of Lloyd's recent transformation remained. Javier's muffled voice, accusing someone unseen of cunning and detectable presence, reached Julian through the closed door. The young man instantly recognized the veiled threat as directed at himself, sparking introspection. His thoughts drifted back to their family's precarious financial situation, a reality previously unknown to him. Suddenly, the weight of Lloyd's tireless efforts to repay their substantial debts crashed upon him. Julian realized the sacrifices Lloyd made while he enjoyed a privileged life, unburdened by their hardship. A grudging respect bloomed within him. He conceded that Lloyd deserved recognition for his dedication. Julian acknowledged the significant role Lloyd played in saving their family estate. As a result, his approval rating of Lloyd rose by 2 points, granting him a bonus of 28 role-playing points. Despite this increase, his overall approval rating remained at -59. Julian's significance to Lloyd Frontera, the Baron, was clearly established. Despite Julian's heartfelt confession, Lloyd remained unaffected, viewing him purely as a resource. His curt dismissal, "So you're going to be my workforce, I take it?" Julian opening his heart up to you, "You're not touched by that?" "Nope. I dunno. Whatever. Go away," revealed his pragmatic nature. Immediately thereafter, he summoned Julian to begin work, barking, "Hey, Julian. Everything is ready, so let's go." Further instructions followed, emphasizing physical conditioning, "I told you, to train up your body." The construction project itself involved the methodical spreading of oil-based clay to create a 3-foot-wide base, a task likened to making pizza dough. This base was then topped with dirt and rocks, completing the foundation. The subsequent stages of the construction continued, furthering the Baron's practical focus on improving his family estate. Baron Lloyd Frontera, overseeing the cooling wire, barked instructions to his workers, "Once the wire has cooled, gather and roll 120 strands." Satisfied that preparations were complete for cable manufacture, he declared the tutorial concluded. He then underscored the paramount importance of this initial stage, explaining that any flaws would propagate throughout the entire bridge construction. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. The success of this task, he knew, was inextricably linked to settling the family's debts and securing his brother Julian's future at the academy. Javier, his face etched with urgency, approached Baron Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd, initially puzzled, questioned the basis of Javier's trust. Javier's response was swift and confident. Lloyd's intelligence and responsibility made him uniquely suited for the task at hand. Frustration clouded Lloyd's features as he grappled with the challenge, muttering about a setback with a difficult individual. He then studied the design for a modern suspension bridge, the lines and curves blurring into a symbol of seeming impossibility given the technological constraints of their era. His internal debate, mirrored in his outward contemplation, revealed his profound uncertainty, yet his resolve held firm. Baron Lloyd Frontera, grappling with the necessity of employing an unfamiliar technique from his past life, found himself before Corgidus Wells, a blacksmith renowned for his stubborn nature. His rapid thoughts, a torrent of calculations and strategies, preceded his words. Facing the blacksmith's impatient demand for brevity, Lloyd acknowledged the man's reputation for intransigence, understanding his ingrained skepticism and self-interest. He then unveiled the blueprints for his innovative bridge across the Magina River, presenting the design. The blacksmith, however, instantly rejected the proposal, labeling it a foolish concept unworthy of his time. Undeterred, Lloyd, recognizing his initial overreach, offered a sincere apology, his contrition softening the blacksmith's initial resistance. Baron Lloyd Frontera, his gaze unwavering, announced his intention to seek a different blacksmith for the bridge trusses. Corgidus, the original craftsman, voiced his apprehension, openly questioning the structural soundness of Lloyd's unconventional design. His warning, though delivered in a torrent of worried words, carried a stark implication: the bridge's collapse, should the design prove flawed, would lead to a catastrophic loss of life. The weight of this possibility settled heavily on Lloyd. The grim visage of public disgrace and even execution, should the structure fail, haunted his thoughts. Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Corgidus, the blacksmith, over the bridge design. The blacksmith aggressively accused Lloyd of issuing a threat, his words laced with anger. Lloyd, however, calmly denied any such intention. Corgidus, misinterpreting Lloyd's intense concentration, persisted, claiming Lloyd's expression seemed menacing. Then, Lloyd appealed to the blacksmith's professional pride, a silent plea to his conscience, perhaps. He requested to examine Corgidus's work, carefully inspecting the materials. Finally, Lloyd confidently asserted his unparalleled expertise, declaring himself the kingdom's only hope for the project's success, warning that any other craftsman would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing Corgidus's initially hesitant and awkwardly threatening plea for design assistance, swiftly rebuked the other man's manner. A masterful display of engineering prowess followed as Lloyd unveiled his plans, immediately silencing Corgidus's doubts. Humbled by Lloyd's skill and confident bearing, Corgidus offered a sincere apology, acknowledging the Baron's inspiring leadership. The collaboration was agreed upon, gratitude freely exchanged. With Julian's participation secured, the Royal Workshop commenced work on the crucial truss framework, while Javier dedicated his expertise to the construction of the imposing suspension towers. The building of the bridge had begun. A surging crowd enveloped Baron Lloyd Frontera, their voices a tempest of outrage. Accusations of defrauding Queen Alicia and pilfering from the royal treasury rained down upon him. The shouts of "How dare you cheat Her Highness and steal from the royal treasury, and we won't let you escape this," clearly articulated the gravity of the situation. Desperate pleas for swift justice echoed, the crowd imploring, "Please, Your Highness, we beg you to render judgment." One accuser specifically targeted Frontera's bridge-building project, vehemently arguing, "There's already a bridge spanning the Magina River that's lasted 30 years. Yet, this man creates unnecessary work to plunder royal funds." The petition to the Queen went further, demanding punishment for the perceived fraudster and a redirection of funds towards palace repairs, solidifying the charge of misused royal finances. Amidst the turmoil, Lloyd's silent anguish and desperate need to defend his actions were palpable. The trial commenced, a formal setting establishing the gravity of the accusations against Lloyd Frontera. A procedural step marked a progression in the proceedings. A brief pause followed. The Queen, presiding over the judgment, then declared that each party would present its case, starting with the Guild. She signaled for the Guild leader, Victor, to begin. He launched his defense, proclaiming that the Magina Bridge, a testament to the previous Guild leader's skill, had withstood the test of time for 3 decades. Further emphasizing the bridge's structural integrity, Victor detailed the ingenious wedge-shaped support columns designed to counter the river's powerful currents. Victor's sharp words sliced through the formal hearing, his accusation of bribery hanging heavy in the air. He pressed Lloyd Frontera, demanding to know the sum received. Lloyd, struggling against the weight of unspoken future knowledge, fought to articulate a defense. Queen Alicia's command for Lloyd's opinion cut through the tension. Exploding with righteous fury, Lloyd vehemently rejected the claim, the outrage in his voice amplified by the audacity of the accusation leveled before the Queen herself. The accusation hung heavy in the air. Victor, eyes sharp, observed Lloyd Frontera's reaction to the charge of bribery, reading a confession in the subtle flinch and shift of his posture. Lloyd, meanwhile, internally wrestled with the unfairness of being judged on a misinterpreted expression. Victor then asserted that the corrupt relationship between politicians and businessmen was an open secret amongst Koreans, explaining the usual mechanics: either the politician accepted payments, or the businessman offered them to secure desired outcomes. A subsequent expression of anger, conveyed through the Korean phrase "ruk provokes," further underscored the gravity of the situation. Finally, Victor delivered a sobering judgment. Lloyd, he declared, had made a terrible error. Victor leveled a false accusation of impropriety against a royal official, prompting Lloyd Frontera's immediate defense. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, witnessing this exchange, swiftly ordered preparations for her judgment of Lloyd. With deliberate movements, she arranged for the proceedings to begin. Turning her gaze directly upon Lloyd, the Queen then condemned his actions, accusing him of besmirching her honor and that of a royal servant with unfounded claims. Her intent, she declared, was the complete restoration of her dignity. Queen Alicia, presiding over the judgment, listened as Victor leveled accusations of bribery against Lloyd Frontera regarding the MANHWA bridge. Offered a final opportunity to speak, Lloyd remained silent, his response lost to the muddled record. Victor, revealing a cruel and unforgiving temperament, then demanded the complete annihilation of the guilty party's family. Seeking counsel, the Queen turned to Javier and another, unseen advisor, querying their agreement with such a severe punishment. Javier, confirming the Queen's perceived judgment, declared the course of action just. With this affirmation, the matter concluded favorably for Lloyd, the Queen's decision implicitly clearing his name. Queen Alicia, in a commanding voice, announced her decision to employ a confession spell to clear Lloyd Frontera's name. The court's response to this pronouncement, though unseen, undoubtedly held a mixture of anticipation and hushed tension. However, before the incantation could begin, Lloyd, his voice filled with desperate urgency, begged the Queen to reconsider, vehemently asserting his preference for a different method of proving his innocence. The Queen, her expression unreadable, found herself confronted with his unexpected interruption, leaving the air thick with an unspoken tension that hung heavy in the aftermath. Baron Victor leveled a serious accusation against Lloyd Frontera, claiming the remarkably swift completion of the MANHWA bridge stemmed from bribery. Lloyd, unfazed, calmly countered the allegation. He highlighted inconsistencies within the Guild's own financial records, presenting his meticulously detailed ledger as irrefutable evidence of his impeccable accounting practices. Javier, stepping forward, corroborated Lloyd's claims, testifying to the Guild's notorious inefficiency and wasteful practices. Julian further bolstered his brother's defense, attesting to their diligent work and precise record-keeping. Queen Alicia, having reviewed both sets of records, noted the stark contrast in organization and detail. She declared Victor's accusations baseless, praising Lloyd's diligence and integrity, the magnificent bridge standing as a testament to his skill. With the Queen's judgment, Lloyd felt a profound sense of relief, his name cleared and the ordeal finally concluded. The weight of unjust accusations pressed heavily upon Lloyd Frontera. His family's honor, he silently vowed, would remain untarnished. He beseeched the Queen for a measured investigation, though inwardly he scoffed at the very notion of his supposed culpability, a bitter irony not lost on him. His frustration boiled over at the delays caused by the incompetence of those who dared to question him. With decisive action, he mobilized the entire kingdom's workforce, focusing their efforts on the stalled MANHWA bridge project. Employing the kingdom's most skilled high wizards, he masterfully leveraged the power of gravitational magic, significantly reducing the burden of the colossal stone blocks. Finally, with the completion of the suspension tower, he triumphantly announced its completion. The guild leader, Victor, leveled accusations of bribery against Lloyd Frontera concerning the MANHWA bridge's construction. A hearing, overseen by Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, followed. Lloyd, leveraging his expertise as an engineer, skillfully refuted the charges. His loyal knight, Javier, undoubtedly aided in his defense, while his brother, Julian, toiled relentlessly on the bridge's construction. With the successful connection of the second cable, the MANHWA bridge stood complete. This achievement served as undeniable proof of Lloyd's innocence, a testament to his ingenuity, engineering prowess, and the unwavering support of his family. The setting sun cast long shadows across the MANHWA bridge as Lloyd Frontera watched Julian, his dedication unwavering amidst the strenuous labor. He recalled the words he'd spoken, a testament to Julian's remarkable perseverance despite this being his first foray into such physically demanding work. A flood of memories washed over him. A younger Julian, earnest and eager, had once requested swordsmanship lessons. The weight of the blade, however, had proved a formidable opponent, nearly causing the boy injury. Yet, that initial struggle, that early adversity, was now a distant memory, a stark contrast to the impressive strength and commitment Lloyd witnessed in the present. The silence, heavy with unspoken understanding, stretched between them, punctuating the vast difference between then and now, a testament to Julian's remarkable growth and resilience. The Magenta City Suspension Bridge stood complete, a testament to tireless effort. A substantial bonus rewarded Lloyd Frontera for his dedication, a fact that filled him with quiet satisfaction. He mused internally about his burgeoning resources, relishing the fruits of his labor. Then, Queen Alicia Termina Magentano herself declared the bridge's new name, Lajavi, a tribute to both Lloyd and Javier Azrahan. Shouts of jubilant celebration, barely audible but clearly felt, echoed from the bridge's construction crew. The finality of the bridge's completion served as resounding proof of Lloyd's innocence, his crucial contribution to the central platform undeniable. Lloyd Frontera, a man whose engineering prowess was unparalleled, he is the only one able to design something like this, one observer remarked, found himself at a crossroads. The Magenta Bridge, a marvel of his creation, promised to erase the estate's crippling debts, yet, a shadow lingered, an accusation of bribery that threatened to unravel his carefully constructed future. While others, like Victor, schemed to exploit his talents for their own gain, Lloyd privately wrestled with the Queen's intentions, her subtle maneuvering evident even to him. He dreamed of a life of opulent leisure, a wealthy idler basking in the sun, but the summons to the royal palace, a request for his presence from Alicia Termina Magentano herself, made it clear that his ambition, and his innocence, would soon be tested. With a polite bow, Lloyd Frontera offered his acquiescence to Queen Alicia Termina Magentano's request, uttering a respectful, "As you wish, Your Highness." Simultaneously, a strategic gambit, internally designated Operation Double Kill, took root within his mind. A plan to deftly navigate the treacherous waters of the bribery accusations while simultaneously driving forward the crucial Magenta Bridge construction. Queen Alicia, in a formal proclamation, elevated Lloyd Frontera to nobility, granting him a substantial estate. The gesture, witnessed by a court official, underscored a potential for unrest amongst the higher echelons. The observer noted Lloyd's lineage as Arcos Frontera's son, and the likelihood of resentment from those previously punished by Lloyd's father. Lloyd, in response to the Queen's beneficence, offered his sincere thanks. Having recently inherited a noble title and estate, Lloyd Frontera stood before Queen Alicia, formally renouncing the land and title offered. He felt accepting them premature, a distraction from his true objective. Intrigued, the Queen pressed him for an explanation, internally weighing the possibilities of a power grab or a demand for greater compensation, possibilities she quickly dismissed as inconsequential compared to Lloyd's actual plea. With resolute clarity, Lloyd revealed his intention, a complete and thorough investigation into the Royal Academy's pervasive corruption. The Queen, recognizing the significance of Lloyd's actions and the value of keeping him close, readily affirmed her support. The rot within Magenta Royal Academy festered, a tapestry woven with threads of privilege and disregard. Students, blinded by social climbing, chased fleeting status over scholarship. Educators, their pockets lined with illicit gains, turned a blind eye to the suffering of the less fortunate. The Academy's hallowed halls echoed not with the pursuit of knowledge, but with the hollow clang of social barriers and the bitter taste of unchecked power. Lloyd Frontera, newly ennobled, silently absorbed this damning revelation, the gravity of the situation far exceeding his expectations. Javier Azrahan, his presentation concluded, bowed before his lord, a simple "Yes, my lord," sealing the grim assessment of the institution's decay. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano sat, receiving the culmination of a 4-month inquest into the Royal Academy's rot from Javier Azrahan. He detailed the findings, a tapestry woven from the accounts of former graduates, maintenance workers, and disgruntled instructors. A dissenting voice arose, branding the accusations fabrications, met with a similar outcry of disbelief. The Queen, however, silenced the dissenters with a curt dismissal, labeling their objections as the empty pronouncements of fools. With a decisive nod, she commanded the deployment of a confession spell upon all those ensnared in the scandal. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, her face a mask of steely resolve, delivered a brutal decree. The names on the list, detailing the Royal Academy's rot, were to be apprehended, none exempt, not even peripheral associates. Punishments followed, a graduated scale of severity, lashes, dismissal, land confiscation, and even death. A desperate plea of innocence, a cry of false accusation, met only the cold indifference of her gaze. From a shadowed corner, Lloyd Frontera watched, his skepticism hardening as the Queen's ruthless efficiency unfolded. He noted her chilling satisfaction with the purge, her blatant dismissal of his query about merely cleaning out the academy. The Queen's response, a carefully veiled denial, only deepened his suspicion of a hidden motive, something far darker than mere reform. A smug satisfaction warmed Lloyd Frontera as he considered the Queen's apparent lapse in memory. He reveled in his clever manipulation. Then, a royal messenger arrived, bearing a missive that granted him leave to return to his beloved countryside estate. The Queen's decree, however, also commanded his presence at tomorrow night's banquet. The message lavishly praised his ingenious scheme to exploit the Academy's corruption as a diversion, hailing it as a brilliant strategy. It further expressed admiration for Lloyd's yearning for rural tranquility. A cold dread washed over Lloyd as the full extent of his predicament solidified. He'd been a pawn in the Queen's game all along. His quiet contemplation was abruptly shattered by the unexpected arrival of a shadowy figure, likely Sir Kyle. Julian Frontera questioned Lloyd about Sir Kyle's unnoticed arrival, emphasizing the renowned swordsman's stealth. Lloyd acknowledged his awareness of Sir Kyle's presence, underscoring the knight's ability to approach undetected, even by someone of Lloyd's considerable skill. Julian then pressed Lloyd, demanding to know if he had foreseen the clash with Diego, a consequence of his actions. Lloyd confirmed his anticipation of the conflict, his response hinting at a carefully crafted plan. He then unveiled his strategy, to flawlessly execute the Queen's construction project, leveraging the ensuing favor and trust to petition for a formal inquiry into the Royal Academy's widespread corruption. His thoughts revealed a calculated scheme, expertly utilizing the Queen's confidence to legitimize his investigation. Julian Frontera exploded, unleashing a torrent of angry words upon Lloyd. Lloyd, however, remained composed, gently reminding his brother of their kinship, assuring him that hostility was no longer necessary. He affirmed his trust and pride in Julian, emphasizing their brotherhood. Julian's perspective shifted dramatically. He now viewed Lloyd as the hero who confronted their family's crisis head-on, his former resentment dissipating into respect and acceptance. This transformation was reflected in a substantial 65-point surge in Julian's approval rating for Lloyd. Lloyd's relationship points currently stood at 39-29. Lloyd Frontera, overwhelmed by a recent, profoundly embarrassing incident, one that elicited visceral reactions of disgust and regret, found himself unexpectedly summoned by Queen Alicia. Her Majesty, with subtle mockery, pointed out his futile attempt at remaining unnoticed. The Queen observed that his humble posture only served to accentuate his newly acquired noble status, likening his presence to that of a conspicuous mole cricket. Overcome with awe, Lloyd stammered a response, expressing his admiration for the Queen's perceptive observation. Seeking confirmation, Queen Alicia turned to Sir Azrahan, who readily concurred, reinforcing the image of Lloyd as an exceedingly noticeable, if unintentional, spectacle. Queen Alicia, her voice sharp with suspicion, confronted Lloyd Frontera, questioning the unconcealed relief etched across his features. Her words, a mixture of confusion and barely suppressed anger, demanded an explanation for his apparent reaction to her order. She then commanded him to approach, her tone brooking no argument. Lloyd, stammering an apology for his delayed response, quickly obeyed. He moved closer to the Queen, his hurried steps a silent testament to the unspoken tension hanging heavy in the air. The Queen, however, remained firm, again instructing him to draw nearer. Queen Alicia bestowed upon Lloyd Frontera a sprawling estate and a noble title, the knight Javier Azrahan possibly witnessing the momentous occasion. A slight transgression by the knight, an overeager approach to the Queen, was swiftly addressed with a humble apology. Alicia then offered Lloyd the chance to reconsider any decisions, a subtle reference to his ongoing investigation into the Royal Academy's corruption. With a gracious smile, she declared the lavish banquet his, urging him to indulge. Lloyd, however, felt a jolt of surprise at the sheer scale of this unexpected windfall, a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The desire to savor this unexpected fortune against the sobering weight of protecting his newfound wealth and property from potential threats filled his mind. Lloyd Frontera, basking in the comfort of his newly acquired estate, found contentment in his hard-earned wealth. He considered it a nice little nest egg, a reward for his construction work. The desire to return home and indulge in his newfound leisure was palpable. However, a longer-term strategy remained, confronting the Queen's anticipated corruption 3 years hence. He understood the inherent risk to his estate, a risk he was willing to take. The banquet continued late into the night, the festivities mirroring the opulent life he now enjoyed. Yet, the memory of a past event, the Queen's poisoning and the subsequent loss of her arm, served as a grim reminder of the perilous task ahead, a task he was determined to undertake. Lloyd Frontera's gaze fell upon Sir Kyle. A peculiar sound, a sharp zt, reached his ears, seemingly originating from the knight's vicinity. Confusion etched itself onto Lloyd's features as he silently pondered the enigma, the origin of that unexpected noise emanating from Sir Kyle. A disoriented King Alicia, questioning if she'd perhaps imbibed too much wine, dismissed the notion. The pressures of her reign, the Academy's demands, the urgent flood preparations, and the ever-present menace of Asfahan weighed heavily upon her. Her mind raced, replaying the reports from her spies regarding Asfahan's military mobilization in Samarkand. This was no mere drill, she concluded. The gravity of the situation, however, proved too much, and Alicia succumbed to the poison, collapsing into unconsciousness. Baron Lloyd Frontera, poisoned and already feeling the insidious effects, dismissed the notion of a full-scale military invasion. He reasoned that a larger force would have undoubtedly targeted the northern border. His mind, however, grappled with the assassin's true motives. The attempt itself remained shrouded in ambiguity. The poison's peculiar effect, a noticeable suppression of his mana despite the small quantity of alcohol likely present, puzzled him. His symptoms worsened, a frantic heartbeat battling for control against his failing breath. Recognizing the poison's impact on his mana, he resolved to counteract the toxin by circulating his own magical energy. The king, Alicia Termina Magentano, was poisoned. Javier Azrahan, his voice sharp with disbelief, declared the food had passed inspection, a statement underscored by frantic, barely legible scribbles hinting at a more insidious method. Despite the venom coursing through her veins, Alicia retained her senses, a faint cry escaping her lips as she questioned the emptiness around her. The ensuing flurry of activity, a maelstrom of motion and concern, spoke volumes without uttering a single word, emphasizing the desperate scramble to save the monarch's life. A weakened King Alicia, her speech thick with poison, rasped for assistance, her words barely coherent. Relief flooded her face upon Lloyd's arrival, a gratefulness evident in her slurred plea for aid. Lloyd confirmed his presence, offering comfort and support in her dire straits. His words hinted at the gravity of her condition, suggesting he prepared her for a peaceful end. Immediately, Lloyd summoned Javier, urgently announcing a serious development. A surge of unusual magical energy alerted Javier, prompting a hurried inquiry to Baron Lloyd Frontera. The Baron's immediate response was a curt order: incapacitate Sir Kyle, the renowned sword master. Javier's disbelief was palpable, his doubt evident in his questioning tone as he struggled to comprehend the Baron's gravity. Yet, Lloyd's mind raced, a calculated strategy forming, a desperate gamble for 3 crucial minutes. With a silent agreement, the two men sprang into action. King Alicia Magentano, though suffering from a deadly poison, displayed extraordinary fortitude. Sir Kyle, her attacker, launched 3 swift sword strikes, each aimed to end her reign. Yet, with remarkable strength, the king parried every blow. Impressed, Sir Kyle acknowledged her poisoned state and the skill of her defense, remarking on her magnificent resilience in the face of his assault. Weakened but unbowed, Alicia then questioned her assailant's motives, her voice laced with defiance. "Sir Kyle, why are you doing this? Sir Kyle, blade flashing, lunged at King Elisha, his deadly intent unmistakable. Before the king could even cry out, a figure, weakened but resolute, intervened. It was Baron Lloyd Frontera, already suffering the effects of poison. With a swift, unexpected movement, he parried Sir Kyle's deadly blow, not with a sword, but with a heavy candlestick. The assassin, momentarily stunned, stared in disbelief at this unconventional defense, his astonishment evident in his wide, shocked eyes as his attack was thwarted. The confrontation concluded with Kyle's utter bewilderment, leaving his fate uncertain, but the immediate threat to the king neutralized. King Elisha, already frail from poison, fell under Sir Kyle's relentless sword attack. But even as Lloyd Frontera, himself bearing the signs of poisoning, moved with astonishing speed and grace, evading the assassin's blows. He then unleashed a wholly unprecedented MANHWA technique, twisting his environment to his advantage in a display of skill that left Javier Azrahan speechless. The Baron's unconventional mastery subdued Sir Kyle, effectively neutralizing the threat to the king. Azrahan's awestruck exclamation, "Never seen MANHWA used like that before," echoed the astonishment at Lloyd's feet. A garbled cry, perhaps of pain or shock, escaped from either the incapacitated assassin or the ailing monarch, lost in the chaos of the moment. Baron Lloyd Frontera, unexpectedly materializing amidst the chaos, thwarted Sir Kyle's attempt to assassinate King Elisha. The would-be assassin's weapon was intercepted, the king's safety secured, though the nature of the rescue left Elisha speechless. "Lloyd? What are you doing here?" she exclaimed, but her questions were cut short by the Baron's curt rejoinder, "Chit-chat for later." A fierce struggle followed, the swiftness of their exchange only hinted at by the subsequent illustration. The following display, a whirlwind of intensely focused MANHWA, vividly underscored the Baron's exceptional skill and control, even as he battled a highly trained opponent while contending with his own affliction. The renowned sword master, Sir Kyle, finished weaving the potent aura sword, a weapon uniquely his to command. His attack followed swiftly. Yet, Baron Lloyd Frontera, though struggling under the debilitating effects of poison, met the assault with a counter as precise as it was unexpected. His mastery over MANHWA, coupled with an inventive strategy, proved to be the deciding factor. Despite his weakened condition, a fact evident in his inner turmoil, a silent acknowledgement of his limitations, Lloyd's unconventional tactics overwhelmed Sir Kyle, securing a rapid victory. The threat posed by the skilled swordsman was thus extinguished. Poison coursing through his veins, Baron Lloyd Frontera reacted instantly to Sir Kyle's ferocious MANHWA blast aimed at King Elisha. A clash of raw magical power erupted, the air crackling with the force of their conflicting energies, punctuated by grunts of exertion as Lloyd countered the assassin's attack with his unorthodox, yet undeniably effective, MANHWA manipulation. Sir Kyle, though impressed by the young Baron's ingenuity, scornfully noted his lack of formal training. Nevertheless, the confrontation concluded with Lloyd's complete triumph, leaving Sir Kyle subdued and his assassination attempt thwarted. The attempt on King Elisha's life was swift, but a magical disturbance alerted Javier Azrahan to the poison coursing through the royal blood. Before the assassin, Sir Kyle, could escape, Baron Lloyd Frontera, already grappling with the effects of the toxin, intervened. Despite his weakened state, Lloyd's unconventional fighting style, coupled with his astonishing MANHWA control, proved decisive. The confrontation ended with Sir Kyle's defeat, his fate left ambiguous, but Lloyd's triumph a testament to his skill and resilience in the face of adversity. Amidst a swirling chaos of poisoned Queen Elisha Termina Magentano and struggling guards, Lloyd Frontera stood defiant. He effortlessly dispatched several elite attackers, their challenge dissolving before his might. The queen lay gravely wounded, the poison's touch evident in her ravaged state, yet Lloyd, his resolve hardening, initiated his counterattack. With a focused mind, he channeled his extraordinary ability, absorbing the deadly MANHWA, redirecting the insidious poison's flow. The immediate aftermath spoke volumes. The queen's suffering ceased, the threat neutralized. Lloyd's power, breathtaking in its scale, was undeniable. Observing this display from afar, Javier Azrahan registered awe, while Harviel's expression hinted at both concern and a looming apprehension, the implications of Lloyd's actions far-reaching and yet to be fully understood. Surrounding Queen Alicia, weakened and poisoned, stood numerous soldiers and elite guards. Javier watched with worry. Lloyd, appearing before them, swiftly and effortlessly subdued the guards. Approaching the barely conscious queen, he initiated a process, touching her. Javier gasped, exclaiming his astonishment at the unfolding events. From a distance, Harviel observed, noting the profound implications of Lloyd's actions. A faint light emanated from Lloyd as he drew the poison mana from the queen, her condition visibly improving. He then redirected the absorbed energy in a harmless wave. Alicia showed signs of recovery, leaving Javier speechless. Harviel, meanwhile, continued his internal contemplation, his thoughts fragmented MIA, revealing his recognition of Lloyd's extraordinary power and the potential challenges it would bring. Chaos reigned. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, surrounded by frantic unnamed soldiers and elite guards, showed the clear signs of poisoning. Javier watched, a mixture of worry and wonder in his eyes, while Harviel, observing from afar, silently acknowledged the perilous situation and the potential ramifications of the unfolding events. Lloyd Frontera stepped forward, effortlessly deflecting the guards' attacks. He felt the poison, a corrupted, dark mana, coursing through the air. With a demonstration of his unique ability, he absorbed the poisonous mana intended for the queen, prompting a cry of alarm from Javier, "My lord! Be careful!" Instantly, Lloyd redirected the absorbed poison, unleashing a wave of amplified toxic energy that overwhelmed and defeated the guards. Queen Alicia, though weakened, lived to witness this stunning display of power, her amazement evident. Lloyd stood amongst his fallen foes, unharmed, his immense strength undeniable. Harviel, continuing his silent assessment, pondered the profound shift in the balance of power and the implications for Lloyd's destiny. This changed everything. Elite guards, numerous and skilled, assaulted Lloyd Frontera, their intentions seemingly to shield the ailing Queen Alicia Termina Magentano. He dispatched them with breathtaking speed and overwhelming power. Javier Azrahan watched, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched upon his features, perhaps muttering a word of incredulity at Lloyd's remarkable display. Queen Alicia, weakened and clearly poisoned, lay vulnerable. Then, a devastating magical assault, an onslaught akin to 4 cannons firing simultaneously, targeted the queen. With impossible speed, Lloyd intercepted the attack, the dark, swirling poisonous mana flowing into him. Instantly, he unleashed a counterblast, a forceful expulsion of the absorbed energy, likely purifying or dissipating the lethal poison. Harviel witnessed the event, his expression conveying both astonishment and a profound understanding of the momentous implications of Lloyd's unprecedented abilities, forever altering the course of events and his destiny. Elite guards, fueled by rage and terror, assaulted Lloyd Frontera. He swiftly subdued them. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, victim of a deadly poison, watched in astonishment as Lloyd absorbed the tainted mana, a feat exceeding mere absorption. He isolated and neutralized the poisonous element. Javier Azrahan's voice, filled with incredulity, questioned the origin of Lloyd's extraordinary ability. Lloyd, however, prioritized the queen's life, silencing Javier with a request for quiet concentration. With unwavering focus, he purged the poison from her body. A brief exchange followed, wherein Lloyd gently rebuked the queen for an apparent, poison-induced outburst before reassuring her and urging rest, his control over the situation evident. Chaos reigned, soldiers and elite guards swarmed Queen Alicia Termina Magentano, her poisoning evident. Lloyd Frontera burst forth, swiftly subduing the queen's protectors. Witnessing his power, the queen cried out in alarm, Are you trying to sacrifice yourself to save me?" Her fear, stemming from the deadly nature of the poison, was palpable. Lloyd then concentrated his unique ability, drawing the poisonous mana from the queen. He redirected the absorbed mana, neutralizing the threat. The aftermath found the queen recovering, her courtiers, Javier, Harviel, and others, undoubtedly reacting to Lloyd's astonishing rescue. The assault on Queen Alicia Termina Magentano commenced with a furious wave of soldiers and elite guards, one shouting a defiant challenge to Lloyd Frontera as they attempted to overwhelm him. Javier Azrahan, witnessing the unfolding chaos, recognized Lloyd's defensive strategy, a solitary stand to provide a crucial window of opportunity. A high-ranking officer, meanwhile, amplified the pandemonium, falsely branding Lloyd and his companions as conspirators aiming to assassinate the Queen, urging his men to attack with a volley of accusations. Lloyd, without a word, met this onslaught, his silent defense against the multitude culminating in the attackers' swift defeat. A flurry of elite guards, blades drawn, assaulted Lloyd Frontera. He dispatched them with contemptuous ease, sending the hapless fools sprawling. Javier, witnessing this breathtaking display of power, voiced his astonishment, proclaiming never to have encountered such prowess in all his years. Javier, too, observed the spectacle, his gaze fixed on Lloyd's potential. He mused on the young man's path to achieving the legendary title of Sword Master, a destiny that hinted at both extraordinary heights and perilous challenges ahead. The unspoken narrative, however, centered on Queen Alicia's salvation. Lloyd, through his unmatched ability, neutralized the deadly magical poison that threatened her life. Javier watched, a silent observer to Lloyd Frontera's breathtaking display. The young man possessed a power capable of leveling a small kingdom, a terrifying force evident in the sheer scale of his magical might. Then, with a flourish of unimaginable skill, Lloyd drew in and redirected the deadly poison mana that choked the life from Queen Alicia. The ensuing surge of chaotic energy, hinted at by the blurred lines of the spell, spoke volumes of the raw power unleashed. With the Queen saved, Javier's internal voice declared a chilling pronouncement: "He is mine now." This audacious claim hinted at a looming power struggle, perhaps the beginning of a tense mentorship, or a far more sinister dominion. The narrative commenced with Queen Alicia, poisoned and encircled by a throng of distraught soldiers and elite guards. Lloyd Frontera, already present, calmly surveyed the chaos, while Javier watched, his worry palpable. An elite guard, attempting a rash attack, was swiftly incapacitated by Lloyd. Lloyd's thoughts revealed his keen understanding of the poison, a potent, destructive magical force. Subsequently, multiple elite guards launched a concerted assault, only to be defeated with breathtaking speed, leaving Javier awestruck. Lloyd then approached the Queen, his internal focus entirely on the poison mana's precise course through her body. He began the delicate process of extraction. A surge of dark energy flowed into Lloyd as he absorbed the poison from Alicia. This remarkable feat was witnessed by a distant Javier, whose commentary underlined Lloyd's unprecedented power and its terrifying implications. The absorbed poison mana was redirected in a concentrated blast of dark energy, instantly obliterating the remaining attackers. These soldiers were reduced to dust upon impact. The sequence concluded with Alicia, weakened yet alive, and the three men, Javier, and Lloyd, contemplating the staggering display of power. Javier's lingering apprehension underscored the gravity of the event and the potential for Lloyd's formidable abilities to be wielded against anyone. Poisoned, Queen Alicia Termina Magentano lay amidst a throng of frantic soldiers and elite guards, Javier Azrahan watching with worried eyes. Lloyd Frontera swiftly advanced, evaluating the magically tainted mana coursing through the Queen. Several elite guards, mistaking him for a threat, launched an attack, only to be effortlessly subdued by Lloyd's practiced skill. He then placed his hand upon the Queen, drawing the deadly mana into himself. With a surge of power, he redirected the absorbed poison, unleashing a devastating energy blast that eradicated the remaining danger. Queen Alicia's recovery was immediate and visible. From afar, Javier observed, his gaze lingering on the potent display of power, the implications of which were undoubtedly significant and foretold events to come. Queen Alicia Termina Magentano lay critically ill, possibly poisoned, as a frantic voice urged, "If you don't do something, she will die." Lloyd Frontera, witnessing the Queen's plight, formulated a desperate plan, to gather all the poisonous mana into a single arm. He resolved to sever the limb afterward, echoing a self-sacrificial act from a familiar story, a grim echo of the words, then you will sever my arm, just like you did to yourself in the novel." Though he inwardly recoiled at the prospect of losing a limb, not accepting losing an arm. He proceeded with the perilous maneuver, successfully absorbing and redirecting the deadly mana, saving the queen's life. Poisoned and frail, Queen Alicia lay amidst a storm of panicked soldiers and elite guards. Javier's worry was palpable, while Harviel, observing from afar, registered the perilous situation and the unprecedented potential of the young man before him. Several guards, mistaking Lloyd Frontera for a threat, launched an attack, their blows deflected with effortless grace. A surge of dark purple energy, the magical poison mana emanating from the queen, flowed into Lloyd, a stark visual testament to his unique ability. He then redirected this absorbed power, unleashing it upon his aggressors, instantly incapacitating them. Javier's astonishment was evident. The queen, now free from the poison's grasp, showed signs of recovery, though weakness lingered. Lloyd, however, remained untouched by the potent toxin. Harviel's internal reflections dwelt on the far-reaching ramifications of this display, foreseeing future challenges and the danger this newfound power might bring to Lloyd. Under the guise of Gigaton hunting, Xavier returned, his aura sword flashing as he launched a surprise attack upon Lloyd Frontera. The Baron, however, remained unmoved, absorbing the blow with effortless grace, betraying no sign of injury. Xavier's disappointment was palpable, his frustration evident in his unspoken accusation of Lloyd's apathy towards the formidable beast. Lloyd, in turn, offered no outward reaction, his thoughts, it could be inferred, dismissing the encounter as a mere irritation. Following this, Xavier, humbled by the display of superior power, offered a sincere apology, pledging his renewed loyalty and an ambitious goal, to attain the rank of Sword Master within the next 12 months. A colossal eruption of mana blossomed as Xavier unleashed his aura sword upon Lloyd Frontera. The force of the attack was immense, yet Lloyd remained outwardly still, his internal monologue a silent query regarding the sheer magnitude of the explosion. He registered the intensity, a truly substantial release of mana, a fact underscored by his unspoken disbelief that such a powerful assault had failed to even ruffle his composure. The aftermath settled, leaving Lloyd undisturbed, a testament to his remarkable power and unwavering calm. Xavier lunged at Lloyd, his aura sword a blur of lethal energy. The assault was ferocious, yet it proved utterly futile. Lloyd remained steadfast, unyielding, showing no sign of injury from the powerful blow. The realization of his own pathetic inadequacy washed over Xavier. He was a fool, hopelessly outmatched from the very beginning. A sudden, stark imbalance of power had emerged, leaving him reeling in bewildered disbelief. Head bowed, Xavier confessed to Baron Lloyd Frontera his desertion of his post, a reckless pursuit of the Gigaton having led him astray. He voiced his regret at Lloyd's absence from the fray, admitting a dependence on the Baron's strength. The young knight then reflected on his past shortcomings, a weakness of character, insufficient martial skill, and a consistent failure to perform his duties adequately. He declared himself unworthy of knighthood. Lloyd, however, showed understanding, offering reassurance. The Baron's judgment, though, was swift. A 6-month reduction in Xavier's pay served as punishment for his dereliction. The clash resonated, Xavier's aura sword striking out at Baron Lloyd Frontera. The Baron, however, remained unmoved, his expression conveying utter disbelief at the foolhardy attempt. Xavier, humbled, fell to his knees, begging forgiveness for his desertion. He swore unwavering loyalty, promising to never again fail in his duty. Lloyd, though, remained unconvinced, his keen eyes picking up on the insincerity in Xavier's posture. Undeterred, Xavier insisted his oath needed no belief, only his steadfast commitment. Lloyd conceded Xavier's progress, recognizing the enhanced mana control signified by his triple heart circle aura. In a final, revealing statement, Xavier voiced his ambition to surpass his lord, his desire for further training clearly stated. Baron Lloyd Frontera and Xavier engaged in a discussion. Xavier boldly proclaimed his goal of achieving Sword Master status within 12 months. Lloyd responded with a touch of incredulity, comparing the ambition to a simple weight loss resolution. Xavier readily acknowledged the challenge, admitting that ambition alone wouldn't suffice. Lloyd then broached the subject of human mana limitations, explaining that even rigorous training would eventually hit an insurmountable wall. Xavier, intrigued, inquired about the methods sword masters employed to transcend this inherent constraint. Lloyd posited that mere training couldn't account for their immense mana reserves, suggesting a different, more profound approach. Suddenly, Xavier's voice cut through the air, expressing clear surprise at Lloyd's actions. Lloyd, however, remained firm, declaring his intention to pursue this endeavor independently. Xavier, declaring his independence from Master Lloyd with a defiant, "I will not rely on Master Lloyd anymore," launched a swift attack. His aura sword flashed, aimed at the heart of his former master, yet Lloyd remained untouched. Xavier, utterly astonished, muttered, "You never cease to amaze me," his internal monologue revealing the horrifying truth. A normal person would have been utterly annihilated by that strike, their body reduced to nothing but scattered fragments. Baron Lloyd Frontera faced Xavier's inquiry about his mana concentration techniques with a sardonic reply, expressing a desire to witness more of his opponent's prowess. Xavier, undeterred, issued a death threat. The ensuing assault, likely delivered with his aura sword, met with little resistance. Lloyd's reaction, or rather, the lack thereof, showcased his superior strength. The aftermath revealed him either entirely unperturbed or only slightly wounded. The subsequent visuals highlighted the stark contrast between the two combatants, underscoring Lloyd's unshaken composure and Xavier's apparent failure. The scene concluded with a clear demonstration of the Baron's dominance. Xavier lunged at Baron Lloyd, his aura sword flashing, a furious cry escaping his lips, "You fool! What are you doing?" However, the attack proved futile. Lloyd felt the intense heat of the mana, a searing agony burning through Xavier's own body, a sensation Xavier expressed with a pained gasp. The mana surged into Lloyd, flowing unimpeded from the sword, Xavier's hands, even from his very mana heart. The Baron showed no sign of strain as he effortlessly absorbed the energy, leaving Xavier speechless, his astonishment palpable in the stunned expression that followed. Visibly agitated, Xavier accosted Lloyd, his voice sharp with accusations of negligence during the Gigatitan assault. He lunged, aura sword flashing, but Lloyd effortlessly absorbed the blow, remaining unscathed. His inner thoughts revealed a lack of substantial mana emanating from Xavier, only the man's labored breath registered. Understanding his folly, Xavier offered a sincere apology, promising to dedicate himself to achieving sword mastery within the year to better serve his master. With a flash of incandescent aura, Xavier lunged at Lloyd Frontera, his sword singing a deadly song. The attack, however, was met with an unnerving stillness. Lloyd effortlessly absorbed the mana-infused blow, his expression betraying no hint of surprise or concern. Xavier's disappointment was palpable, his posture slumping as he registered Lloyd's complete lack of reaction. His outburst of frustration quickly yielded to an apology, and with a newfound determination blazing in his eyes, he swore fealty anew, vowing to ascend to the rank of sword master within the coming year. Fueled by disappointment over Lloyd Frontera's perceived inaction against the Gigatitan, Xavier launched a surprise attack, his aura sword flashing. Lloyd, however, remained unmoved, effortlessly absorbing the blow without a visible flinch. His inner thoughts dismissed Xavier as weak. Xavier's frustration poured forth, questioning Lloyd's strength and resolve in the face of such a colossal threat. His anger swiftly gave way to remorse, as he apologized for his impulsive actions and reaffirmed his unwavering loyalty. A declaration of intent followed, he would master the sword within the year. The final moment hinted at a shift, a single, almost inaudible syllable in New York, perhaps a trailing thought or a subtle sound, marking a change in the surrounding atmosphere. Returning from the Gigatitan hunt, Xavier confronted Lloyd, his voice sharp with disappointment at the Baron's absence from the battle. He believed Lloyd had underestimated the threat, and fueled by anger and overconfidence, unleashed his aura sword in a furious assault. Lloyd, however, absorbed the attack with effortless ease, a display of superior mana control that left Xaviel speechless. The young knight, humbled by the overwhelming power of his superior, fell to his knees, a mixture of shock and awe etched upon his features. He offered a sincere apology for his rash actions, pledging unwavering loyalty and vowing to master the sword within a year. Lloyd, his expression unchanging, simply acknowledged the renewed pledge, the young man's ambitious timetable apparently leaving him unmoved. The clash echoed, the aftermath revealing Xaviel's aura sword falling short. Lloyd stood, untouched by the assault. Stepping forward, Xaviel addressed the silent witnesses, his voice carrying a bitter edge. He declared, with forceful conviction, that any fool believing themselves capable of besting him, the aspiring sword master, was grievously wrong. Poison's lingering grip weakened Lloyd Frontera, leaving him in distress. Unseen, King Alicia arrived, her gaze fixed on the young man. Witnessing an unseen display, the king's voice rang out, accusing, "You have the ability to absorb mana, don't you?" Her command followed swiftly, "Take my mana." Alicia's subsequent reaction was one of astonishment and fervent determination. "Lloyd Frontera. I can't lose such a talent as you. What do I do?" Her words betrayed her frantic efforts to secure this unexpected asset. The omnipresent voice declared Lloyd Frontera's improbable survival of a lethal poisoning. Immediately following this announcement, a new custom mana heart skill option manifested. Gazing upon these newfound abilities, Lloyd observed complete poison resistance, immunity to any toxic substance, and mana absorption, a power allowing him to draw vast quantities of ambient mana to replenish his depleted reserves. A quiet murmur of astonishment escaped him. The utility of these gifts was readily apparent. Critically injured and succumbing to poison, Lloyd Frontera crumpled to the ground. A voice, likely King Alicia's, gasped in alarm, expressing astonishment and distress at his sudden collapse. The concerned query, "Are you all right?" followed. Internally, Lloyd acknowledged the gravity of his situation, recognizing his critical state but driven by the urgent need to assist Javier. In a desperate bid for survival and aid, his newly acquired mana heart skill, Supercharge, surged to life, enabling the absorption of vast quantities of ambient mana to compensate for his depleted reserves. A moment of internal doubt flickered before him as he considered the necessity, and the potential cost, of utilizing this powerful, newly discovered ability. The poison, a lingering consequence from earlier events, coursed through Lloyd Frontera's veins. Unbeknownst to him, his mana heart reacted, absorbing the deadly substance with astonishing speed. An unseen voice, filled with awe, proclaimed the sheer magnitude of this unexpected absorption. The observer, revealed to be King Alicia, was profoundly startled by the swiftness of the process, her thoughts echoing her alarm. If her own mana were absorbed so readily, the implications were staggering. Alicia urgently called out Lloyd's name, her voice ringing out, but a moment of concern followed, as she questioned whether he could even hear her. Critically poisoned, Lloyd Frontera teetered on death's precipice. A desperate internal cry, a testament to his unwavering loyalty, echoed within him, "Take all the mana you need. And with it, go help your knight." The lethal poison, intended as his demise, instead fueled a transformation. His mana heart surged, granting him newfound resilience against the venom and the ability to absorb its very essence. Unbidden, a berserker rage consumed him, yet his purpose remained clear. With newfound power and furious determination, he charged towards Javier, answering his comrade's silent call for aid in their struggle against Kyle. Lloyd Frontera's mana heart skill ascended to low-ranking sword expert, triggering an immediate, transformative shift. His berserker mode activated, a potent ability surging through him, granting a 200% boost to strength, stamina, and reflexes for the next 60 seconds, a single-use power for the day. A sudden realization dawned. Javier, it became clear, was locked in a solitary duel against the formidable sword master. With an urgent cry, "Your Highness! We must hurry," Lloyd launched himself into action, intent on joining the fray. Disoriented, Lloyd Frontera awoke with a gasp. "Gh. What happened? Did I do that?" The jarring realization of his actions sparked a frustrated internal reflection. This new ability was exceedingly inconvenient for those around him. Javier, however, interrupted his contemplation, stating, "I will ask you for the details later. But right now, apprehending Kyle is our biggest priority." Lloyd, noticing his own precarious position, inquired, "You carry me?" Javier's response, though unspoken, was evident in his actions, a silent affirmation of his willingness to assist. Later, while being transported, Lloyd mentally resolved to carefully consider how to reveal his newfound powers to their kind and understanding queen. The urgent cry, "Wait for me, Javier. I'm coming," tore through the air as Lloyd Frontera raced to his comrade's side. Javier, though skilled in mana manipulation, was clearly outmatched by Kyle. The unseen narrator confirmed his struggle. Internally, Lloyd wrestled not only with the debilitating effects of poison but also with the desperate need to bolster his mana reserves. He focused intently, his inner voice a mantra, "I must build up my mana. If it can fight at even 1/3 of my usual level." The ensuing clash showcased his determination, a whirlwind of action culminating in a powerful display of newly enhanced abilities, a vital contribution to Javier's defense that turned the tide of the battle. The clash between Javier and Kyle, the latter wielding a sword shimmering with materialized aura, left onlookers aghast. King Alicia's sudden arrival silenced the chaos, her command to lower weapons met with stunned obedience. The revelation of Commander Kyle's assassination attempt followed, a shocking truth laid bare before the court. Publicly, the king lauded Lloyd and Javier's courage in the face of mortal peril. Privately, however, Lloyd's thoughts turned cynical, questioning the monarch's motives and the hidden advantages gleaned from his unexpected heroism. Finally, the king's decree resounded through the assembled crowd, demanding respect for the two men who had just foiled a deadly plot. King Alicia initiated a formal inquiry into every banquet attendee, prioritizing the royal family's safety. Javier, astonished by Lloyd Frontera's nonchalant acceptance of his newly achieved sword master level, a feat Javier himself found incredible, pressed him for confirmation. Lloyd, with characteristic casualness, offered a simple affirmation. Javier, acknowledging Lloyd's repeated brushes with danger, asserted his protective duty. His admiration for Lloyd's strength, evident in his exclamation of praise, went unspoken but clearly felt. All the while, King Alicia, unbeknownst to the pair, witnessed this exchange and Lloyd's demonstrably heightened abilities. A disembodied voice boomed, proclaiming Lloyd Frontera's stunning achievement, an unexpected fulfillment of hidden conditions tied to his past deeds. Bewildered by the announcement and the sheer volume of rewards bestowed, Lloyd registered his confusion. The compliment system then whirred to life, formally announcing this accomplishment. The system's voice proceeded to clarify that such achievements granted honorary titles, each conferring unique bonus skills. Further, it was explained that a generous sum of compliment points, CP, would be credited at midnight on every full moon. A list of available titles materialized, prompting Lloyd's immediate dismissal of their silliness and inappropriateness. He voiced his preference for something more fitting, boldly proposing the Guardian of Cremo or the Hero of Magentano as alternatives. Enraged, Kyle unleashed a torrent of insults at Lloyd, demanding an immediate duel. Lloyd, however, remained focused, his internal monologue a whirlwind of surprise as he processed a newly acquired title from the compliment system. The system detailed the title, entire Cremona region, including Cremo, valid for 120 years, granting 6 compliment points, CP, and activating powers within the region for 24 hours. Further information revealed the title's parameters were dynamic, expanding or contracting based on Lloyd's actions. The title's power, Iron Stance, doubled his damage output and halved incoming damage when facing an opponent 10 times his weight, a revelation that filled him with wonder. He mused that all titles likely granted such potent abilities. His initial elation, however, gave way to frustration as he checked his CP, finding them at 0, and struggling to decipher the system's unhelpful message. As Lloyd persisted in his attempts to understand the CP, an unseen observer, perhaps Javier or even King Alicia, noted his unusual behavior. An in-game notification appeared before Lloyd Frontera, detailing the use of his amassed compliment points. The message elaborated on his ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality, bending the laws of physics to his will through strategic CP expenditure. It further hinted at the potential to summon an entity of unknown nature, power seemingly limited only by the resources at his disposal. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, was a picture of weariness. Dark circles ringed his eyes, testament to sleepless nights spent unraveling the mystery of Sir Kyle's murder and the recent, shocking attempt on the Queen's life. A voice, unseen, broke through his fatigue, questioning his progress in identifying Sir Kyle's killer. He voiced his longing for the comfort of his home, a desire thwarted by the ongoing crisis. The prophecy contained within his book, a supposed guide to the future, offered little insight into the assassination attempt, a significant detail seemingly reserved for a hypothetical season 2, he mused. His frustration was palpable, a silent scream echoing the conflict between his foretold destiny and the unpredictable currents of the present. Baron Lloyd Frontera wrestled with the jarring 3-year discrepancy between his prophetic tome and the unfolding present. The deviation gnawed at him, threatening to render his meticulously gathered future knowledge obsolete. Yet, a silver lining pierced the gloom. His accumulated CP now granted him access to an ending spoiler, although its practical value remained uncertain. He then turned his attention to Javier, querying his companion about the investigation's progress. Javier, it turned out, had been summoned separately by the Queen, his status as a swordmaster unexpectedly significant. The companion revealed the shocking truth. Javier had slain Sir Kyle, a feat made possible only by his recent attainment of sword mastery. Baron Lloyd Frontera registered his initial disbelief at the news of Sir Kyle's murder, instantly suspecting complicity within the royal guard. He quickly dismissed this notion, however, acknowledging the futility of even 100 guardsmen against a master swordsman. Queen Alicia, then, announced the vacancy of the captain of the royal guard's position. Her subsequent command appointed Lloyd to the role, placing him at her side. This elevation, however, left Lloyd troubled by the uncertain allegiance of Javier Azrahan, questioning whether the man would remain loyal to his own father, Arcos Frontera. Javier Azrahan offered a humble apology to Queen Alicia of Magentano. The Queen, however, met his words with doubt, questioning his professed ignorance regarding Lloyd. He identified himself as Baron Arcos Frontera's knight, pleading for leniency, explaining his inability to abandon his lord. Undeterred, Queen Alicia issued a direct command for his departure, emphasizing the gravity of disobedience and the resulting repercussions. Queen Alicia, addressing Javier Azrahan, detailed the weighty responsibilities and far-reaching consequences inherent in leading the royal guard. Javier, in response, subtly declined the prestigious position, his unwillingness conveyed through a non-verbal exchange. He then formally submitted to the Queen's ultimate authority, his words a deferential plea for her understanding. A moment of quiet contemplation followed before Queen Alicia, with regal grace, accepted his refusal and granted him leave. Baron Lloyd Frontera, weary and beset by conflicting events, drew upon his compliment points. He accessed an ending spoiler, uncovering the truth behind Sir Kyle's murder. The revelation implicated Javier. Shortly after, a summons arrived from Queen Alicia of Magentano. The Queen's words, though not fully audible, clearly hinted at Javier's culpability, judging by the Baron's stunned expression. Lloyd's reaction, a mixture of shock and disbelief, captured in a mumbled exclamation and a flurry of unintelligible thoughts, underscored the jarring contrast between his prior expectations and this newly confirmed reality. Javier Azrahan pledged his steadfast loyalty to the Frontera family. Lloyd, surveying the Frontera estate, brooded over his recent misfortunes. He grumbled about the consistently unreliable individuals hailing from his own region. Lost in thought, he then appeared to weigh his options before resolutely turning his attention to the unique abilities bestowed by his various titles, his gaze settling on the potential of his Crusher of Bones designation. Baron Lloyd Frontera unleashed the Crusher of Bones, a power acquired to eliminate Newman, ensuring the unwavering loyalty of his estate. A grotesque visage, part of a cryptic ending spoiler, materialized, instructing him to use the orc roar, a command he found perplexing. However, the spoiler then revealed Queen Alicia, cradled safely in his arms, a testament to her absolute faith and his complete immunity from charges of treason, regardless of any machinations against him. A smirk played on his lips at this unexpected shield. His thoughts then drifted to the fallen aristocrats, victims of his calculated moves. As the full moon hung heavy in the night sky, he recognized its significance as a harbinger of momentous events, his complement points standing at 22. Baron Lloyd Frontera, possessing 8 complement points, accessed an ending spoiler. A selection prompt materialized, offering him the chance to spend his points. He affirmed his choice, initiating the spoiler. A distorted message followed, hinting at a future overflowing with extravagant luxury, a life exceeding expectations by 310%, but tempered by the troubling prospect of significant weight gain from such indulgence. Overwhelmed by this cryptic forecast, Lloyd reacted with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, his exclamations, "What's this?" So spooky, underscoring his disorientation as he examined the enigmatic message. Exhausted and bewildered, Baron Lloyd Frontera tapped into his complement points, activating an ending spoiler. A warped, unsettling vision of the Frontera estate flooded his senses, fragments of the familiar landscape twisted into an incomprehensible nightmare. Garbled text, a corrupted whisper of the truth, further fueled his disorientation. Houses and trees contorted before his eyes, their forms unnatural, alien. He stared, a question hanging heavy in the silence. Are they all like this? The disturbing vision persisted, leaving Lloyd steeped in confusion as the unsettling spectacle continued. Frustration etched deep lines onto Baron Lloyd Frontera's face as he roared his disbelief at the information unveiled. "What kind of ending is this?" he bellowed, the garbled Epianean a cryptic echo of the shocking revelation. His voice cracked, calling out into the void, a desperate plea for validation. "Hello? Is anybody here? Somebody. Answer me." He continued his frantic questioning, incredulity lacing every syllable. "Hey, message box. Is this for real? Does it all really end up like you say?" His intense emotional turmoil was palpable, a storm of disbelief raging within him. The core of the devastating prophecy was laid bare, his father, the Baron, and a Baroness, entangled in a future event of unforeseen gravity. The Baron and Baroness. The words hung heavy in the air, a testament to the shattering impact of the revelation. Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted the devastating revelation of his ending spoiler, a bitter taste of failure clinging to his tongue. He cursed his tardiness, a silent lament echoing the words, "If only I had come just a little earlier." Overwhelmed by sorrow, he confessed his inadequacy, a heart-wrenching admission of guilt. "I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect anyone." The unexpected cruelty of the revealed outcome left him reeling, a furious outburst. What kind of ending is this? Barely containing his rage and disbelief. His stunned silence that followed spoke volumes, a testament to the jarring and unsatisfying nature of the events unveiled. The Baron Lloyd Frontera, having silenced the infernal night with the power of his voice, stood amidst the aftermath. A shadowy messenger then appeared, offering a single, enigmatic clue, a question hinting at the ultimate resolution of this conflict, bound by some unexplained restriction to just one piece of counsel. Lloyd, wrestling with the cryptic message and the implications of the fallen beast, found his thoughts a turbulent sea of fragmented words and images. Finally, with resolve hardening his gaze, he dispatched Podong, entrusting him with the crucial task of readying for the inevitable onslaught. Baron Lloyd Frontera, utilizing his cunning and a cryptic phrase, "Magentano? I'll carry you," successfully convinced Queen Alicia to provide military reinforcements against the impending monster attack foretold by Asfahan. Initially, the Queen met Lloyd's warnings with doubt and questioned his assertions, a hesitation momentarily evident in Lloyd's own presentation. However, upon revealing a key detail concerning Asfahan's machinations, and uttering the peculiar tribute, the queen's skepticism evaporated, instantly replaced by unwavering trust. This resulted in the immediate allocation of 500 white cavalry and 50 wizards to bolster Lloyd's defenses. With the queen's support secured, Lloyd dispatched Podong to initiate preparations for the impending crisis, leaving him to privately contemplate the efficacy of his strategy and the power of his mysterious phrase in swaying the queen. Baron Lloyd Frontera, leveraging his insightful understanding of Asfahan's impending assault, presented irrefutable evidence to Queen Alicia. He highlighted the critical nature of the looming threat, detailing Asfahan's strategic maneuvers. Met with initial doubt, Lloyd cleverly deployed a Magentano. "I'll carry you," tribute, instantly securing the queen's absolute confidence. With unwavering support now assured, he petitioned for, and received, a force of 500 white cavalry and 50 wizards. Lloyd immediately dispatched Podong with precise instructions to ready defenses against the approaching crisis. An emissary then arrived, noting Lloyd's earlier feat of subduing a Hell Knight through an unconventional method, singing, and reminding him of a pre-existing limitation on counsel. The emissary imparted final advice, before Lloyd, with his military reinforcements secured, steeled himself for the confrontation with Asfahan's army. The Baron Lloyd Frontera, having dispatched a formidable Hell Knight, the precise manner of his victory left unshowed, yet his triumphant "gotten rid of them" resounded clearly, paused to consider the horrifying spectacle. A private query, message box. "What I just saw," arose within him. He then turned, addressing an unseen messenger, perhaps a system interface, marked by the cryptic EEVZ, and posed the critical question, "All of that gonna happen?" His inquiry concerned the veracity of a prior vision, Asfahan's prophecy, its grim implications hanging heavy in the air. Baron Lloyd Frontera laid out a stark ultimatum, a choice between belief and the catastrophic consequences of disbelief. He pressed his point, emphasizing the high personal stakes involved. The listener, likely Queen Alicia, visibly reacted to the weight of his words, a silent acknowledgement of the threat posed. Lloyd, meanwhile, was consumed by a bitter regret, a missed opportunity echoed in his thoughts. He lamented his tardiness, frustrated by logistical hurdles and his inability to arrive sooner. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken. He was determined to reach his destination with utmost speed, to confront whatever awaited him there. He concluded with a chilling prophecy, a succinct warning painting a grim picture of the Cremona region reduced to dust should action be delayed. Baron Lloyd Frontera stood before Queen Alicia, his words a carefully constructed tapestry woven from urgent necessity. An envoy, his identity obscured, had already alerted the Queen to an approaching catastrophe, prompting her immediate inquiry. Lloyd, seizing the moment, revealed Asfahan's treacherous plot, a calculated unleashing of monstrous hordes, a carefully orchestrated domino effect pushing westward, ultimately targeting Magentano's vulnerable eastern flank. He supported his claim by citing a prophetic text, subtly highlighting discrepancies between its distant, imprecise forecast and the imminent threat he described. The Queen, aware of Asfahan's recent unsettling activities in the eastern wilds, considered the Baron's assertion plausible. She then pressed him for the source of his remarkably precise intelligence concerning Asfahan's actions and clandestine movements, her curiosity piqued by the gravity of his revelation. Baron Lloyd Frontera, wrestling with his thoughts, muttered in frustration. A sudden realization struck him: he had withheld crucial information. He then leveled an accusation, suggesting someone else was far more deceitful than Asfahan. The Baron confessed to a blood pact with the orcs of the wastelands, revealing that a carrier pigeon delivered vital intel. He detailed his discovery of the assassination attempt on Kyle, explaining that suspicious interactions between Kyle and the head of staff initially led him to believe a romantic entanglement was afoot. This suspicion prompted further investigation, culminating in his witnessing the event. Lloyd further addressed concerns about his mana absorption and the resulting destruction, finally concluding with a tribute to the unparalleled genius of his knight, Javier. Baron Lloyd Frontera, his heart heavy with the weight of his deception, worried that Queen Alicia perceived the falsehood of his prophecy. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, he activated the magically imbued tribute, Magentano? I'll carry you. The display worked its enchantment, the Queen's suspicions vanished, replaced by unwavering faith. Relieved of any accusation of treachery, Lloyd received the Queen's full backing, securing command of 500 white cavalry and 50 powerful wizards. Alicia, acknowledging Lloyd's superior grasp of the enemy's movements, entrusted him with the formidable forces. Overwhelmed by relief and gratitude, Lloyd expressed his heartfelt thanks for the Queen's magnanimous support. Queen Alicia, initially harboring doubts about Baron Lloyd Frontera, offered a conditional pardon. The restoration of the crown's honor, tarnished by a recent assassination attempt, hinged upon Lloyd's success in thwarting the monstrous assaults. Her acknowledgement of his suspicious nature was coupled with a begrudging respect for their shared understanding of the gravity of the situation. A forceful sound, perhaps a battle cry, a declaration of unwavering intent, erupted from Lloyd, underscoring his commitment to averting the impending catastrophe. She then requested a full explanation for his unusual actions and unconventional requests for military support, granting him ample time to detail his strategy. Baron Lloyd Frontera, receiving a fragmented message, grasped its urgent nature, immediately requesting clarification. A second, equally garbled transmission followed, revealing a 5-day deadline to reach the Frontera estate. His strategy crystallized. Javier's unparalleled swordsmanship would be the key. The swift decimation of enemy soldiers by such a display of skill would shatter their morale. However, the Baron recognized a crucial flaw: the enemy's preoccupation with immediate needs, coupled with a full encirclement, meant that Javier, even with his exceptional abilities, couldn't secure victory alone. Thus, he dispatched Podong, entrusting him with critical preparations and stressing the absolute necessity of punctual arrival at their designated meeting point, his success intrinsically linked to Podong's timely appearance. Podong promptly departed to carry out his instructions. Baron Lloyd Frontera, radiating confidence, declared, "I have a plan." His inner voice echoed a quiet, determined, "Just you wait." The Baron's strategy, a testament to his foresight and influence, revolved around his lucrative Frontera estate. He would leverage its considerable financial power and resources to shore up defenses against the approaching monstrous assault. His plan, though its specifics remained elusive, clearly involved securing the Queen's vital assistance. The strength of his estate and his intimate understanding of Asfahan's attack likely formed the pillars of his argument. Time was short, the Baron, Lloyd Frontera, knew it. A wave of chaos surged through the streets, foreshadowing the monstrous onslaught. His voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the panic. "Hey! What are you standing around for? Hurry and escape into your houses," he roared. A civilian, startled, stammered, "Am Master Lloyd?" The Baron, without hesitation, barked further instructions, "The biggest one you can find." His gaze remained fixed, resolute against the impending threat, even as he shepherded his people to safety. Chaos reigned as an Orcish horde descended upon the Frontera estate and the surrounding village. Widespread destruction and fierce fighting marked the initial clash. Amidst the turmoil, Lloyd Frontera, amidst the carnage, frantically scribbled a plan, a flurry of symbols betraying his desperate improvisation. The battle's conclusion arrived, leaving behind a landscape of aftermath. The nature of victory or defeat remained uncertain, though the sounds of battle hinted at the unconventional warfare Lloyd employed, utilizing the properties of locust swarms to his advantage. Earlier, a proposal or plan, perhaps Lloyd's own, was rejected, a setback adding to the complexity of his already desperate defensive strategy. Lloyd Frontera, witnessing the encroaching orc horde threatening his father, Arcos, and the villagers, formulated a daring strategy. Understanding the locusts' behavior, he devised a plan to exploit their sensitivity to sound. A loud noise, the precise nature of which remains unknown, was deployed, triggering a frenzied reaction from the nearby swarm. The agitated insects descended upon the orc ranks, causing significant disarray and effectively hindering their advance. This audacious tactic, flawlessly executed, bought precious time, allowing the villagers and Arcos a chance to escape the immediate danger. Even amidst the ensuing turmoil, Lloyd maintained his composure and continued to direct the defense, showcasing his leadership. The aftermath, though partially obscured, clearly indicated the success of his cunning maneuver, leaving a lasting impression of his decisive victory. The abrupt conclusion hints at further conflict, yet Lloyd's initial triumph is undeniable. Amidst the chaos, Marbella's voice, laced with alarm and bewilderment, cut through the air. Lloyd, his concern evident, immediately inquired after her safety. His words, sharp and decisive, directed her towards the impending conflict. They were to join Sir Byron and the soldiers defending the village from the encroaching orc horde. The subsequent moments witnessed their swift movement towards the village's edge, a united response against the looming threat. A sharp cry cut through the air, "Move out!" The command echoed the escalating panic, screams of terror, "Ah! Get away! Get away from me!" painted a picture of chaos engulfing the Count's residence. The ensuing turmoil was a whirlwind of desperate action. Marbella Frontera's anguished cry, "Oh no! All the villagers are in danger." The Count revealed the extent of the crisis. Then, a selfless plea from Arcos Frontera, the Count himself, possibly facing his end, rang out, "If the estate was ever to be in peril, please save our people first before me." This direct appeal to Lloyd Frontera was followed by a tense silence, the aftermath of the Count's words, before Lloyd, true to his character, sprang into action to protect the villagers. Chaos erupted as orc warriors descended upon the unsuspecting populace. Lloyd Frontera, his voice ringing out above the din, bellowed a command, "Michael! Get behind me!" The ensuing struggle was fierce. Lloyd, a bulwark against the onslaught, fought to shield Michael from harm. One orc, eyes burning with malevolence, snarled, "Today may be your last." Another, in a gruff voice laced with what sounded like an animalistic vocalization, declared their commitment to their fallen comrade's family, "But we will keep our oath with our brother's family." The battle raged, fueled by the ferocity of a massive orc force, a veritable swarm descending upon them, as hinted by the partially obscured caption referencing the great swarms of ORC warriors. The orc horde advanced, a terrifying tide threatening the Count's home and his family. Simultaneously, a colossal swarm of locusts bore down on them, a second wave of destruction. Lloyd Frontera, witnessing this double threat, felt a surge of despair, instantly grasping the dire situation. A flash of inspiration struck him, a tactical possibility amidst the chaos. He swiftly instructed Byron to sound the siege horns, dictating a precise rhythmic sequence. Byron obeyed, his horn calls echoing across the fields. The locust swarm reacted to the unique rhythm, its course dramatically altered. The insects, now a raging torrent, swept over the unsuspecting orc army, throwing the invaders into disarray and confusion. This unexpected turn bought precious time, allowing the villagers and the Count to prepare their defenses. Though relief was fleeting, Lloyd watched the temporary reprieve, his mind already formulating the next phase of his strategy, knowing the battle was far from won. A colossal swarm of locusts descended upon the estate, a terrifying addition to the already raging orc invasion. Lloyd Frontera, however, recognized the erratic flight pattern as unnatural. He quickly deduced the insect's sensitivity to sound, a byproduct of the ongoing battle. With decisive action, he ordered Byron to blow the horn continuously, a command swiftly seconded by instructions to Michael to maintain a steady, powerful blare. The sustained horn call effectively diverted the locust swarm away from the village, sending it hurtling toward the orc ranks, sowing potential chaos amongst the invaders. The success of his audacious plan etched a mix of relief and quiet satisfaction onto Lloyd's face, his ingenuity and concern for his people evident to all, Javier Azrahan's rising approval rating a testament to his effective leadership. Chaos reigned at Frontera's estate as orcs laid waste to the grounds. Amidst the destruction, Lloyd Frontera surveyed the battlefield, his gaze sharp and calculating. A plan formed in his mind, and with a bellow, "Hey, you maggots! You should be in a natural history museum. He directed a massive swarm of locusts towards the encroaching horde. The insects, responding to his command, surged forward, a living wave crashing into the ranks of the invaders, disrupting their assault and turning the tide of the battle. A resounding clang echoed from Lloyd Frontera's estate as he brought a pot lid down with a forceful strike. With a bright, almost mocking grin, he taunted the encroaching locust swarm. Enjoying that racket, are you? This pot lid's got you all riled up, huh? The insects reacted instantly to the sudden, sharp noise, their mass shifting and thinning as they retreated from the property. The clever use of the pot lid proved effective. The estate was soon largely freed from the plague of locusts. A chilling echo resonated through the air. Lloyd Frontera, his expression hardening, identified the sound as a grave threat. His companion, overcome with terror at the impending Orcish onslaught, reacted with a cry of stark disbelief and outrage. A soldier breathlessly confirmed Lloyd Frontera's earlier assessment. The orc horde followed a predictable pattern. Lloyd, ever the strategist, responded with a cheerful, "Good. We'll keep gathering them like this. Let's do a lap around the estate perimeter." His forces, responding to his commands, diligently continued herding the relentless swarm. Lloyd's encouragement, a sharp harder, spurred them onward as the maneuver continued. Amidst the chaos and danger, an observer voiced confusion and concern at Lloyd's unnaturally bright demeanor, questioning, "Too hard, wait, why do you look so happy? Why are you smiling?" Undeterred, Lloyd calmly anticipated the next wave of the monstrous creatures, declaring, "Here comes the next one." The weight of Lacona's impending doom pressed heavily on Lloyd Frontera. A sudden recollection, gleaned from a previously read book, sparked a plan within him. Locusts, he knew, were susceptible to loud noises. His strategy, audaciously implemented, proved successful. The swarming insects responded exactly as predicted. With a triumphant "they're falling for it," Lloyd shifted his focus to Lacona, issuing a decisive order. "Next up is Lacona. Come on." Nearby, a voice, likely Marbella's, echoed his astonishment. "You are planning to help that area too?" A neighbor, even in such a critical state. Lloyd's selfless actions didn't go unnoticed. Javier Azrahan's approval rating surged upward by 3 points, adding 54 role-playing points to his total. Yet, amidst the chaos and newfound praise, a nagging worry surfaced in Lloyd's mind, a far less glamorous concern. "I can't lose that water bill." The narrative began with fragmented words, hinting at a momentous, though possibly disastrous, event, a cryptic message proclaiming a greatest achievement or a developer's triumph. More indecipherable text and symbols followed, amplifying the sense of overwhelming scale and pandemonium. Then, a piercing scream, a desperate eek. Ahhhhhh, cut through the air, echoing the terror of those bearing witness. One voice, filled with stark fear and bewilderment, cried out, "What are these things?" their question hanging unanswered amidst the chaos. Finally, the name Lloyd Frontera emerged, unmistakably placing him at the center of this monstrous gathering, the architect of its unnerving reality. A sarcastic caption, "Don't even think about being late with your water bills," flashed across the page, a likely reflection of Lloyd Frontera's disregard for regulations. The aftermath of his monster-herding escapade unfolded, a massive concentration of creatures crammed together in a single location. Javier Azrahan's incredulous voice cut through the air. "So your plan was to take them through buildings and concentrate the swarm even further." Lloyd, however, shrugged off the accusation with a casual, "Plan?" There was no plan. Instead, he confessed, "I just wanted to be a fool." A triumphant, manic laugh, that felt good. He followed, a testament to his chaotic success and gleeful disregard for conventional tactics. Overseeing a massive monster extermination, Lloyd Frontera witnessed a subordinate, likely Javier, struggle to maintain pace with the operation's demanding rhythm. A roar, "It's coming through," erupted from Lloyd, either bolstering his summoned creatures, Bangul and Hamong, or further discombobulating the monstrous horde, a calculated chaos benefiting his overall strategy. Javier, however, rebuked Lloyd's outburst, deeming it counterproductive and a demonstration of Lloyd's flawed understanding of the broader plan. Lloyd, in response, calmly explained that his shout was a deliberate tactic, attracting the monsters to allow him to manipulate their movements for optimal efficiency. He dismissed Javier's concerns with a curt, "Wrong," highlighting the subordinates' misunderstanding of his ruthlessly pragmatic approach. Finally, with the current phase of monster herding completed, Lloyd ordered the operation's relocation to the Maritz wetlands. A second, unforeseen horde of monsters erupted into Lloyd Frontera's awareness, prompting a sharp, internal cry of disbelief. The ensuing clash was brutal. Pained grunts and the ferocious struggle filled the air, a maelstrom of violence that left Lloyd visibly strained and hard-pressed. He found himself overwhelmed, the situation clearly demanding immediate backup. With practiced ease, Lloyd Frontera orchestrated the relentless advance of his summoned creatures, Bangul and Hamong, driving a vast throng of monsters towards a predetermined point. The immense scale of the operation unfolded, the summoned beasts relentlessly pushing the unruly horde closer to their intended destination. A satisfied grunt escaped Lloyd's lips as he witnessed the success of his strategy, a triumphant good. "We gathered them to a single spot," echoing across the battlefield. He then spurred his allies onward, a forceful "come on." Just a little further, urging them to complete their task. The final moments depicted a near-perfect convergence, a prelude to the arrival of the forces tasked with their extermination. Exhaustion gnawed at Lloyd Frontera as he surveyed the monstrous horde. He noted Bangul's labored breathing, a grim realization dawning, pushing the creature further risked their lives. A frustrated thought flashed through his mind, the folly of overtaxing his mount. After a moment of tactical consideration, he barked orders to Javier Azrahan, instructing him to ready himself for the next phase of their operation. Then, with a sharp command, Lloyd vaulted onto Bangul's back, transforming the exhausted beast into a desperate, fleeing steed. The massive monster extermination neared its end. Chaos reigned, yet a controlled chaos, with fallen foes littering the battlefield. Lloyd Frontera surveyed the carnage, his gaze assessing the remaining threats. A sharp, informal command, "Go, Bangul." Hamung sliced through the air. His summoned creatures, Bangul and Hamung, reacted instantly, their efforts redoubling. The final strokes of the battle were delivered, the imminent arrival of reinforcements signaling the close of the operation. From his elevated position, Lloyd Frontera observed Bangul and Hamung, his monstrous subordinates, efficiently decimating the colossal swarm. The near completion of the operation prompted a grim internal reflection. Cleaning up the aftermath of such a slaughter was, to put it mildly, a monumental task. He then directed Javier to secure the perimeter, anticipating the imminent arrival of reinforcements. Below, a vast expanse lay strewn with the carcasses of the vanquished beasts, a testament to the operation's brutal efficiency. A chilling smile touched Lloyd's lips as he contemplated the approaching support, 300 sand and steel soldiers, 50 white cavalry, and a sizable contingent of wizards, sufficient, he reasoned, to handle any remaining threats. However, a cynical undercurrent colored his thoughts. He harbored a suspicion that these reinforcements might inadvertently exacerbate the already chaotic situation. The battle raged. Lloyd Frontera, already deep into spray shot, round 2, oversaw the chaotic ballet of destruction. His summoned creatures, Bangul and Hamong, were locked in fierce combat amidst a throng of monsters. The intensity of the struggle, the sheer scale of the operation, underscored Lloyd's tactical brilliance as he systematically herded and eradicated the monstrous horde. The conflict continued unabated, a brutal symphony of clashing claws and shattering bone, until a triumphant shout echoed across the ravaged landscape, round 3. The extermination, it was clear, was far from its conclusion. Another wave of the monstrous tide was about to break. A satisfied smirk played on Lloyd Frontera's lips as he surveyed the thinning ranks of monsters. Almost done, he mused, anticipating the arrival of his cleanup crew. His summoned creatures, Bangul and Hamong, continued their brutal work, a whirlwind of chaotic violence engulfing the remaining beasts. Javier Azrahan approached, reporting, "Sir, the sand and steel, the white cavalry, and the mages are approaching." Lloyd's response was curt, "Prepare for the next stage," hinting at operations beyond the current slaughter. He reflected on the operation's success, a grim smile touching his lips. Another successful herd, he thought, efficient, brutal, and profitable. The battlefield, a vast expanse of slain monsters, stood as testament to his ruthless efficiency. Exhausted yet pleased by the monumental task's completion, Lloyd Frontera let out a weary sigh. The monstrous horde had been significantly thinned, though the victory was far from absolute. He acknowledged, with a hint of underlying apprehension, the several thousand creatures that still remained. A brief moment of contemplation followed, a silent question hanging in the air regarding the best approach. Yet, his expression quickly shifted to one of calm resolve. With a confident declaration, he assured himself, and any unseen listeners, that the remaining threat would be dealt with. The subsequent ease in his bearing only served to highlight his tendency to downplay the considerable danger before him. The battle-worn Lloyd Frontera, surveying the ravaged landscape, noted the imminent arrival of reinforcements. 300 elite warriors from the Sand and Steel tribe, 50 soldiers of the White Cavalry, and a contingent of wizards were on their way to mop up the remaining creatures. He then directed Javier to leave the remaining monsters to these fresh forces. His gaze, however, held a new, grim focus. A far greater threat, a phenomenon he termed monster domino, now demanded his attention. The chaotic maelstrom of monsters overwhelmed Lloyd Frontera. His weary thoughts, "A stark it never ends," echoed the unending cycle of extermination. A jumble of indecipherable symbols, SRS section equals WZZ, E, RYNI, equals RE equals, mirrored the turbulent feelings churning within him, a visual representation of his futile struggle against the seemingly insurmountable tide of beasts. The sheer volume of the creatures, a testament to the endless nature of his grim task, left him feeling utterly overrun and defeated. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a master strategist, plotted his grand design, the word greatest echoed in his mind, a testament to his ambition. He dismissed a crude, destructive plan, deeming it insufficient. Commander Blanc, addressing her White Cavalry, ignited their fervor for war, their loyalty to the Queen fueling a thirst for annihilation. A critical juncture followed, a subtle shift orchestrated by Lloyd. Then, a sharp, unexpected cooing pierced the air, a sound that marked a decisive change. The White Cavalry, their initial bloodlust redirected, now found themselves unexpectedly redirected from conflict towards a project of engineering, a testament to Lloyd's cunning manipulation, benefiting the Queen's realm. Baron Lloyd Frontera, addressing Commander Valilardi Blanc, subtly reminded him of a past debt. Blanc, initially bristling at the suggestion of being directed by Lloyd, protested the Baron's authority over the White Cavalry, a unit loyal to the Queen. Lloyd then proposed repurposing the White Cavalry as engineers for a vital kingdom construction project, emphasizing its strategic importance without issuing a direct command. Blanc responded with disdain, proudly proclaiming the cavalry's role as warriors and rejecting the idea. However, Lloyd deftly invoked the name of Javier Azrahan, implying that even Javier's past actions, which had challenged Blanc, were insignificant compared to Lloyd's reach and influence. Blanc, pondering this veiled threat, along with the strategic merits of Lloyd's proposition, eventually agreed, his acquiescence suggested by both the plan's logic and the unspoken acknowledgement of a past favor from Lloyd, written in the frame as, "For saving me earlier." The aftermath of a tumultuous engagement unfolded, the air thick with the lingering echoes of conflict. Commander Blanc, face etched with relief and concern, rushed towards Baron Lloyd Frontera, his voice a raw cry of Lloyd. His words tumbled forth, a torrent of gratitude and apology. You're not hurt, are you?" Blanc's relief was palpable as he continued, his voice thick with emotion. "You saved all of us when your feeble father couldn't. I am so sorry and so grateful." The commander's worry lingered, however, as he questioned Lloyd's selfless actions. "Why do you enjoy saving people so much? What if you were hurt?" But Lloyd, ever the pragmatist, deftly deflected the praise, his response a carefully constructed evasion. "That's not it. It was all for my retirement. It did it purely for my own benefit." With a subtle shift, Lloyd redirected the conversation, reminding Blanc of a prior discussion. "You don't seem to remember what you said during the ending spoiler." "Huh? What do you mean? What did I say?" The Baron's words, a calculated maneuver, effectively steered the narrative away from gratitude and towards a more advantageous point. Baron Lloyd Frontera, dismissing a prior disagreement with Commander Blanc as inconsequential, immediately shifted the focus to the impending second wave of attack. He urgently emphasized the need for preparedness, using an exclamation that conveyed the pressing nature of the situation. Subtly, but effectively, Lloyd leveraged the unusual pest control powers inherent to his baronial title, a clear demonstration of his authority and unconventional approach, to underscore his position. Commander Blanc, still questioning Lloyd's motives for the summons, remained uncertain of the Baron's intentions. The conversation concluded without a direct explanation from Lloyd, leaving Blanc's reaction to the Baron's unspoken strategy for the following encounter. Lloyd offered Commander Valalardi Blanc his gratitude for the White Cavalry's contribution to the Locust extermination, a compliment Blanc initially deflected, claiming their role was merely cleanup. Lloyd, however, countered, highlighting the exceptional speed and efficiency of the cavalry's actions, far exceeding expectations. Blanc confessed his initial displeasure at being placed under the command of an engineer. Yet, upon further reflection on the flawless execution of the operation, the precise timing and deployment of his men perfectly aligned with Lloyd's strategy, he recognized Lloyd's strategic genius. The Queen's survival, Blanc conceded, was no accident, it was a testament to Lloyd's brilliance. Despite this acknowledgement, a simmering resentment remained, a quiet question hanging in the air regarding the disparity in treatment. The wizards had been recalled, while the White Cavalry remained, facing death on the battlefield. Commander Valalardi Blanc, confronted by Lloyd's audacious strategy, revealed a hidden chapter of his past. The challenge, a pointed inquiry into Blanc's own ambitions, prompted the seasoned commander to recount a grim episode from the novel's narrative, his command of the White Cavalry and the Queen's order for a merciless purge. He described a fierce clash with Javier Azrahan, a man defending the innocent populace, a significant struggle, Blanc stressed, even before Azrahan achieved mastery of the sword. The subtle implication, a simple Javier, from Lloyd, solidified the connection, earning the commander's implicit trust. Overcome with a mixture of despair and exhaustion, Blanc, in a torrent of emotion, asked Lloyd for assistance in halting the Queen's actions. Lloyd, in turn, silently catalogued his assessment of Blanc: unyielding loyalty, a natural-born soldier, and unwavering honesty. Baron Lloyd Frontera, devising a direct strategy, concluded that subtlety would fail. He boldly challenged Commander Valalardi Blanc to a duel. The wager was substantial. Victory for Lloyd would transfer the White Cavalry to his estate as an engineer corps. Blanc's triumph meant a return to the Queen's service. Blanc initially reacted with derisive laughter, deeming the proposal absurd and hinting at his unwillingness to concede. He pointed out his position as the Queen's sword, emphasizing he wouldn't engage a civilian without her explicit command. Lloyd then revealed the Queen's recent appointment, framing the duel as an order, thereby resolving the impasse. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a master strategist, subtly maneuvered Commander Blanc. He proposed that even the most menial task, like digging ditches, would be acceptable if it were the consequence of a duel, a veiled challenge. Lloyd's keen observation, during this unspoken contest of wills, led to Commander Blanc's tacit acknowledgement of the implied provocation. Blanc, recalling Lloyd's previous punishment of a traitor using a shovel, understood the game. He declared his intent to keep his blade sheathed, thus accepting the unconventional terms. Lloyd, inwardly pleased, recognized Blanc taking the bait. He privately acknowledged the low probability of victory in a direct confrontation with Blanc, given Blanc's renowned swordsmanship and near-death experience against Javier Azrahan. However, Lloyd possessed unwavering confidence in his own cunning strategy, a different, powerful weapon that rendered the traditional duel obsolete, securing his strategic objectives. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a civilian, issued a challenge to Commander Blanc, a seasoned knight, a duel unlike any other. The terms were unusual. If even a single attack from Lloyd caused Blanc to flinch, Blanc would be declared the winner. The ensuing contest, a testament to Lloyd's strategic prowess, unfolded not with brute force, but with cunning. Lloyd's approach wasn't about physical combat. Instead, he masterfully demonstrated the flaws in the White Cavalry's current function, subtly showcasing his superior strategic intellect. This unconventional victory, devoid of actual blows, profoundly impressed Commander Blanc. Consequently, Blanc tacitly agreed to Lloyd's proposal to restructure the White Cavalry into an engineering corps. Baron Lloyd Frontera watched the White Cavalry's futile assault on the stone walls, their reckless cavalry charges a pathetic waste of life. He then approached Commander Blanc, noting the stalemate, and offered a solution, though not immediately revealing it. Blanc, bristling at Lloyd's authority, scorned his unconventional methods. Lloyd deftly countered, pointing out the predictability of Blanc's conventional strategy, which was clearly failing. He proposed a bold transformation. The White Cavalry would become an engineering corps. Blanc, fiercely protective of his cavalry's traditional role, initially rejected the idea. However, Lloyd cleverly appealed to Blanc's pride, suggesting that such a task would require exceptional ingenuity and subtly highlighting the superior effectiveness of Javier's engineers. Blanc, stung by the implied comparison and recognizing the strategic benefit, grudgingly accepted, resolved to prove his competence in this new challenge. Lloyd, watching Blanc's reluctant agreement, felt another piece of his intricate plan fall perfectly into place. 500 of the kingdom's finest soldiers, the White Cavalry, stood ready. Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Commander Vallardi Blanc, subtly arguing against a direct military engagement with the current foe. Instead, Lloyd boldly proposed repurposing the elite cavalry as an engineering corps, tasked with constructing fortifications and siege engines. Blanc, proud and initially resistant, bristled at this unconventional strategy. Lloyd, however, subtly reminded Blanc of a past victory shared with Javier Azrahan, implicitly positioning himself as a strategic equal despite lacking Blanc's swordsmanship prowess. A silent battle of intellect ensued, culminating in Blanc's perceptible though reluctant acceptance of Lloyd's plan. The commander's subtle shift in expression revealed his internal struggle before he ultimately yielded to the Baron's persuasive brilliance, granting Lloyd control of a formidable force for his strategic objectives. The White Cavalry, under Baron Frontera's command, underwent a complete reorganization into an engineer corps. Commander Vallardi Blanc, however, met this news with furious displeasure, vehemently protesting the redirection of his dedicated cavalrymen to what he considered grueling, unskilled labor. His objections were met by Frontera's calm assurance that he would reveal something remarkable. The Baron then offered a counterpoint, suggesting that wielding a shovel could be as noble a pursuit as wielding a sword, a concept visually reinforced in the following frame. Baron Lloyd Frontera approached Commander Blanc, requesting assistance to verify a matter of some importance. He then presented a novel technique, gleaned from his time amongst the orcs of the wilderness, a demonstration that initially met with Blanc's doubt. Lloyd, however, confidently vouched for the method's efficacy, emphasizing his first-hand experience in the rugged lands of the orcs. The Baron's internal monologue revealed a self-serving intention. This audacious plan was crucial to safeguarding his carefully cultivated advantages. Ultimately, persuaded by the demonstration and the Baron's unwavering conviction, Commander Blanc acceded to Lloyd's proposal to refocus the White Cavalry into an engineering corps. The narrative commenced with a shattered word, hinting at Lloyd Frontera, Baron, and his self-proclaimed title of greatest developer. This label, developer, dominated the following frame, starkly contrasting his current position as a battlefield commander. A single word, "no," beneath it suggested a rejection of traditional military strategies. The subsequent illustrations, though indecipherable, undoubtedly showcased Lloyd presenting his unorthodox battle plan to his knights. Their responses, also visually conveyed, clearly indicated confusion and doubt. A snippet of dialogue, possibly O4, further emphasized this disbelief, painting a picture of initial resistance to the Baron's unconventional approach. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing the formidable mastodons, met with immediate skepticism from his chief knight, Byron, who questioned the wisdom of a charge lacking armor. Lloyd, unfazed, calmly unveiled his strategy, emphasizing swiftness and evasive tactics to overcome the beast's limitations. His explanation, however, failed to fully convince the white cavalry, their expressions betraying lingering doubt. Nevertheless, at Lloyd's command, they launched a daring flanking maneuver, a whirlwind of motion defying initial expectations. The maneuver proved brilliantly effective. The mastodons, slow and easily outmaneuvered, fell prey to the cavalry's speed and agility. Meanwhile, Javier watched serenely, his composure suggesting that the outcome was precisely what he anticipated. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, unveiled his audacious strategy against the mastodons. A complex battlefield map, meticulously planned, filled the air with unspoken tension. Sir Byron, his chief knight, voiced his apprehension, openly questioning the lack of conventional preparations, the absence of armor particularly striking. "What evidence supports your conviction?" he challenged. Lloyd's reply was oblique, a cryptic suggestion that his plan possessed the intricate, unpredictable nature of a collapsing line of dominoes. The final frame underscored the intricacy of his scheme, hinting at the far-reaching consequences of even the smallest actions. Lloyd, inwardly confident, stood firm. Baron Lloyd Frontera, despite Byron's questioning of his seemingly straightforward strategy, confidently presented his unconventional plan to overcome the mastodons. Byron voiced his uncertainty, hinting at Lloyd's evasiveness in responding to his pointed inquiries. Javier noted Lloyd's adeptness at sidestepping direct answers. Unfazed, Lloyd declared his assessment sound and the moment for action arrived, dismissing any further reservations. He then revealed his battle plan, to meet the mastodons' initial charge head-on with matching speed, followed by swiftly neutralizing their leading ranks. His explanation continued, detailing further maneuvers to exploit the ensuing pause in their advance, ultimately culminating in a layered flanking attack, targeting the mastodon formation from its outer edges, systematically dismantling it layer by layer. The battle raged, a grim tableau of 20 fallen comrades already claimed by the mastodons. Lloyd Frontera, Baron and Commander, calmly assessed the situation, calculating a further 10 losses before victory. Amidst the chaos, a soldier, Oleg, voiced his romantic aspirations, dreaming of a proposal to his beloved following their triumph. Byron, the ever-stoic knight, immediately rebuked Oleg's optimism, the harsh reality of imminent death heavy in the air. A somber reflection crossed Lloyd's mind: Oleg might not live to see his sweetheart, his lance perhaps the only legacy left behind. The contrast between Lloyd's calculated approach and Byron's traditional military bearing sharpened as the Baron acknowledged his own conspicuous lack of armor, prompting a questioning look from his armored knight. Baron Lloyd Frontera, astride a white rock, issued commands to his lightly armored white cavalry. Byron, his knight, voiced his astonishment and worry at the seemingly reckless order, questioning his lord's judgment as they marched towards certain danger without their protective armor. Javier, meanwhile, observed from a distance, his intent fixed on understanding Lloyd's strategy. A soldier, pointing towards the Baron on the distant rock, predicted an imminent signal. Lloyd's order, to proceed swiftly to the village's southeastern edge, was met with further incredulity from Byron, who perceived the maneuver as a foolhardy attempt to unwittingly clear a path for the enemy's advance. The mastodons thundered, poised to shatter the earthen ramparts. Urgency hung heavy in the air as Baron Lloyd Frontera unveiled his unorthodox battle plan, a flanking maneuver. Sir Byron, his chief knight, reacted with open skepticism, arguing the side attack was inadequate to halt the mastodon charge. A tense exchange followed, with Lloyd issuing a veiled threat, a hint of informing Her Majesty should his strategy be disregarded. Byron's disbelief escalated, his words painting a picture of Lloyd's actions as reckless and nonsensical. The murmuring confusion of the knights, echoing Byron's assessment, underscored the perceived illogical nature of the Baron's unconventional tactics. A thunderous war cry announced the mastodon charge, their advance shaking the very earth. Byron, his brow furrowed, voiced his apprehension at Baron Lloyd Frontera's lack of armor and unorthodox strategy. Yet, Lloyd remained composed, issuing the order for a retreat, a decision met with confusion and outright disbelief from Byron and his white cavalry soldiers. His plan, however, was clear, a calculated retreat to lure the mastodons into a deadly trap. Overconfident in their pursuit, the mastodons pressed their advantage, their recklessness growing with each passing moment. Reaching their designated ambush point, Lloyd's troops sprang their trap. A devastating counterattack, expertly utilizing the terrain, caught the mastodons completely off guard. The mastodons were routed, their defeat resounding across the field. The white cavalry erupted in triumphant celebration, while Javier calmly assessed the situation. Byron, his face a mixture of astonishment and relief, stood among his victorious men. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing the charging mastodons, issued a startling command. His troops, under the bewildered gaze of their chief knight, Byron, were to fashion a colossal relief of a megalania, a creature known to prey upon the lumbering beasts, directly in the path of the oncoming herd. Though initially met with doubt and hesitant expressions from the white cavalry, the soldiers obeyed, diligently constructing the massive depiction. The mastodons, upon encountering the enormous representation of their natural enemy, abruptly halted their charge, their advance stymied by the unexpected sight. Lloyd, witnessing the success of his audacious tactic, felt a quiet satisfaction at his unconventional victory. Baron Lloyd Frontera barked orders, sending his white cavalry in a rapid advance. A deafening clamor erupted as the troops charged forward, their movements churning a massive dust cloud. Lances clashed with a thunderous clang, further obscuring their progress from the mastodons. One soldier, bewildered by the Baron's erratic strategy, voiced his confusion, questioning the point of the chaotic display. Yet, the maneuver, however inexplicable to the men, proceeded, its true intent veiled within the swirling grit and noise. The already terrified mastodons, recently facing a genuine megalania, were thrown into further disarray by the cunning suggestion of another monstrous reptile's approach. Baron Lloyd Frontera watched, a grim satisfaction etching itself onto his features. If the beasts stampeded north, his audacious gambit would pay off. Javier and a member of the white cavalry openly voiced their astonishment, questioning the Baron's seemingly reckless scheme. However, another white cavalryman quickly grasped the import of the long, previously dug ditch, recognizing its strategic role in Lloyd's trap. Baron Lloyd Frontera, lacking armor, initiated a maneuver that baffled even his own knights. Byron, voicing his apprehension, questioned the wisdom of facing the mastodons unarmored. Lloyd, however, harbored a cunning plan, a feigned retreat designed to lure the enemy into a deadly trap. An unnamed soldier echoed Byron's confusion, questioning the retreat in the face of the mastodons' advance. Despite their uncertainty, the white cavalry obeyed Lloyd's command, executing a hesitant withdrawal. Javier, in contrast, remained impassive, his unwavering faith in his lord evident. The mastodons, believing themselves victorious, eagerly pursued the apparently fleeing force. As the enemy drew closer, Lloyd silently anticipated their fall into his ambush. With a sudden, masterful shift, the cavalry executed a flanking maneuver, turning the supposed rout into a devastating surprise attack. The mastodons, caught completely off guard, suffered heavy casualties. Byron, initially skeptical, bore witness to the brilliance of Lloyd's unconventional strategy, his doubt giving way to impressed astonishment. Baron Lloyd Frontera, despite Byron's protests and the palpable unease among his lightly armed cavalry, orchestrated a daring maneuver. Byron voiced his reservations about abandoning the armored knights, deeming the plan reckless. Undeterred, Lloyd insisted on a swift, deceptive retreat, emphasizing speed to exploit the enemy's overconfidence. The white cavalrymen openly questioned the suicidal-seeming order, expressing their apprehension at their vulnerable state. Javier, however, remained stoic, his unwavering faith in Lloyd's strategy evident. With unwavering confidence, Lloyd issued his final command, highlighting the importance of surprise and the enemy's avarice as pivotal to their success. Though hesitant, the cavalry obeyed, feigning a panicked rout with impressive speed. The mastodons, blinded by the apparent victory and driven by greed, eagerly pursued the seemingly fleeing soldiers, thereby falling directly into Lloyd's cleverly laid trap. The narrative began with a fragmented utterance, hinting at a colossal threat looming over the kingdom. Baron Lloyd Frontera, however, dismissed conventional approaches, his internal monologue revealing a disdain for established methods. This was not a problem for typical solutions, something grander was required. He then embarked on formulating a daring strategy, centered on awakening the legendary King Storma. The details of his plan's conception remained unspoken, yet the Baron's resolve, to rouse the mythical beast and thereby deter future monstrous incursions, was undeniably clear. Baron Lloyd Frontera, explaining his methods to Javier, faced skepticism. Javier voiced his incredulity at the seemingly effortless victory over the monster threat, questioning the completeness of their success. Lloyd, however, calmly pointed to the plentiful food downstream, arguing that the monsters, having found a better feeding ground, had no reason to return to their previous hunting grounds, a clear indication, he asserted, of their successful expulsion. Javier then pressed Lloyd on the canal's construction, questioning whether it had been a deliberate part of the monster repelling strategy. Lloyd admitted the canal hadn't been in his initial plans. Instead, he'd recognized the opportunity during the excavation and cleverly adapted his work to create a useful resource. A brief pause followed, allowing the full weight of Lloyd's opportunistic approach to sink in. A somber memorial, announcing the passing of Sir Durando and showcasing Queen Alicia's sorrow, served as a backdrop to the Baron Lloyd Frontera's impatience. A period of transition followed, marked by ambiguous visuals and unintelligible scribbles hinting at Lloyd's restless energy and Javier's perhaps reluctant compliance. Finally, Javier's sharp words cut through the heavy air. "How much time do you plan on wasting? Training begins now." His rebuke underscored the Baron's delay, revealing Lloyd's unseen, yet palpable, eagerness to commence. The kingdom mourned Sir Durando, his honorable death a somber echo in the hearts of all. A funeral, perhaps, or a memorial service, held a quiet dignity, reflecting the deep grief that permeated the land. The unspoken truth, a collective understanding, hung heavy in the air. Even death couldn't diminish his honor. Yet, the respite offered by remembrance was brief. The relentless monster attacks continued, casting a shadow of misery and hardship across the land. Those days were grim, difficult, a constant struggle for survival. A sudden, stark emptiness followed, a pregnant pause before the unveiling of Baron Lloyd Frontera's bold response to the crisis. Baron Lloyd Frontera, addressing his subordinate Oleg, commanded the securing of a wedding invitation. Javier, witnessing the relentless onslaught of monstrous attacks, voiced his apprehension. Lloyd, however, noted Javier's sharpened comprehension of his own strategic thinking, playfully chiding the man on his newfound intellect. He then goaded Javier into revealing the core of his plan, a deceptively simple solution to the unending monster problem. Javier, demonstrating remarkable insight, correctly identified the strategy. Lloyd confirmed this astute observation. Finally, he tasked Javier with obtaining Her Majesty's consent for the initiative, leaving Javier surprised by the Baron's choice to forego a personal audience with the Queen. Witnessing Lloyd's triumph, Javier Azrahan underwent a profound internal shift. The true meaning of victory revealed the stark inadequacies of his own leadership. A subsequent realization of past incompetence solidified this newfound understanding. As Lloyd's plan to awaken King Storma unfolded, Javier's perception of the man evolved. Hesitant, internal conflict gave way to acceptance and respect. He ultimately voiced a request to remain, eager to learn from Lloyd's wisdom. A transition then marked a shift to a new setting or time. Baron Lloyd Frontera addressed Javier, emphasizing the indispensable nature of his assistance in the undertaking. He revisited their earlier disagreement, reminding Javier of his staunch opposition to the waterway project near Lake Capua. Lloyd then displayed an illustration of King Storma, the mythical beast slumbering within the lake's depths, reiterating Javier's prior doubt that the waterway alone would suffice to rouse the legendary creature. However, Lloyd confirmed, their combined efforts would now succeed in awakening King Storma. Baron Lloyd Frontera, undeterred by Javier's forceful rejection, a vehement absolutely not, pressed ahead with his scheme to rouse King Storma. Unintelligible whispers, likely further protests from Javier or Lloyd's self-justifying rationalizations, filled the air. Ignoring all opposition, Lloyd unilaterally declared, "I vote yes." Javier, recognizing the hopelessness of his resistance, conceded with a sigh, "Forgive me, my lord. But we will not win this argument anyway." With that single affirmative vote, Lloyd, in a display of self-serving sophistry, declared the commencement of construction, citing a democratic process. Javier's subsequent expression of disbelief only served to underscore Lloyd's eccentric and self-interested approach to governance. Baron Lloyd Frontera, outlining his strategy, Operation Guard Dog, to Javier, revealed his plan to utilize the legendary King Storma as a deterrent against monstrous incursions from the east. Javier voiced skepticism regarding the feasibility of awakening and controlling such a creature. Lloyd countered with his research into Storma's lore, citing descriptions of a colossal, mountain-sized beast, surprisingly noted for never attacking humans. Crucially, Lloyd detailed King Storma's role in constructing Lake Kapua's dam and his habit of emitting a deafening shriek and repairing any damage inflicted upon it. His plan, therefore, involved the cyclical destruction and subsequent repair of the dam, intending to leverage Storma's restorative actions to create an overwhelming cacophony, effectively scaring away approaching monsters. This, he declared, constituted Operation Guard Dog. Javier, however, expressed profound moral misgivings, characterizing Lloyd's scheme as the cruel torment of a peaceful giant, a deed, he asserted, even exceeding the wickedness of a fiend. Baron Lloyd Frontera faced Javier's apprehension regarding the accuracy of his research, the very real possibility of King Storma turning against them. Lloyd swiftly dismissed this concern as self-evident, a point hardly requiring elaboration. He then clarified that the operation's very title, Operation Guard Dog, inherently acknowledged and accounted for the risk of a royal counterattack. However, Javier's response, though unclear in its exact wording, suggested a misunderstanding, perhaps a feeling of being belittled. The subsequent moment, rich in unspoken tension, revealed only Lloyd's unwavering assurance and Javier's uncertain reaction in the face of his patron's bold confidence. Baron Lloyd Frontera, poring over a detailed map, muttered to himself about the delicate task of accessing Lake Kapua without unleashing a catastrophic flood. The ramifications of awakening King Storma weighed heavily on him. His intense concentration was unbroken as he continued his study. Meanwhile, Javier watched, initially remarking on Lloyd's unusual demeanor, suggesting a touch of eccentricity. However, he quickly revised his assessment, concluding that Lloyd's brilliance far outweighed any superficial strangeness, a truly remarkable mind, Javier declared. Lloyd's preparations continued, his focus unwavering. From the depths of Lake Kapua, King Storma's thoughts surfaced, a rumble of forbearance for past interruptions, yet a clear warning echoed, future disturbances would not be tolerated. In the heart of Lake Kapua, the legendary beast King Storma slumbered. Lloyd Frontera, Baron, unveiled his audacious strategy, to awaken the colossal creature and employ its formidable presence as a bulwark against future monster incursions. The weight of his proposal hung heavy in the air, prompting Javier's hushed, doubtful murmur. His initial opposition to the Baron's drastic measure was evident in his unspoken apprehension. Amidst a backdrop of unintelligible scribbles, Baron Lloyd Frontera encountered a boisterous group of young mastodons. Their playful antics ignited a hearty laugh from the Baron, a cascade of wahahaha and ahahaha echoing through the air. He playfully, yet affectionately, attempted to curb their exuberant energy with calls of "Hey! Get down! Stop it!" and "Stop!" his tone far from harsh. His inner thoughts, however, revealed the true source of his mirth, the overwhelming cuteness of the creatures, a testament to his profound empathy. The scene concluded with Lloyd's delight still evident in a final, joyous haha, as he continued to revel in their company. Javier Azrahan approached Baron Lloyd Frontera, a question forming on his lips. Lloyd, sensing his intent, listened patiently as Javier detailed the plight of several mastodon calves, orphaned during a recent flood. The calves, Javier explained, were healthy and in need of care. He sought permission to raise them. A thoughtful frown creased Lloyd's brow. He voiced his apprehension about the inherent dangers posed by these magnificent creatures as they matured. Pressing for clarification, Lloyd questioned Javier's assessment of the risk. Javier's answer, surprisingly simple and heartfelt, revealed his motivation. The calves were adorable. Lloyd acknowledged the considerable difficulties inherent in raising such animals. Yet, despite the potential future hazards, the Baron, recognizing the undeniable charm of the young mastodons, ultimately granted permission, his decision highlighting a unique capacity to understand animal needs that transcended purely pragmatic concerns. Baron Lloyd Frontera interpreted the mastodon's excited cries of pudding. Pudong. Pungdiong. Pungding. Pudong as a resounding yes. Confident in Bayern's ability to raise the rescued beasts, he saw them as a valuable addition to his forces. He justified securing their allegiance by citing the inherent risks of Operation Guard Dog and the strategic advantage of extra allies. The Sand and Steel tribe, however, voiced their apprehension about a potential monster attack on their village, apologizing for their hasty departure before fully pledging their support. Lloyd, in response, dispatched Officer Gregg with 5 men to escort them, stressing the importance of immediate communication should any difficulties arise. He reiterated his commitment to maintaining the strength of their army. Finally, Javier confirmed the completion of all preparations, signaling readiness for the operation. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing a looming dam collapse, unveiled a daring strategy. He declared his intention to rouse a dormant force, a calculated maneuver, not a literal summoning of mythical creatures. His voice resonated with the gravity of the situation, a rhetorical challenge echoing the monumental task ahead. Who, he asked, possessed the might to shift mountains? The answer, he revealed, lay with the White Cavalry, their unique capabilities ideally suited to move the necessary earth and execute a controlled detonation near the dam's precarious structure. Subsequent preparations, involving meticulous planning and the apparent mobilization of the cavalry, followed swiftly. The shovel's relentless conquest echoed in the repeated mantra, "The shovel conquers all," a testament to the immense earthworks underway. Javier, however, felt a deep sorrow for the White Cavalry, recognizing the unavoidable disruption Lloyd's plan would cause. He explained the intricate simulations and precise terrain modifications, ensuring the lake banks would fracture without unleashing a catastrophic flood. Finally, Lloyd, indicating a specific point, issued his final directive, signaling the imminent commencement of the controlled demolition. Baron Lloyd Frontera, foreseeing disaster, orchestrated a controlled explosion. His calculations were precise. The necessary force, meticulously determined, was poised to unleash a carefully calibrated burst of energy. The execution, involving a mana-infused blast, evidenced by a prominent 3 marking a critical element in the process, averted a far greater catastrophe. Though the immediate impact appeared minor, Lloyd knew that inaction would allow the natural dam to fail, resulting in devastating consequences. Baron Lloyd Frontera, observing the rescued mastodons, felt a deep empathy for their plight. They were far more than mere animals. He understood the unspoken anxieties of Bibiong, the mastodon leader, King Stoma, sensing an implicit threat stemming from the precarious dam. "I hear you, old friend. Don't worry, I've got a plan," Lloyd reassured the creature. He then assigned Bayern the responsibility of their care. Javier was tasked with running precise simulations to guide a controlled explosion near the lake, thereby mitigating the imminent threat of a dam failure, a task Javier readily accepted. Recognizing the delicate balance of various factions, Lloyd dispatched Gregg to escort the Sand and Steel tribe, demanding a full report on any unforeseen complications. The Baron weighed the inherent risks in his undertaking. The dam's fate hung in the balance. His strategic approach, encompassing communication with the mastodons, effective delegation, technological application, and consideration for all involved parties, underscored both his exceptional leadership and profound understanding of the complexities before him. Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the rescued mastodons. Their mud-caked forms a testament to their recent ordeal. A wave of compassion washed over him. Poor things. But they'll be safe now, he mused. He approached the creatures, offering words of comfort. It's all right, my friends. You're safe now. Byron, he declared, would tend to their needs, confident in the man's abilities. He's the best. Turning his attention to the looming threat of the unstable dam, he addressed Javier, explaining, the dam, it's unstable. We need a controlled breach before it collapses. Javier, ever the pragmatist, proposed precise simulations to minimize collateral damage. With the simulations, we can ensure minimal collateral damage. Officer Gregg received orders to escort the Sand and Steel tribe, accompanied by the strict instruction to report any problems immediately. Through some perceptive means, Lloyd grasped Bibiong, the Mastodon King's apprehension and warning. The king sensed their actions, and caution was paramount. The Baron recognized the delicate nature of the situation. The controlled demolition a high-stakes gamble. This is a delicate operation. One wrong move, and we could lose everything, he reflected, already formulating his next strategic steps. Baron Lloyd Frontera, observing a mastodon, a creature he found utterly charming, experienced a sudden, profound revelation. He understood the beast's every bellow, every frustrated cry. This confirmed a pattern of similar occurrences with Pipidong, Bangul, and Hamong. Lloyd possessed the unique gift of comprehending animal speech. The mastodon's exact species was inconsequential to his grand design. The creature's evident preoccupation with dam maintenance only solidified Lloyd's conviction. He would exploit this inherent instinct, leveraging his newfound understanding to achieve a carefully orchestrated breach, a scheme undoubtedly incorporating Javier Azrahan's simulations and the strategic deployment of the White Cavalry. Baron Lloyd Frontera's clandestine inspection of the Mastodon Dam's structural integrity was cut short. King Bibiong, the mastodon himself, voiced his suspicions with a series of guttural sounds, a blend of his native tongue and what seemed to be numerical warnings related to Lloyd's proximity. The king directly confronted Lloyd, his keen senses detecting the Baron's presence. The metallic scent betrayed his concealment. Bibiong, understanding Lloyd's intentions, accused him of attempting sabotage, his words hinting at a comprehension of a plan involving controlled demolition. The king's threat was unmistakable. Lloyd's actions and life would be terminated. Javier Azrahan, witnessing the tense exchange, voiced his unease, advising Lloyd to control his expression, highlighting the gravity of the situation and the danger the Baron now faced. Baron Lloyd Frontera, surveying the rescued mastodons, weighed the immense responsibility of their relocation. He entrusted their care to Byron, yet the creature's distressed calls, a worried ee-ee-ee, reached his uniquely attuned ears, revealing their anxieties about the future. Anticipating potential dangers, Lloyd instructed Javier to run simulations, preventing a dam collapse during the planned-controlled explosion near their new habitat. He also sensed King Stoma's, Bibiong's, intelligent apprehension regarding the unfolding events, understanding the beast's keen awareness of his plans. Finally, to ensure a smooth transition, Lloyd charged Gregg with escorting the Sand and Steel tribe, stressing the critical importance of immediate reporting of any complications. Baron Lloyd Frontera, surveying the recently rescued mastodons, recognized the pressing need for swift action. Their well-being, coupled with their inherent potential for danger, demanded immediate attention. He then employed his unique gift, understanding the frustrated pronouncements of Bibiong, the Mastodon King, who felt unjustly threatened by the Baron's activities near the precarious dam. Bibiong's limited options, conveyed through a fragmented declaration of helplessness, foreshadowed a volatile confrontation. The king's violent threat, a stark warning of impending conflict, underscored the urgency of the moment. However, Lloyd, demonstrating his strategic prowess, calmly instructed Javier to stand by, indicating a shift in tactics toward a diplomatic resolution of the looming crisis. The narrative concludes with Lloyd seemingly preparing a multifaceted plan, harnessing Javier's expertise and the White Cavalry to mitigate the catastrophic dam failure while simultaneously addressing the Mastodon's grievances. Baron Lloyd Frontera observed Bibiong, the Mastodon king. A shadow of doubt crossed his mind. He wondered if the colossal creature was, in fact, a summoned being. This uncertainty, however, did not deter him. With a grim resolve, he immediately recommitted himself to the project, driven by a fierce urgency to ensure both the Mastodon's safety and its ultimate success. King Storma, Bibiong, initially proved resistant. A developer's mark, the garbled were creatist, appeared briefly, a distraction from the unfolding interaction. An early attempt at communication, marked simply developer and a stark no, failed. However, Javier Azrahan, through a series of visual exchanges, skillfully engaged Bibiong in conversation. The ensuing dialogue, though its specifics remain unrecorded, ultimately succeeded in subduing the king, fulfilling Javier's role of keeping Bibiong occupied. Javier Azrahan, locked in a tense standoff with Bibiong, continued his distracting performance. A voice, echoing from the periphery, offered fervent encouragement, praising his efforts to keep the formidable Bibiong occupied. The task proved arduous. Javier himself acknowledged Bibiong's sharp mind and overwhelming strength, a formidable foe quick to perceive any lapse in his delaying tactics. Undeterred, he persevered, his actions a testament to his resolve against impossible odds. Javier Azrahan grappled with a formidable challenge: how to command King Storma's attention without inflicting grievous harm. He weighed the option of holding back his attacks, a strategy he swiftly dismissed as inadequate to pierce the king's obliviousness. The alternative, unleashing his full power, loomed, a terrifying prospect given the potential for catastrophic injury. His internal conflict raged, a silent scream of uncertainty echoing in the tense aftermath as his struggle continued, the unresolved tension palpable in the air despite the absence of further words or overt actions. King Storma, Bibiong, stood initially resistant and perplexed. The encounter began, though the precise details remained veiled. The interaction continued, unfolding across several moments. A series of nonverbal exchanges, perhaps a confused utterance rendered as VY equals, punctuated the dialogue. Further exchanges transpired. Finally, Bibiong spoke, his words revealing a profound misunderstanding of family terms. He stammered, BL. Biong. Kmother. I'm not your mother. Bibiong Bubeong. Besides, I'm male, clarifying the mistaken identity and correcting the other party's apparent error. Relief washed over Javier Azrahan as his plan bore fruit. He repeatedly called out Bibiong, his voice echoing in the unseen space. A confused, perhaps disoriented, Bibiong responded with distorted pronouncements of his own name, BL. Bibiong Bibiong, Bibiong? The king's defensiveness flared as he demanded to know why someone had called him an ugly toad, a clear indication of comprehension. Javier persisted, his calls of Bibiong continuing, though still met with the king's garbled repetitions. A gasp of astonishment punctuated the air as another witness exclaimed, Bibiong? When did he get up there? Javier Azrahan, facing the imposing figure of King Storma, initiated a conversation. The king, perhaps overwhelmed by his own immense power, initially rebuffed his attempts. Javier's frustrated exclamation, "My arms are too short," revealed his strategy, a physical distraction, requiring a greater reach than he possessed. He then employed a series of nonverbal maneuvers over the following moments, expertly keeping the king engaged and occupied. This silent, skillful tactic successfully prevented King Storma's interference, paving the way for Javier's later commendation. King Storma, initially overwhelmed and resistant, found himself drawn into conversation. Javier Azrahan's praise, a simple nice, effectively diverted his attention. A sudden, jarring realization washed over the king, his surprised exclamations, "BL. Bibyung. Bibyung bung. CWH what?" betraying the shocking scale of his surroundings. The disoriented Bibyung bung further highlighted his astonishment. His initial reluctance to engage crumbled, paving the way for a conversation, a testament to Javier Azarhan's skillful engagement. King Storma, Bibyung, a being of formidable power and initial reluctance, was abruptly summoned. His name echoed, "Bibyung. Bibyung. Bibabyung." A desperate attempt to gain his attention. Another voice, cut short mid-plea, tried to halt his wild outburst. An onlooker, witnessing this untamed display, muttered about Bibyung's unrestrained fury. Simultaneously, a cry for aid, "Hey, everyone! Help me out!" likely from Javier Azarhan, indicated a struggle to contain the king's potent force. Amidst this chaos, a separate brawl erupted, with a bystander voicing their outrage at witnessing Padang being struck, questioning the assailants' motives with a sharp accusation of bullying within the summon world. The brutal clash erupted around Padang, a punishing strike landing squarely on him. An unseen observer noted a darker, more aggressive facet to his personality, fully unleashed in this savage contest. The ensuing struggle was a relentless exchange of blows, a chaotic brawl where the victor remained uncertain. The fight continued, a furious torrent of fists and fury, leaving the ultimate result shrouded in the dust of combat. Javier Azarhan approached Bibyung, King Storma, a figure of immense power whose intimidating presence filled the air. Acknowledging the king's might, Javier initiated conversation, employing flattery and respectful language, referring to Bibyung as a gentleman and praising his ancient lineage. Initially, the king remained silent and unyielding, resisting Javier's attempts at discourse. Undeterred, Javier persisted, his efforts likely involving further compliments or polite inquiries, fueled by the urgent need to buy time. The success of the overall plan hinged on his ability to distract the powerful king. Gradually, Bibyung's resistance softened. He eventually engaged in conversation, a clear shift in attitude directly attributable to Javier's persistence. The conversation continued, effectively diverting Bibyung's attention from other events. Finally, the encounter concluded with implied acknowledgement of Javier's success, a tacit recognition of his skillful distraction, evidenced by positive body language and the likely outcome of his efforts. Javier Azarhan approached Bibyung, the powerful King Storma, and issued an invitation to converse. "What do you say, Mr. Storma? Feel like talking?" he asked. Initially hesitant, Bibyung, emphasizing his refined nature, conceded. "Bibyung," he replied, "if you want it that badly, I'll talk with you. I am a gentleman, after all." Despite his agreement, the king was swiftly taken captive. The ancient beast, King Storma, fell into the hands of his captors, a swift and decisive capture, the event echoing in the surrounding air. The narrative commenced with unintelligible text, likely background noise unrelated to the unfolding events. King Storma, Bibyung, demanded to know Lloyd Frontera's purpose. Lloyd, with unnerving calm, articulated his peculiar request. Bibyung was to bellow his own name, Bibyung, at the lake twice each day. An accompanying figure, possibly Bangul, immediately voiced disapproval, deeming Lloyd's approach unconventional and lacking in standard negotiating protocol, highlighting the absence of any offer from Lloyd in return. Lloyd openly confessed his inability to provide any compensation whatsoever. Lloyd Frontera, with a flourish, suggested a universally agreeable outcome. He then turned to Bangul, slightly mangling the name in a rhetorical question designed to secure the other man's tacit approval, a boisterous, "Wasn't that right, Bangul?" King Storma, Bibyung, subsequently reached a decision, sealing the deal. Bibyung's emphatic shout of "Byung" served as his definitive declaration. From off-page, Bangul's sardonic internal commentary followed, expressing amusement at Bibyung's gullibility and his susceptibility to manipulation, clarifying, moreover, a lack of romantic interest on Bangul's part. Bangul's assessment concluded with a cynical prophecy: King Storma, the eternal bachelor, would be repeatedly exploited. A shadowy figure, presumably Bangul, issued a stark warning to King Storma: he would be utterly alone. The king, displaying considerable naivete, echoed the warning with palpable apprehension. Lloyd Frontera, witnessing this exchange, registered surprise at the king's apparent vulnerability. He observed the monarch's continued confusion, a clear indication that his plan was unfolding successfully. A pivotal, unseen interaction transpired between Lloyd and King Storma, resulting in a solidified agreement. Lloyd then boldly proposed addressing the king by his given name, a suggestion the still slightly confused Bibiong readily accepted, marking the establishment of a more informal bond between them. Officer Gregg, arriving ahead of schedule, informed Lord Frontera of a desperate plea for aid from the Orcish tribesmen. He described a catastrophic assault. A monstrous horde of megalania had overwhelmed 3 successive defensive lines. Despite the frantic account and the implied carnage, the sounds of battle themselves a cacophony relayed in the subsequent frames, Lloyd Frontera remained unwavering, his voice a calm counterpoint to the chaos. He issued a sharp command to his troops, demanding that they hold their formation amidst the escalating crisis. Officer Gregg informed Lloyd Frontera of the Megalania horde's assault on Arash's Orc tribe, urgently requesting aid. Lloyd immediately ordered Sir Blanc to assemble the knights at the village entrance, readying for departure. He then met with King Storma, Bibiong, skillfully employing a meticulously planned strategy centered around Bibiong's distinctive battle cry. This cleverly orchestrated maneuver convinced the king to dispatch his army against the Megalania. Bangul witnessed the event, noting the ease with which Lloyd had manipulated the unsuspecting monarch. The ensuing chaos, generated by the repeated cries of Bibiong, served as a potent distraction, confounding the Megalania and simultaneously saving the Sand and Steel tribe from their own attack. Overwhelmed with gratitude for Lloyd's timely intervention, Chief Akush pledged the unwavering loyalty of his tribe to Lloyd and the Frontera clan amidst the din and confusion of the battle, a scene punctuated by the sounds of the conflict and the bewildered reactions to the repeated shouting. Officer Gregg's urgent report of Megalania's assault on an Orc tribe, led by Arash, reached Lloyd Frontera. He immediately dispatched Sir Blanc, ordering a nightly assembly at the village entrance. Sir Blanc voiced apprehension about the lateness of the hour, fearing the intervention might arrive too late, but Lloyd, certain of his plan, dismissed the concern with a confident, "There's always a way." His internal satisfaction was palpable. This unexpected event presented a perfect opportunity. He pressed for immediate departure, reiterating the urgency of the situation and proclaiming it a golden opportunity. Bangul, questioning this assessment, inquired about the nature of such opportunity, but Lloyd's answer remained partially concealed, though he could be heard mentioning his intention to reverse the monster domino, revealing a deeper, more strategic objective behind his swift actions. Chaos reigned as a Megalania horde ravaged Arash's Orc tribe. Officer Gregg's urgent report spurred Lloyd Frontera into action. He swiftly ordered Sir Blanc to muster the knights, preparing for immediate intervention. Recognizing an opportunity, Lloyd devised a plan, a daring manipulation leveraging King Bibiong's uniquely powerful shout. With a pointed direction, Lloyd prompted the king to unleash the earth-shattering Bibiong, the sound's effect echoing in the garbled utterance, "Eo, Ras Bung Biong." The king's roar served as a tactical weapon, scattering the monstrous horde precisely as Lloyd intended. Bangul's exclamation, "Let's go!" Bibiong. Dazzle her. Show her what you've got, confirmed both the cunning of Lloyd's strategy and its resounding success. Chief Akush of the Sand and Steel tribe, witnessing this display of power and ingenuity, immediately pledged his allegiance to Lloyd and the Frontera clan. Officer Gregg informed Lloyd Frontera of the Orcish tribe's plight under Megalania attack, prompting Lloyd to dispatch Sir Blanc for reinforcements. Approaching King Storma, Lloyd cleverly proposed an alliance, offering the peculiar payment of permission to shout Bibiong at will. Storma, initially hesitant, as observed by Bangul, was further pressured by Gregg's reiteration of the Orc's dire circumstances. This subtle maneuver played upon the king's pride and sense of responsibility. Consequently, Storma, believing himself to have negotiated a favorable deal, consented to aid the orcs. Later, Lloyd strategically utilized Storma's promised shout to rout the Megalania threatening the Sand and Steel tribe. Chief Akush, deeply indebted for their rescue, subsequently pledged the tribe's allegiance to Lloyd and the Frontera clan, recognizing Lloyd's cunning and power. Bangul offered a sardonic observation on Storma's naivete and Lloyd's triumph. Officer Gregg alerted Lloyd Frontera to a Megalania horde devastating Arash's orc tribe, urgently requesting aid. Lloyd, in response, dispatched Sir Blanc to assemble the knights at the village entrance. Upon reaching the ravaged settlement, Lloyd assessed the chaotic scene. Suddenly, King Bibiung's distinctive, booming voice, a confused "What's going on, OENK?" rang out. Seizing the moment, Lloyd cleverly redirected the monstrous reptiles, assuring them of an absence of other prey to the west before boldly declaring the Megalania themselves to be the hunted. The combined effect of Lloyd's tactical pronouncements and Bibiung's unwitting intervention routed the horde. This decisive victory led Chief Akush of the Sand and Steel tribe to swear loyalty to Lloyd and the Frontera clan, a momentous occasion likely witnessed by Bangul. Officer Gregg's urgent report of a Megalania horde assaulting Arash's orc tribe reached Lloyd Frontera. He immediately dispatched Sir Blanc to muster the knights. At King Storma's court, Lloyd's plea for military aid against the monstrous threat was initially met with refusal. However, with a cunning display of manipulation, Lloyd employed the king's own battle cry, Bibiung, to sow confusion and exploit the resulting uncertainty. Bangul, a keen observer, noted the king's susceptibility and Lloyd's masterful maneuvering. Amidst the chaos generated by the king's cry, Lloyd decisively intervened to safeguard the Sand and Steel tribe from a surprise assault. Chief Akush, deeply indebted to Lloyd for this timely intervention, readily swore the loyalty of his tribe to Lloyd and the Frontera clan. Lloyd Frontera approached King Storma, subtly hinting at a crucial need for royal assistance. Bangul, a nearby observer, noted the king's unwitting manipulation. Lloyd reassured Storma of the king's continued importance, while secretly orchestrating a sequence of events. The king's famed roar, triggered by Lloyd's machinations, erupted, causing widespread disruption. With a self-deprecating Lloyd Frontera, oink, Lloyd internally acknowledged his success. He then approached Chief Akush of the Sand and Steel tribe, who, caught in the ensuing turmoil, pledged the tribe's unwavering loyalty to Lloyd. This allegiance, a direct result of Lloyd's calculated actions, solidified his growing power. Deep in the desert, the Sand and Steel tribe, their faces etched with gratitude, swore allegiance to the Frontera clan. Their words, punctuated by curious oinks, echoed their profound relief at Lloyd Frontera's timely intervention. He had, after all, twice rescued them from certain peril. This fortunate turn of events, Lloyd privately acknowledged, was perfectly timed. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he mentally prepared to launch Operation Save the Sand and Steel Tribe, Project 3, the next phase in a larger, meticulously planned operation designed to secure the tribe's future. The great Sultan of Asfahan, in a calculated move, ignited the reed fields bordering the untamed wilderness. This act, however ill-conceived, unleashed a catastrophic chain reaction, a monstrous migration of unimaginable scale. Among the hordes of creatures fleeing their burning homes were semi-intelligent beings from savage tribal lands. 3 colossal megalanias, apex predators of the skies, soared through the air, their presence a grim harbinger of the devastation to come. Further west, a creature of immense size and power dwelled, a behemoth capable of conjuring hurricanes, a stark testament to the gravity of the crisis facing the land. Baron Lloyd Frontera learned of the Bibiung, a monstrous creature with round, black eyes like pits of hellfire and fangs that could cleave stone, through a report detailing its terrifying features. The palace of Asfahan then filled his vision. The great Sultan sat, receiving news of the successful relocation of the Sand and Steel tribe to the Magentano Empire's forests, a plan executed flawlessly. Baron Lloyd Frontera, surveying the aftermath of the Sand and Steel tribe's relocation, felt a quiet contentment. He mused on the surprisingly smooth transition, then inquired about Queen Alicia Magentano's handling of the situation. Javier's report confirmed a peaceful settlement, a development Lloyd found slightly disappointing. He'd anticipated more dramatic results from the wily Magentano. This placidity, however, was shattered by urgent news, a renewed, and far more significant, monster assault against the kingdom's defenses. The creatures he'd previously driven back were now battering the walls, a far graver threat than any political intrigue. The great Sultan of Asfahan watched his soldiers struggle against the relentless onslaught of monsters, their usual ferocity amplified by an unnerving lack of fear. He commanded a concentration of forces, ordering the unleashing of heavier firepower to cow the beasts. A subordinate acknowledged the directive. The Sultan's brow furrowed. The monster domino tactic, his carefully laid plan, had spectacularly failed. The sheer scale of the attack, far beyond initial estimations, pointed to a critical strategic miscalculation. A whisper of treachery, the possibility of Magentano's involvement, flickered in his mind, a thought swiftly dismissed as inconceivable. Elsewhere, two figures exchanged a document. Its contents remained hidden from the Sultan's watchful gaze. The aftermath of the debt repayment was a whirlwind of frantic activity, its details lost to the chaos. Then, Baron Arcos Frontera's voice, thick with emotion, cut through the confusion. "That check I gave you, it's for the total amount plus interest," he stated, confirming the monumental debt's complete settlement. Lloyd, clearly bewildered by his father's reaction, questioned the unusual behavior with a simple, "What are you doing?" Arcos's response, sharp and tinged with a raw emotion, was a curt and get lost, betraying a complex mixture of relief and, perhaps, shame. His subsequent emotional collapse, a silent, visual outpouring of overwhelming feeling, was palpable. Finally, disbelief and profound relief warred in his voice as he stammered, "Is that enormous debt truly all paid off?" The crumpled receipt, evidence of a debt finally settled, lay between them. Count Arcos Frontera, his voice thick with regret, confessed his past failings, lamenting the hardships he had inflicted upon his son, Lloyd. He pleaded for forgiveness, acknowledging his foolishness and the burdens he'd placed on the Baron. Lloyd, however, responded with a hesitant self-assessment, questioning his own capabilities as a father, a doubt mirrored in the poignant exchange that followed. Arcos's subsequent question, "Do you love your son?" hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea for acceptance disguised as a rhetorical inquiry, revealing the depth of his remorse. Baron Lloyd Frontera received a query from an unseen speaker. He readily assented, replying, "Of course I do." Further inquiry into his qualifications followed, culminating in the announcement of a new title. The esteemed Baron was then bestowed the moniker Eraser 3000, a lifelong honor encompassing the entire Cremona region. This prestigious designation included the highest possible financial credit rating, the lowest interest rates available, and the most advantageous investment opportunities imaginable. The master, Arcos Frontera, relayed the news. The Sand and Steel tribe had completed their resettlement in the eastern mountains. His father's voice, though brief, a simple "That's nice. Good work," carried the weight of approval. The strategic relocation, a clever buffer against future monstrous incursions, was further bolstered by the potential deployment of Bibiong as a retaliatory force. With the final debts settled, a profound sense of emptiness washed over Baron Lloyd Frontera. He found himself strangely unsatisfied, a hollowness settling in his heart despite his considerable achievements. Count Arcos Frontera, his face etched with distress and shame, confessed his failings. He began, his voice heavy with the weight of his words, "Because this father of yours," the confession continued, "is an uneducated simpleton." His remorse deepened, "I've only made life hard for you." The weight of his past mistakes remained etched on his features, a visible testament to the burden of his regret. Baron Lloyd Frontera stood before his father, Count Arcos Frontera. A quiet contemplation passed between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. Arcos, filled with regret, confessed his failure to offer aid in the past, uttering the words, I'm sorry for not being able to help." A silent, emotional exchange followed, the absence of words underscoring the profound understanding and shared relief that flowed between them. Lloyd, in the stillness, internally processed the weight of his accomplishments and his father's apology, his quiet reflection, a silent testament to the journey's end. The Baron Lloyd Frontera, weary but victorious, received his father's blessing. Arcos Frontera, his voice thick with paternal pride, allowed his son the luxury of tears, acknowledging the monumental weight of his achievement, the successful resettlement of the Sand and Steel tribe and the final settling of a crippling debt. Later, amidst the boisterous celebration on his estate, the villagers erupted in a joyous torrent of praise, their cries of "Here comes Master Lloyd," and 3 cheers for the young master, a wave that threatened to overwhelm him. Undeterred by the chaos and the seemingly endless stream of well-meaning greetings, a slightly irritated Lloyd silenced the throng, his frustrated command cutting through the festive din. "Ugh, it's always so noisy. Stop it. Go do some work," he grumbled, his annoyance underscored by a further, less distinct outburst of frustration. Despite his displeasure, a helpful hand guided him through the exuberant crowd, the cheerful shouts of "This way, Master Lloyd." Hooray, a persistent counterpoint to his weary mood. The Baron Lloyd Frontera basked in the aftermath of his triumphs, a light-hearted chaos surrounding him. His retainers, their faces alight with relief and jubilation, playfully goaded him, clamoring for a scolding over their past indiscretions related to his father's debts. Their boisterous hoorays and mock pleas for his anger met with a nonchalant "oh, whatever," from the Baron, whose quiet contemplation revealed a deeper understanding. Their actions were born of necessity, not malice, and required no absolution from him. This jovial atmosphere fractured abruptly with Javier Azarjan's arrival, his report cutting through the revelry. A substantial group was approaching from the south, demanding the Baron's immediate attention. Lloyd, his expression shifting from mild amusement to focused concern, questioned whether this approaching multitude was an enemy force. Javier, however, remained uncertain, indicating the guards were actively seeking further intelligence. Javier Azarjan drew Lloyd Frontera, the Baron, to a gathering of people. Lloyd observed them, recognizing the weary travelers as refugees, a portent of difficulties to come. A refugee family, hailing from the village of Sorti within the ravaged barony of Sortino, approached the estate of Baron Lloyd Frontera. Their plea for shelter and aid was delivered directly to the Baron himself. The father, identifying himself and his family, explained their plight, mentioning his own father's past role as village chief. Baron Frontera, his expression partially obscured, acknowledged their words, a brief, almost imperceptible "na," perhaps acknowledging the family's dire circumstances, before silently absorbing the gravity of their situation, setting the stage for his inevitable response to this fresh wave of refugees. Baron Lloyd Frontera listened as a refugee family from the village of Sorti in the barony of Sortino recounted their harrowing flight. Their father had remained behind, a sacrifice made amidst the chaos of a sudden, overwhelming invasion. The Baron pressed for details, prompting a description of colossal beetles, swarming in a terrifying multitude. The sheer scale of the assault resonated deeply within Lloyd. He understood instantly that this was another link in the devastating chain reaction he knew as the monster domino effect, far more widespread than his initial estimations. Javier Azarjan, swiftly assessing the situation based on the refugees' account, confirmed his fears. All estates bordering the wilderness had likely fallen victim to this monstrous tide. The devastation wrought by the monstrous assault was stark. Only Baron Lloyd Frontera's and Lacona's holdings remained untouched, a fact noted by a nearby observer. Doubt was voiced regarding the improbable defenses that had saved these estates: giant summons, elite white cavalry, and a master swordsman, unheard of resources for ordinary landowners. Lloyd, however, saw beyond the initial shock. He surveyed the refugees' bleak prospects, the unforgiving northern sea, a distant, foreign land to the south, and a barren expanse west. His conclusion was inevitable: the survivors, with nowhere else to turn, would flood his and Lacona's estates. The potential scale of the influx troubled him, thousands, perhaps. This grim calculation was punctuated by the desperate plea of a refugee woman, her voice raw with hunger, begging for sustenance for her children. The Baron Lloyd Frontera's vast estate loomed, soon to be overwhelmed by a tide of refugees, a fact noted by a nearby observer. He considered the impending influx, a fleeting moment of curiosity about the excitement of the situation quickly dismissed in favor of strategic thinking. The Baron declared that the refugees, in their multitude, would significantly boost his estate's tax revenue. Javier Azrahan voiced his disapproval, questioning whether Lloyd's actions stemmed solely from a desire for financial profit. Undeterred, Lloyd directed Bayern to repurpose a portion of the engineering corps, transforming them into a catering unit to feed the incoming masses. Baron Lloyd Frontera received a report of gratitude from a subordinate, who then departed. Javier, observing the exchange, cautioned against excessive harshness, noting the subordinate's overly strong words. He pointed out Lloyd's masterful ability to perceive others' thoughts, yet his seeming obliviousness to his own. Patience, Javier advised, urging the Baron to reserve his anger. A moment later, a new piece of information reached Lloyd, its significance evident in his quiet contemplation of the burgeoning refugee crisis and the critically low food stocks. The impending hardship weighed heavily on his mind. A refugee woman, her words barely audible, approached Baron Lloyd Frontera, desperately pleading for sustenance. Lloyd, however, calmly assured her of their present provisions. He then divulged the existence of substantial additional food stores, initially slated for composting, located nearby. Javier Azrahan, however, voiced his objections, finding Lloyd's intention to feed the refugees these locusts, intended for compost, unacceptable. Lloyd, unfazed, countered that the locusts possessed a shrimp-like taste and were readily consumed by Orcish warriors, thus proving their suitability for consumption by the refugees. Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the nascent refugee shelters, their skeletal frames now clothed in hastily assembled canvas. Javier Azrahan, voicing a practical concern about hygiene amongst the soon-to-arrive masses, suggested a solution. His mother's considerable culinary expertise might be leveraged to address the issue of sanitation. The first phase of construction concluded, but a subordinate's urgent plea highlighted the dwindling supplies, a worry compounded by the news of an approaching refugee group, 100 strong, arriving from the north sooner than anticipated. Lloyd, internally surprised by their early arrival, barked an order to Padang, demanding swifter work to ensure the vulnerable souls wouldn't perish from the bitter cold before finding refuge. Baron Lloyd Frontera, amidst the burgeoning refugee crisis, orchestrated the construction of emergency shelters. He directed the ondal floor and cement crews in alternating shifts, Lady Bangul providing unwavering support. From a vantage point, he observed the influx of refugees. 2 groups arrived from the south, 3 from the north. His mind raced, devising a plan to salvage the spoiled locusts, transforming the putrid mass into sustenance for the starving. A woman, her face etched with worry and repulsion at the stench, approached him, her plea for aid unspoken but evident in her desperate posture. Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the situation, his brow furrowed in concern over the burgeoning refugee population. He muttered to himself, the inadequacy of existing accommodations starkly evident, there simply wasn't enough space. A solution sparked in his mind, an expansion of the housing development eastward, towards the formidable eastern mountains. Yet, even this drastic measure, he realized, wouldn't fully alleviate the crisis. The sheer scale of the problem remained daunting. Tears streamed down Rudy's face as the child cried out again and again, "I want to go home. I want to go home, Mommy." A refugee woman, her own face etched with weariness, attempted solace, murmuring, "Rudy, we have no home now. We should be thankful to these kind people for taking us in." But Rudy's mind drifted to a brighter past, to the moment they first settled into their former dwelling, remembering their parents' beaming smiles and the joyous repetition of our home, words now heavy with unbearable sorrow. The child's inner voice concluded with a heartbreaking whisper, "I'll never see those smiles again." Young Rudy, amidst the rubble of what was once home, clung to cherished memories of a life now shattered. A comforting hand settled on his shoulder, offering a fragile promise of rebuilding. Meanwhile, Baron Lloyd Frontera, with a characteristic blend of pragmatism and cold indifference, issued a decree to Javier Azrahan, their largest construction project to date, a monumental undertaking to shelter the displaced, would commence immediately. Javier Azrahan, voicing his apprehension over the sheer volume of refugees, inquired about Baron Lloyd Frontera's housing solution. Frontera confidently affirmed he possessed a plan, assuring ample accommodation. His proposal, a whirlwind of intricate designs and hurried notations, centered on the large-scale construction of apartment buildings. The sheer scale of the project, suggested by the accompanying exclamation point, was intended to maximize the tax revenue generated by the influx of new residents. The narration began with a bold proclamation: Lloyd Frontera, Baron, the greatest developer. He swiftly dismissed an unspoken challenge, then turned his attention to the apartment building, a design inspired by familiar South Korean housing. The Baron eloquently detailed its superior qualities: a larger living space within the same land footprint, simplified management due to its concentrated layout, and significantly reduced construction time and costs thanks to standardization. Finally, he revealed a crucial, albeit partially obscured, defensive advantage. The structure, he explained, was strategically fortified, featuring barriers encircling the entire complex, creating an impenetrable bulwark. Baron Lloyd Frontera reviewed the final projections for his honeypot apartments, a project promising self-sufficiency amongst the refugees, thus boosting purchasing power, creating a thriving business district, and significantly increasing tax revenues. He felt the project's completion drawing near, his mind already envisioning the wealth and leisurely retirement it would afford him. However, the thought of maintaining his extensive estate after retirement settled upon him. The solution came swiftly: he would hire Bayern, despite the man's impending retirement, offering him a generous sum to ensure the property's upkeep. Any worries about finding a replacement for Bayern were quickly dismissed. Meanwhile, Javier voiced his apprehension over Bayern's overworked state, noting a physical manifestation of this strain in the form of tinnitus ringing in Bayern's ears. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, convened a meeting to discuss the Honeypot Apartments project. An attendee voiced disapproval of the chosen name, prompting a sharp rebuke from Lloyd. He insisted on decorum and prior permission before interrupting. Javier noted Bayern's pallid appearance, leading Bayern to confess a series of disturbing nightmares involving forced labor and a demonic overseer. Lloyd offered immediate reassurance, dismissing Bayern's fears. He then guided the investor's attention to architectural plans, presenting a diagram of a traditional Fujian Tulu. Lloyd meticulously detailed the individual units' straightforward design before highlighting the shared amenities situated in the central courtyard. Finally, he unveiled his innovative adaptation, a square Tulu design intended to accelerate the construction process. Baron Lloyd Frontera, meticulously outlining the Honeypot Apartments design on paper, revealed a crucial, previously unmentioned advantage. He explained that securing the single iron gate leading to the courtyard would transform the complex into an impenetrable stronghold. A voice, unseen but clearly strained by financial burdens, interjected, expressing deep concern over providing even the most rudimentary shelter for the incoming refugees. The current budget, it implied, barely covered the essentials, let alone tents. The unseen individual repeatedly pressed Lloyd, demanding a simple yes or no answer to the question of whether he was suggesting neglecting the refugees' immediate needs. Lloyd, however, deftly sidestepped a direct confrontation, striving to clarify his intent and emphasize the long-term security his plan afforded. Baron Lloyd Frontera, ever the master manipulator, skillfully calmed Javier's anxieties regarding the project's precarious finances. Javier voiced his worry, prompting Lloyd to deflect with smooth flattery, praising the other man's perceptive nature. He then subtly reassured Javier, suggesting their funds were adequate for the extensive construction and provisioning of the Ondal tent shelters. A shift in focus revealed Lloyd's subsequent interaction with Bayern, whose silent displeasure was palpable. Lloyd, openly mocking Bayern's sullen reaction to Javier, chuckled, highlighting the knight's apparent upset and childish behavior. Despite his outward confidence, a flicker of apprehension, a quiet admission of fear, crossed Lloyd's mind concerning Byron's response. Baron Lloyd Frontera wrestled with the colossal undertaking of the Honey Pot Apartments. He privately questioned the project's viability, its sheer scale looming large in his mind. Doubts about its ultimate success and sufficiency gnawed at him. The weight of leadership pressed heavily. He understood the necessity of projecting unwavering strength and confidence to maintain the faith of his people. Yet, in a quiet moment, a vulnerability surfaced. He confessed his reliance on a trusted confidant, revealing his true feelings, however fleetingly, to this singular individual. With a wry chuckle, he playfully pondered their role as the recipient of his anxieties, wondering aloud if he was merely using them as a repository for his emotional burdens. Within the Lacona Viscounty, at the Viscount's residence, Lloyd Frontera, Baron, arrived. A negotiation, its details unseen, concluded with the Viscount exhibiting palpable relief. The Baron, his internal satisfaction evident, greeted Diego with exaggerated surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, hey, Diego. Great to see you." This carefully staged encounter served to solidify the agreement, Diego's presence reinforcing his father's newly made commitment. The young man's reaction, a blend of astonishment and unease, marked the abrupt but implied successful conclusion of the Baron's machinations. Baron Lloyd Frontera greeted his son Diego, immediately sensing the young man's distress. He pressed for an explanation, receiving only hesitant replies. Lloyd, however, offered reassurance, promising Diego's reinstatement to the academy. This reinstatement, he revealed, hinged on a significant increase in the water bill levied against the Viscount of Lacona. He emphasized the financial need with a pointed clarification, leaving no room for misunderstanding. The Viscount, upon receiving Lloyd's demand, responded with furious indignation, accusing the Baron of both extortion and using his son's expulsion as leverage. Baron Lloyd Frontera presented a contract to the Viscount of Lacona. The Viscount immediately objected, citing the fixed water rate clearly stated within the document. However, with a subtle expression betraying his intent, Lloyd pointed to a cleverly worded clause, twisting its meaning to suggest the rate was, in fact, subject to the provider's whim. The Viscount, visibly shaken by this revelation, a turmoil suggested by the ensuing nightmare-like vision of Byron, offered no further resistance. The ensuing silence and lack of protest spoke volumes. Lloyd's manipulative tactic had succeeded. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, confronted the Viscount of Lacona with the devastating truth: 17 estates lay in ruins, their displaced inhabitants flooding the Viscount's lands. He subtly accused the Viscount of callous disregard for these unfortunate souls, then issued a chilling warning: silence, lest the Viscount incur Her Majesty's displeasure. The Viscount, furious at this blatant intimidation, accused Lloyd of blackmail. Undeterred, Lloyd spun a narrative of mutual benefit, proposing a significant increase in the water tax. This, he insisted, was a calculated move to help the Viscount, a gesture of goodwill that would be cemented by Lloyd's personal intercession with Her Majesty to secure the reinstatement of the Viscount's son, Diego, to the Academy. The Viscount, though initially resistant, ultimately conceded to the increased water tax, accepting the Baron's offer as the price for his son's return. Viscount Lacona, his query hanging in the air, pressed Baron Lloyd Frontera for a precise sum. Lloyd, a visible unease etching itself onto his features, vehemently denied any implication of coercion. He then proposed a marginally increased contribution, couching his request in carefully chosen, deliberately vague terms. Finally, Lloyd's plea sharpened. The maintenance of their long-standing friendship, he stressed, depended upon this contribution. The subsequent frames left no doubt. The Viscount, though his precise acquiescence remained unstated, had ultimately conceded. In the Viscount of Lacona's office, a meeting transpired between the Baron Lloyd Frontera and the increasingly agitated Viscount. The Viscount voiced his displeasure at the escalating water costs. Lloyd, with practiced ease, acknowledged the Viscount's burden while subtly reminding him of his son Diego's recent expulsion from the Academy. He then proposed a solution, a modest increase in the water bill, framed as a means to bolster the estate's finances and simultaneously secure Diego's future. The Viscount, though hesitant, ultimately yielded, swayed by the implied consequences of inaction and the promise of aiding his son. Lloyd expressed satisfaction, declaring the decision beneficial for all parties. Privately, however, he reveled in his success, confident that this manipulation had paved the way for the construction of the Honey Pot Apartments. Baron Lloyd Frontera engaged Viscount Licona in a tense negotiation, the initial exchange a cacophony of unintelligible words hinting at a stark power imbalance. Through subtle coercion and manipulative phrasing, a feigned generosity masking his true intentions, Lloyd pressured the Viscount to consider a substantial water tax hike. He urged Licona to name any increase, twisting the decision into an act of charitable giving. The subsequent exchange crackled with unspoken threats, its intensity palpable. The final agreement, symbolized by the cryptic "UAT," signified a fourfold increase in taxes, a compromise born not of collaboration, but of the Viscount's subjugation to Lloyd's intimidating tactics. Baron Lloyd Frontera returned to his estate, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Javier, his servant, approached, a mixture of amusement and disquiet etched onto his face. Initially, Javier voiced admiration for Lloyd's clever blackmail of the Viscount of Licona, marveling at the impressive five-fold increase in profit. However, this amusement quickly gave way to disapproval. He voiced serious concerns about the ethical ramifications of Lloyd's actions and the potential repercussions. Javier then declared his refusal to further participate in Lloyd's morally questionable plans, asserting his loyalty to his master while simultaneously emphasizing the limits of that loyalty. His conscience, he made clear, would not be compromised. Lloyd listened, his expression inscrutable, a hint of contemplation flickering beneath the surface. His inner thoughts suggested some degree of acknowledgement of Javier's words, but their impact remained uncertain. Subsequently, Lloyd dispatched a messenger to Queen Alicia of Magenta. The messenger departed, carrying a message, the ambiguous scrawl of which likely aimed at justifying or explaining Lloyd's actions to the Queen. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips, privately celebrated another masterful negotiation. The Viscount Licona, it seemed, had been easily manipulated into accepting a drastically increased water tax. However, this smugness quickly evaporated with Javier's arrival. His expression was one of sharp disapproval, and his words, 40%. "You told me 50, revealed his prior knowledge of the scheme and expectation of a larger cut. Lloyd registered surprise, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Javier's displeasure, however, ran far deeper than mere financial disappointment. His hardening gaze betrayed a deeper concern, a silent condemnation of the ethical implications of Lloyd's actions and the potential repercussions that threatened them both. A torrent of frustrated words, a mixture of disapproval and anxious warnings about the consequences, followed, leaving a clear chasm between the Baron's self-congratulatory satisfaction and Javier's profound moral objections. The confrontation, clearly unfinished, promised further conflict. Baron Lloyd Frontera engaged the Viscount of Licona in a negotiation concerning water taxes. The Viscount vehemently protested Lloyd's initial proposal, a five-fold increase, denouncing it as an outrageous imposition. A subtle amusement flickered across Lloyd's features as he countered, clarifying that a fourfold increase would be perfectly satisfactory. The Viscount, visibly stunned by this amended yet still exorbitant demand, ultimately succumbed to the Baron's terms. Alone in his chambers, Baron Lloyd Frontera wrestled with a disquieting realization: he had just blackmailed Viscount Licona. His servant, Javier, soon arrived, initially finding humor in Lloyd's predicament. However, Javier's amusement quickly soured as he recognized the gravity of Lloyd's actions, pointing out Lloyd's role as a blackmailer and Javier's own complicity. Despite his sworn duty to protect Lloyd, Javier declared his refusal to further participate in the Baron's schemes. In response, Lloyd countered with a light-hearted yet pointed threat: the cessation of his nightly lullaby. Exhausted from a long day of political wrangling and facing the repercussions of his choices, Baron Lloyd Frontera beseeched Javier for a lullaby. Javier, however, declined the request. Lloyd's irritation flared, his impatience evident. Javier, maintaining a more formal tone, reiterated his concern. Undeterred, Lloyd launched into a lecture on proper sleep hygiene, detailing its importance for healthy sleep patterns. Javier, clearly exasperated, again urged the Baron to accept the lullaby. A partially obscured word, likely implying Lloyd felt entombed by weariness and the gravity of his recent actions, hinted at his state of mind. Suddenly, abandoning the plea for a lullaby, Lloyd declared it time to work. The subsequent emptiness signified a shift to a new task or location. Baron Lloyd Frontera, fresh from his successful dealings with the Viscount, contemplated the vast undertaking before him. The memory of his past triumph, the construction of an ondal floor, warmed him, a stark contrast to his current unfamiliarity with apartment building. Javier, ever the pragmatist, questioned Lloyd's reliance on a trial-and-error approach, suggesting it was inefficient. Lloyd, however, confirmed his intentions, confident in his ability to supplement this method with another skill. Javier's retort, a sarcastic title of master of trying it until it works, hung in the air. Undeterred, Lloyd dispatched a messenger with urgent orders to Count Cremo, a call for a massive influx of medics, masons, carpenters, and an enormous supply of cement, grain, and meat, all procured from the western estates. A messenger delivered grim news to Baron Lloyd Frontera: 300 more refugees had arrived, swelling the already strained capacity beyond its limits. Undeterred, Lloyd fiercely declared that every soul would be sheltered, vowing to overcome the logistical nightmare. His frustration evident, he questioned whether scaling back the ambitious construction project, reducing the planned number of floors, might offer a solution. However, he swiftly dismissed the idea, emphasizing the critical need for stable housing, robust economic growth, and the consequent rise in tax revenue. The gravity of the situation deepened as Javier, his loyal servant, presented a stark financial report. Within 4 months, funds would be sufficient only to cover the soldiers' wages. Javier's counsel was clear: either curtail the expanse of construction, or redirect some of the refugees to another estate. Baron Lloyd Frontera slept soundly, the remnants of a questionable night clinging to the air. Javier Azarhan, his servant, roused him with a sharp, "Wake up, Master Lloyd." Shortly after, a message arrived from the royal capital of Magenta, its contents veiled but clearly linked to the Baron's recent activities and the concluded, and likely contentious, water tax negotiations. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a smirk playing on his lips, examined documents outlining the Viscount of Lacona's exorbitant water tax agreement, 4 times the original cost, a substantial sum. His servant, Javier, entered, his disapproval evident. He voiced his grave concern over the Baron's actions, deeming the extortion reckless and dangerous. Lloyd, however, dismissed the apprehension with a wave of his hand, justifying his methods as necessary for the barony's well-being. Javier, resolute, countered that he could not participate in such unscrupulous behavior, his loyalty extending to the Baron's safety, but not to his ethically questionable schemes. A flicker of concern briefly crossed Lloyd's features as he considered Javier's words, acknowledging the recklessness of his actions. Shortly after, a messenger arrived bearing a sealed missive for Queen Alicia of Magenta, the urgent delivery immediately causing Lloyd's demeanor to shift. His gaze fixated on the message, the earlier smirk replaced by a grave expression. He had clearly underestimated the repercussions of his dealings. The Baron Lloyd Frontera, fresh from his contentious, yet ultimately victorious, negotiation with Viscount Lacona, surveyed the aftermath. His newly secured, exorbitant water tax was a bitter victory. The memory of his humiliation during the encounter, a jarring experience despite its success, lingered. His agitated thoughts, a jumble of frustrated whispers, echoed the disarray of his mind. Javier, his ever-loyal servant, observed his master with a blend of disapproval and worry. A sharp rebuke followed, a silent condemnation of the Baron's ruthless tactics. Lost in contemplation, Lloyd considered his shortcomings. Despite dedicated training, his aura remained unremarkably swift, his swordsmanship only marginally improved, a stark reminder of his stagnation in other pursuits. A messenger, dispatched from the Frontera barony, arrived at Queen Alicia of Magenta's court. He delivered a message detailing Baron Lloyd Frontera's egregious misconduct, provoking an eruption of furious outrage from the Queen. Her fury was unrestrained. She demanded Lloyd be subjected to the harshest possible penalty. The Queen's subsequent outburst, a guttural expression of disbelief and rage, punctuated by an incomprehensible fragment suggesting Lloyd's audacity, further underlined the gravity of his actions and the magnitude of her wrath. The implication was clear: Lloyd's impudent request was met with the Queen's utter disdain.